The Workings of a Human Specimen. By Lucience. Chapter 31, Elements of a Fulfilling Childhood. There wasn't a thought nor any recollection. No emotions, either. Their mind was a dull plate, its shine withered from a lifetime of use and ill-treatment. Its color was a shallow gray, smooth to the touch and simplistically designed. A long, thin crack tainted the plate's exterior, but it had been patched and corrected. No longer was it broken in the eyes of its maker. The eyes of the previously defective opened, and there they saw a hospital room, alienistic in nature. Another entity sat in a chair beside them, looking them over with gentle intrigue. "Good morning." The first individual let out a small groan, groggy and lethargic. They sat up in their bed and looked to the taller Horovagan. At first, the smaller one said nothing. "Good morning," the elder repeated just a little louder, attempting to convince the first to reply. "Good morning," they finally responded. Glancing around the room, the young one took in their surroundings and tried to piece together where exactly they were. The room itself was dim and peaceful, housing an artificial potted plant beside a comfortable-looking couch, along with a beautiful mural on the wall that was calming to observe. The light fixture above was almost opaque, giving a dusk-like ambience to the room it illuminated. A child's stuffed toy was sitting at the end of the young one's bed, and for a moment, they did not recognize it. Slowly picking it up, they looked the doll over and examined it. It was soft and plush with ragdoll limbs, of which there were 8. It appeared to be some sort of native animal from Atra. After analyzing it for a few moments, the young one nodded in understanding. This was theirs. "Where am I?" they asked, looking back to the other. "You're in the recovery room," explained the elder. "Do not be startled or frightened, you are safe right now." The way this stranger spoke, it was low and soothing in a way. There was a charm to its melody and intonations, and immediately, the child felt secure, like they could trust him. "The recovery room," mumbled the younger. "I see. Did I get hurt?" "No," the elder shook his head. "Not at all. Though, you did have a procedure done." "A procedure?" The child stared wistfully into space as it spoke. "Ah. How do you feel?" "I feel okay," said the first, their brain processes sluggish and simple. They blinked and glanced to their elder once more, squinting. "Who are you?" With a wholesome, warming smile, he said, "I am your neurosurgeon." He leaned down so as to look eye to eye with the other. "You can call me Choromatsu. Or, just Toti for short." "Todo, Matsu. I see. Yes. I'm here to take care of you," explained the neurosurgeon. "You're going to need some careful monitoring after such a procedure. We want to make sure some of the critical processing centers of your brain weren't damaged directly while you were under. We're going to analyze your cognitive functions and personality compared to before. Does that sound okay?" Slowly, the child nodded. "Page," with a faint smile, Choromatsu commented, "Not much to say, huh?" In response, the child shook their head. "That's okay," the other reassured. "It's perfectly normal to feel like this during recovery." Choromatsu reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, cylindrical device, one that opened up into a typical notepad. He swung out a pen and toyed with it in his fingers as he went on. "I have a checklist of questions here that I'm required to ask you. Do you think you can answer them for me?" Again, without any words, the child nodded. "Wonderful. Let's get started then, shall we?" Choromatsu scooted the chair closer to the hospital bed and readied his pen. "Let's start off with a basic health question, okay?" "Okay. First, how are you feeling physically?" he inquired. "Are you experiencing any abnormal symptoms or side effects of any kind? Any twitches, tremors, chills, hot flashes, pains, nausea, or anything of the sort?" "Millimeter," the child let out an uncertain hum. They took a moment to consciously feel for anything unusual, processing the state in which their body was in. Then, after a few long moments, they answered. "No, I don't think so." Good, Choromatsu nodded. "Moving on, let's do some basic knowledge questions. Can you tell me what your name is?" "My name," the other squinted, thinking hard. "It's Luthi." Choromatsu flipped his notepad around and stretched his arm out, handing the device to the child. "Now, can you write it down for me?" The child took the notepad from Choromatsu's hand and lifted the pen. They hesitated, then wrote out their name as instructed. Then, They handed it back to the neurosurgeon. Great, he praised. How about how old you are and what grade you're in? I'm 30 meters of time, and I'm in grade B9. Correct. You're doing very well, beamed the elder. Can you tell me your favorite color and your favorite animal? I guess I like green, they replied, their voice monotonous. And my favorite animal is. The child reached for their stuffed animal and lifted it into the air. This. Very nice choice, Choromatsu chuckled. That's a very cute animal, isn't it? I like this animal. I'm sure you do. The pink-hearted Horovagan readied his pen. Now, can you recite what my name is? Who am I? Oh, the child wrinkled their nose in thought. Your name, it's Choromatsu. You're a doctor. A neurosurgeon, he corrected. But very good. Choromatsu took a moment to jot down the responses in his notepad, adding comments to each one as he went. Then, he looked up again. Okay, he began. Your verbal linguistic skills seem to be intact, which is good. Let's take a look at your abstract numerical and pattern recognition skills. The elder again flipped his notepad around and presented to the child a small set of numbers in a line. The child took a glance and cocked their head. On here is a pattern made of numerical values, he explained. You'll see that there's a blank spot at the end. Could you tell me what number belongs in the blank spot? The other thought hard. 25. Wonderful. Now, add all those numbers up for me and give me the total. 75. Correct. Choromatsu sent the other a big smile. You're doing wonderful, Luthi. Without any expression of emotion, the child simply nodded. Moving on, I'd like you to do something for me, he told them. First, I want you to close your eyes. Don't open them until I say so, okay? Okay. Subservient to the other's wishes, the child allowed their eyelids to fall shut. Now, I want you to envision your favorite food. I want you to think about what it looks like and visualize it in your head. Look at it from all different angles. Choromatsu pressed his fingertips together. What do you see? For a moment, the child was unresponsive. Then, it opened its mouth to speak. I see water fruits. Ooh, water fruits. The elder chuckled. You've got a bit of a sweet tooth, don't you? I guess. They hesitated. They don't sound very yummy right now though. Do they usually sound yummy? Yes. I see. Choromatsu jotted down altered appetite in his notes. Moving on, I'm going to ask you a few existential questions. The child wrinkled their nose. Existential? They repeated. Yes, Choromatsu nodded. Can you tell me where we come from? A long pause ensued as the child thought hard. Then, finally, they answered. Yes, they replied. We came from eggs. And where do eggs come from? They come from a parent, answered the younger. A parent turns water into an egg, and then the egg turns into us. Precisely, said Choromatsu as he wrote down a sentence or two. What about when we die? Where do we go? When we die, we go to antimerides, where our bodies turn into plants. And what happens to our energy? We don't know, they said. We'll know one day, though. Very good. Choromatsu took a minute or two to write in silence before speaking up again. Now, I have a few more questions for you. Then, we can take you out of this room to get some food and proper rest. Does that sound okay? The child nodded. So, the next thing we have here is... beep. Choromatsu blinked as he heard an internal beep emanate from his brain chip. He held up a gesture to mean 1 moment before tapping the side of his temple, triggering a holographic display to pop up before him. On this holographic screen, a new message appeared. It was an urgent report, a red alert sent planet-wide. Choromatsu leaned in curiously, analyzing the alert. Red alert, wild animal loose in sector 545. Well, shit, he thought. Choromatsu stood from his seat and closed the alert, turning to the child with a calm look. I'm going to be right back, he told them. Stay here for me, okay? The child nodded. The neurosurgeon put away his notepad and organized his things quickly before setting off towards the door. Step by step, he approached it before opening it and letting an ocean of light into the otherwise dim room. Before exiting, Choromatsu glanced one last time at the child. The child stared on ahead silently, still as a statue as they pondered their situation with no dangerous bias nor opinion. This individual was emotionless and quiet, their opinions repressed under a sea of injected morals. Seeing someone in this altered state of consciousness was always uncanny, but Choromatsu had long gotten used to it. It no longer scared nor worried him, it was all part of the process of lobotomy. With one last sigh, Choromatsu exited and shut the door behind him, leaving the child alone to contemplate. Outside the recovery room, Choromatsu entered a hallway where he could see several Horovagans passing by in a rush. All seemed hurried, and all seemed aware of the situation. Choromatsu stepped forward and stopped one of them with a question. "Hey, what's going on?" he inquired. "What's this about a wild animal running around?" The stranger stopped and politely replied. Apparently one of the specimens being studied in biology class A71 was set loose, it told him. Biology class A71? Choromatsu brought a finger to his chin thoughtfully. That's not too far from here. In fact, isn't that in the next building over? Yeah, it is. And, out of slight curiosity and minor suspicion, Choromatsu proceeded to ask, what kind of animal is it? Check the alert notification on your brain chip, the other suggested before hurrying off. The neurosurgeon hesitated, then tapped the side of his brain chip. He opened up the alert and saw that there was an attachment. Upon opening it, he could see that, whatever animal it was, it didn't appear to be human. Meaning, this event had nothing to do with him or the organization he was in. Thank goodness, he felt alarmed for a second there. But, this opened up a new slew of questions. It seemed like far too much of a coincidence that another animal was set free not long after the human was. Had somebody let this animal out, too? Was someone responsible for this, or did it escape on its own? No, there was no way it had gotten out by itself. Choromatsu knew how foolproof those containment chambers were. Someone did this on purpose. And, Choromatsu was intrigued. With this, Choromatsu hurried off on his own, traveling through the halls and making his way to the next building over. He wanted to catch it all happening, he was far too curious. He sped toward a teleporter and initiated transportation, exiting the teleporter on the main floor of the building. He then exited and turned toward the building in question. Outside this building, he found a large horde of Horovagans present. They crowded around something at the entrance, murmuring amongst one another as they all stood as bystanders to the events taking place. Choromatsu began maneuvering his way through, pushing past individuals and muttering pardon and excuse me as he went. Finally, he reached the front and saw for himself what it was that was going down. In the center of the crowd, a large animal lied on its side whilst breathing heavily. It was furry and muscled, its limbs trapped together by means of animal wristbands and ankle bands. An animal control officer stood above it, speaking to a higher-up as the animal's behaviorist shifted into the creature's familiar form and attempted to calm the already sedated organism. It seemed the scene was just reaching its end, as all the excitement was quickly dying down. Still, many lingered, intrigued by the commotion and watching as the aftermath took place. It took several minutes before a couple corrections officers arrived on scene, shooing away the masses and assuring all that things were being taken care of. Choromatsu managed to stick around to the very end, watching as the animal was transported back into the building. Soon, the ordeal was over and most went about returning to their previous affairs. Choromatsu stood at the scene for a little longer, processing what had happened. How intriguing, he told himself. Somebody, who wasn't himself, and who wasn't affiliated with his organization, set a test specimen loose. What was the purpose? Who could have done this? It was an odd situation, for sure. It didn't matter though, at the end of the day. None of this had anything to do with Choromatsu, it was just a fluke. For now, Choromatsu had to go back to worrying about his own skin and focus on averting gazes from his own guilty conscience. With the situation having ended, Choromatsu turned and started back toward his workplace in the building next door. He had to get back to work. There was a child waiting for him in the recovery room who needed some loving care and support after having just been surgically corrected. Intermission. It was a new day, a new dawn awaiting the pollution of an alien's proceedings to taint its precious canvas. Upon the hovering platform were three tall entities. Long, dark, emotionless, they each faced forward as the floor beneath them moved along a predetermined line through the grand hall of animal enclosures. One by one, all transformed, first, the higher-up, then, Choromatsu, and finally, Ichimatsu. With hands behind their backs in a formal demeanor, the trio awaited their arrival with patience and grace. Soon, their platform stopped before the infamous jungle safari enclosure. Outside this enclosure, each took a moment to scan its premises and locate the human inhabitants. For the first time since their specimen's relocation, the animals weren't immediately conspicuous. Their usual spot right at the edge of the enclosure near the entrance was empty. Choromatsu looked to the unoccupied spot, then glanced about elsewhere in search for them. The pond was empty, as was the tree. It wasn't until Choromatsu's gaze drew all the way to their left that he spotted the humans sitting by a rock. The rock they knelt beside wasn't just another boulder either, it was the artificial stone from which their food trays emerged from during each meal. Choromatsu smiled upon seeing this. The door to the enclosure opened, and through it did the aliens enter. Osomatsu and Choromatsu glanced up upon hearing this commotion, both looking wide-eyed yet neutral. The absence of any sort of hostility in their demeanor or facial expressions gave Choromatsu hope that this day might not end so poorly. Choromatsu was the first to approach the humans, wearing a big smile on his face as he opened with his usual greeting. "Good morning, you two." "Morning," the humans replied in unison. Choromatsu looked over the two individuals, noting how patiently they were waiting beside the empty rock. "Oh, look at you guys," he gushed. "Waiting at the rock for breakfast, are you? It's great to see you two becoming more comfortable in your new home." Osomatsu shrugged apathetically. "Yeah, well." As Choromatsu plopped down in the artificial grass beside the two humans, Ichimatsu leaned against a nearby boulder with his arms folded. Meanwhile, the higher-up stayed back to quietly observe. "Have you used the pool yet?" Choromatsu questioned. "Yeah, we did, actually," Choromatsu nodded. "We, finally cleaned ourselves." "I can tell." Choromatsu reached forward and, without concern for Choromatsu's boundaries, ruffled the man's fluffy hair playfully. "Your hair looks so soft now. And look, your fleas are all gone. Wow." "Yeah," Osomatsu smirked with only the slightest hint of amusement. "Those things are not waterproof." Ichimatsu leaned back and stretched as he added, "They're not really designed to be." Also, the eldest formed an unamused glare. "We had to dry off in the sun because we don't have any towels. So, if you could maybe get us some?" The fourth eldest glanced the higher-up's way. "We'll have to see about that." Choromatsu looked to Ichimatsu, then back at Osomatsu and Choromatsu with a big smile. He pressed his palms together and sat up straight as he said, "Well, this is all such a significant improvement from yesterday. It's a relief to see. You two are actually thriving in your new environment. How wonderful." "Yeah, we are. And, there's more," Choromatsu smiled politely. "Osomatsu, want to do the honors?" Yeah, sighed Osomatsu. "Listen." Choromatsu cocked his head. "Oh. What's up?" "Yeah, Choromatsu and I have been talking." The red Matsu scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "We spent a few hours yesterday going over things and, we wanted to apologize. For, how we've been behaving these past few days." As Osomatsu spoke these words, the higher-up's eyes widened and his brow furrowed in surprise. "Choromatsu, Ichimatsu," the man continued. "Choromatsu and I have been incredibly disrespectful since the relocation. I guess you could say we've felt a little scared. Change isn't an easy thing for us animals to process, and we've been aggressive because of it. So, we want to do better." "Oh," Choromatsu uttered, he and Ichimatsu both sharing the higher-up's surprise. Osomatsu glanced Choromatsu's way subtly, searching for approval. Choromatsu glanced back, making a keep-going motion with his hands. Osomatsu stuttered slightly as he attempted to continue. Yeah, you guys have provided a lot for us, you know? You've given us more than what we've ever been given out in the wild. Under your care, we have a safe home, food, water, and most importantly, we have each other. I don't think we've been very grateful to you guys. You deserve our thanks. And as thanks, we're done trying to fight your will." Choromatsu watched as the human went on with his spiel, the alien's smile faltering. "Yeah, so, that's it." Osomatsu forced a big, toothy grin, eye twitching as he did so. "We're at your feet, and as long as you keep us fed and whatnot, we're happy." "And, Choromatsu, you feel this way too?" Choromatsu asked. Choromatsu also forced a sweet smile as he replied. "It is as my partner said, we are at your feet. The second eldest proceeded to rest his head on Choromatsu's shoulder and nuzzled against him like a purring kitten. Choromatsu blinked as he did so, further intrigued by their show of affection. The way Choromatsu smiled, it was nice to see, Choromatsu thought. It was the first time Choromatsu had smiled in a while. At the same time, however, it was also a little painful. It was painful knowing that these expressions of friendliness and trust were forced. Obviously, this was just another act by the humans. Of course it was, they would never settle this easily into a new home. And I'll say it, too, Choromatsu went on. I'm sorry we've been so anxious and out of control. We really let our fight or flight take control of our actions. We like you, so we'll try and do better. The man hesitated, then formed an uncomfortable smile. Well, we like most of you. Your higher-up is still a little scary, aha. Wow. Choromatsu forced himself to play along with their act, smiling big and petting Choromatsu lovingly while nuzzling him back. What a great turn of events. Such wonderful behavior from you two this morning. He then glanced to his higher-up, pushing the performance hard. How lovely, right? The head of behavioral studies hummed. He looked skeptical, but didn't seem displeased. That, to them, was all they could ask for. Choromatsu sighed in relief and looked back down at the adorable human being cuddling up against him. He ran his fingers through the man's hair as he scratched his scalp gently. Choromatsu, he was warm to the touch, just as any other mammal would be, and his subtle responses to being touched so lovingly was darling. The longer Choromatsu pet him, however, the more a creeping feeling of despair loomed in his chest. Seeing them act this way was hard, especially knowing what the events of this day held. It was going to be a rough day, and there wasn't much Choromatsu could do about it. As Choromatsu's expression shifted slowly to a conflicted one, Osomatsu eyed him curiously. And, what about you, Choromatsu-kun? You and Ichimatsu? Osomatsu pressed. Are you two doing okay? Huh. Choromatsu awoke from his thoughts with a surprise. Oh, why ask? The man raised his hands in a big shrug. You're always asking us how we're doing, so we should be asking you, too. Choromatsu laughed aloud at this. That's silly, Osomatsu. It's part of my job to be keeping track of your mental health, so it's only natural I ask every time I see you too, he explained. You, on the other hand, well, there's just no reason to be asking me. Osomatsu raised a brow, immediately irked. Have we really reverted back to this again? He muttered in disgust. Choromatsu blinked. Sorry, what? Nothing, the man huffed, trying to brush off his own remark. Just, we ask because we care about you. Are we not allowed to care? It's not that you're not allowed to, said the alien. It's just not expected of you, is all. Ichimatsu hummed. It's a nice gesture, actually. The doctor thought for a moment, then glanced away shyly. I'm doing fine. Ah, thanks. Yeah, I'm doing. Choromatsu tried to smile, but it was clearly fake. Fine, as well. Thank you. Osomatsu leaned in skeptically. Are you? Why yeah, of course, he swayed. The other shook his head slowly. You're so bad at lying, Choromatsu, he told him. Choromatsu lifted his head from Choromatsu's shoulder and looked at him in confusion. Wait, what's wrong? The second human pressed. Nothing is wrong. Choromatsu smiled calmly and looked the other right in the eyes. I'm fine, so don't worry about me. Osomatsu stared hard for a long time, squinting at the other. Then, finally, he dropped it. All right, if you say so, he shrugged. It was at this time that a small hatch opened up atop the artificial rock. 2 trays carefully prepared for the humans were ejected out, and both happily took their food. The duo didn't hesitate to start eating, still trying to sell their faux subservience to the higher-up. So anyway, mid-bite, Osomatsu spoke with his mouth full. What's on the agenda for today? Not that we really need to know. I mean, as long as there are treats involved, which, Choromatsu and I really love, then we're both willing. Ah. Choromatsu bit his tongue. About today, it's a surprise. Another surprise, huh? Choromatsu remarked. Always with the surprises, Osomatsu huffed. But again, it's not like we need to know. We're just animals, after all. Oh I know, the behaviorist tried to chuckle. Luckily though, it won't be anything painful or uncomfortable. You'll just be asleep through it, after all. As this lie left Choromatsu's lips, a pang of guilt hit in his chest. All right, nodded the eldest as he took another bite, fully buying Choromatsu's fib. I can work with that. More sleep is always good, Choromatsu said as he attempted a smile. I've been pretty tired lately, so this will be great for me. Yeah. By this point, Choromatsu's smile was gone. The four continued conversing as the humans consumed their meal, both eating heartily to fill their empty tummies. Soon, they finished up and it was time to leave their enclosure for testing. Choromatsu helped the two get on their feet and, alongside Ichimatsu, led them through the exit and onto the platform. Upon stepping off the grass and onto the hard, metal flooring, their wristbands activated and their hands became bound behind them. With that, the five started on their way toward the testing room. As the five traveled, Osomatsu and Choromatsu wondered quietly what kind of a test they were in for. The fact that Choromatsu had alluded to a certain aspect of the test being a surprise did worry them deep down. With the higher-up around, it wasn't easy for Choromatsu to be completely honest with them, that much they were aware of. They both hoped it wouldn't be too painful, and neither were looking forward to being drugged up. Being drugged and sedated so often was a dehumanizing experience, and it left the humans with little to no control over what happened to them. It wasn't exactly ideal at the best of times. Through the hall of enclosures, past the cozy-looking corridor, over areas of the facility through teleporters and elevators, the five soon arrived at the designated testing room. One by one, each entered through the open door, with Choromatsu leading up front and Ichimatsu and the higher-up leading behind. Now inside the testing room, Osomatsu and Choromatsu took a long gander at their surroundings. They noticed several horovagans already present inside, each working on its own unique project. One individual mixed chemicals in a flask and analyzed its contents using a futuristic microscope. Another seemed busy writing a paper, surrounded by screens and screens of notes and information. There was even an alien scientist looking over a specimen in a vat of liquid, analyzing its body as it slept within the tube. All seemed busy, including one in particular that had its back to the group. It stood on a circular platform and busily worked adjusting its computer's settings. This computer and setup, it was immediately familiar. Huh. Osomatsu uttered quietly as he took in his surroundings. In the very center of the spacious testing room, there was a large chamber filled with pillows and blankets. This further set off alarms in Osomatsu's mind as he grew to suspect what today's proceedings actually entailed. Though, he didn't want to believe it. Choromatsu saw the glint of worry in Osomatsu's eye and stepped forward with a forced smile. Well, here we are, he said shakily. And, what exactly is it that we're doing here? Osomatsu inquired skeptically. You two are just going to be entering that chamber, where you'll lie on the pillows and go to sleep, he explained evasively. At this time, the horovagan adjusting the computer's settings turned around to face the group. Osomatsu's eyes went wide in fear as he gazed upon the individual, immediately recognizing who it was. As he stood anxious and alert, the tall individual spoke out to the higher-up in the alien's native tongue. The chamber is ready to go, said the animuologist. Go ahead and get the specimens inside. Will do, the higher-up nodded. Thank you. Osomatsu turned to Choromatsu with a smile, both wide-eyed and nervous, yet also with an underlying hint of fury. So, we're just going in there and going to sleep, huh? He pressed Choromatsu knowingly. Yup. Choromatsu tried to smile back, doing his best to seem blissfully unaware. That's all it is. Nothing else. Oh really? Osomatsu's smile grew more manic as his voice rose. Because, if I didn't know any better, I'd think you were just about to walk us into a spectrology chamber. A spectrology chamber? No, not at all. The other said this, but all knew it was blatantly false. It's just a regular chamber, nothing special. Choromatsu, he pushed. Osomatsu, the other replied. Ha! Osomatsu, his wide smile laced with furious disbelief, turned to Choromatsu in search of support. Choromatsu kept his back to the others, standing stiff and still. Choromatsu's polite smile sank into a frown as he waited to see what the woeful man would say. Finally, Choromatsu turned around, his expression harboring sincere concern. Choromatsu, he called quietly. We're not doing another spectrology report today, are we? You tell us beforehand if that's what we were doing, right? Choromatsu, tempted to comfort or otherwise talk through the situation with the man, glanced the way of his higher-up. The superior glared back at him, his look streaming the words, "Don't cater to their fragile emotions, just get on with it already." There was no way this higher individual was going to let Choromatsu be real with them. He wanted order and obedience from the humans without any pushback. Empathy was just a distraction to the higher-up after all, and it was clear what Choromatsu was supposed to do. With that, the alien turned back to the blue Matsu. "That's not something you need to be told beforehand," he told him blank-faced. "You and Osomatsu gave me your word that you'd submit to our will, so this shouldn't be a problem. Now, is there a problem?" "Cut the act for a second," Choromatsu ordered curtly, his expression grave. The higher-up flicked his eyebrows in intrigue as he did so. "I'm being serious, I need to know what we're doing here." "Choromatsu." Choromatsu called anxiously, attempting again to smile. "I don't know what act you're referring to, but you really need to obey our command without question. It's not appropriate for you to be prying when we've already told you no. Please, talk to me for a second," the man pleaded, his emotions rising. "You know how I feel about this already, you know I have reservations about revisiting memories." "Yes, I am aware," said the behaviorist. "But we need to proceed regardless. Now, if I can have you two step inside the chamber, then we can get started." "I really don't want to," Choromatsu told him, backing up slightly. "I really don't want to." "Osomatsu is going in," Choromatsu tried to persuade. "Aren't you, Osomatsu?" "Hey, don't call me out like this," said Osomatsu, frowning innocently. "This really isn't about me. This is between you two. I mean, sure, I don't want to do this, but I have a feeling Choromatsu feels worse about it than I do. But, you said you'd follow orders too, right?" "I don't care if Osomatsu is going in or not," Choromatsu huffed impatiently. "Choromatsu, I'm not going in that chamber." "What is it you're so afraid of, Choromatsu?" asked the alien curiously. The man stuttered, distraught. "I don't want to talk about it." "Then, in you go." "No." Choromatsu shook his head frantically. I'll tell you everything that happened, just don't put me to sleep in there." "I'm sorry, Choromatsu sighed. "But your memories are going to be analyzed regardless." "You don't understand," the man pushed expressively. "You don't understand what it's like to be the one getting analyzed. Osomatsu and I, we relive these memories like we're actually there. We relive them with no recollection of what's actually happening in the present moment. You guys just get to watch it like a movie, but us? It becomes a vivid reality." "Yes, I understand this," the alien assured. "I understand it isn't fun to revisit certain memories." "It's not just not fun," Choromatsu scoffed. "You really don't get it." Choromatsu frowned. "You really need to follow my orders. Right now." "Choromatsu, please don't make me do this," he softly asked of the other. "I'm afraid we have no choice, this isn't on the table for discussion." Choromatsu swallowed away his guilt and put on an apathetic front for the sake of impressing his higher-up as he spoke. "If you do not walk into the chamber willingly, we will be forced to make you walk. And, you don't want us to make you walk." I can't," he shook his head in ever-growing frustration. "You said you would obey. Do not go back on your word, for if you do, there will be consequences. Just talk to me like a person for a second and not a goddamn animal." Choromatsu suddenly snapped. "I'm telling you directly that I don't want to do this, so just listen." Humph. At this time, the head of behavioral studies stepped forward, deciding to take charge of the situation before it escalated any further. "Where did all this entitlement and aggression come from?" he asked rhetorically. "You were supposed to be the obedient one. Why is Specimen A of all creatures behaving more submissively than you are at this time?" Choromatsu turned to Choromatsu's superior with a pleading look. "I promise I'll tell you everything that happened," he begged, returning to his previous condition. "I'll walk you through all that I remember, just don't make me go through it all over again. Our will as scientists and Horovegan people reigns significant over your fruitless emotions," the superior declared. "You have 5 seconds to shut your mouth and walk into that chamber." "No," whimpered the man, again shaking his head helplessly. "Don't make me do this." 5. Stop. 4. Choromatsu. 3. Choromatsu stepped forward, taking Choromatsu gently by the shoulders. Even he didn't want to see what would happen when his higher-up reached 0. "Come on, The behaviorist whispered softly into his ear. I'll make it up to you, I promise. Just, please, don't cause any more of a scene. 2. Choromatsu, make him stop counting for a second. He begged, looking about ready to cry. Just 1. I can't. Before the cruel alien could reach his final digit, Choromatsu fell to his knees. With wrists still bound behind him, he lowered his head, vulnerable before the scientists. I can't do this. 0. The moment this word was uttered, a sharp pain hit from Choromatsu's neckband. As he was injected suddenly with the sedative, the higher-up approached him and knelt, reaching down to snatch the human up by the back of his neck. Dominantly, he hauled the man to his feet, ready to drag him into the chamber himself. The higher-up's strength was like that of 2 men, his efforts unforced and seamless. At this moment, Choromatsu snapped. If they were going to treat him like a dog, he was going to act like one. Let go of me. He shouted hoarsely, shifting his focus to the higher-up's arm and chomping down with all his might. Without a hint of rational thinking, he snapped his jaws into the other's flesh and instantly drew blood. The blood, it was dark, inky even. It stung as it flooded into his mouth, causing all nerves it stained to tingle with a prickly sensation. Gaia! Choromatsu! Choromatsu shouted, utterly shocked and never before having seen his higher-up hit with such a blow by a specimen. As Choromatsu, then Ichimatsu jumped onto Choromatsu in attempt to get him to release his hold on their superior's arm, Osomatsu backed up with wide and anxious eyes. He had never been caught in the middle of a fight like this, as he was usually the instigator. This time, however, and for the first time since they had been abducted, Osomatsu was simply a bystander. He wanted nothing to do with this, as he was well aware of the consequences. His friend's fate after the spectrology report was already sealed. Gah! Choromatsu let out a hefty gasp, finally releasing his jaws as Ichimatsu jabbed a second sedative into his shoulder. The force in which the needle penetrated his skin was terribly painful, and it was sure to leave a bruise. Let go! He commanded in a raspy scream, Ichimatsu still holding the needle in place. The higher-up stumbled back the instant he was freed, clasping his hand over the wound as blood seeped between his fingers. Several bystander aliens hurried over to help, some fetching a first aid box and another pressing towels to the open wound. As the superior was treated, he sent a brief glance, cold and hostile, Osomatsu's way. Upon being glared at, a powerful shiver shot up Osomatsu's spine and, with his head lowered, he backed up. He backed up all the way into the open spectrology chamber, scurrying inside and plopping down obediently on a pillow. Sure, Choromatsu frantically assuaged, still holding Choromatsu sternly and petting the man's hair with one of his retracted alien arms. It's okay, you're okay. Just go to sleep. Close your eyes and let us take over. Let go. Choromatsu cried out, his voice weakening. The double dose of sedatives were hitting hard and a powerful feeling of unease crept through his stomach as he became dizzy. Still, he struggled against Choromatsu and Ichimatsu's hold. The more he struggled, the more painful the needle being held into his shoulder became, but he didn't care. He had to do whatever he could not to live this memory all over again. The memory of his mother. He wasn't going to let it happen to him again. I don't want this. Sure. Choromatsu continued to pacify as Ichimatsu began walking them toward the chamber. Choromatsu's steps were unsteady and uneven, his energy becoming frail as he succumbed to the foreign chemicals now racing through his veins. Help! Thoughts flashed rapidly through Choromatsu's mind as his consciousness slowly died. He saw everything he was afraid to relive, all that he could remember, anyway. All those feelings, those traumatic memories, it was all flooding back. And, he had no control over the situation whatsoever. Without reason, he still fought against the aliens handling him. He struggled and squirmed and did everything in his power to get away, but he still couldn't manage. Choromatsu, Ichimatsu, he pleaded, his voice weakening. Please. He challenged their hold on him and writhed beneath their grasp, fighting both the ever-strengthening sedatives and the aliens with twice his strength. Of course, it was no use. Finally, seeing as it was all hopeless, he let out an unhinged roar, channeling all that once was and all that hid within him and all that darkened his heart out into one deafening scream. That scream echoed endlessly through time as he gave a powerful gasp, shooting up in his bed and awakening from such a nightmare. And of all that took place, he remembered nothing. Ha, huff, ha. It was a nightmare. Huff, huff, huff. It was all just a nightmare. A nightmare. Nothing more. The large, innocent eyes of the young child perceived all in its surroundings as the boy processed the sudden shift from sleep to wakefulness. He remembered not of what he had dreamt about, nor why he had such a nightmare. But, all that mattered now, was that he was awake. And he was okay. It was a quiet atmosphere, energy low and cool with a sentimental undertone that worked to blossom into the boy's mind a fresh perspective for the morning. Choromatsu looked down, noting that he was sitting up in a bed full of airy, fluffy blankets covering his tiny body. The light that seeped into the area from the bedroom window was warm, indicating the coming of a serene sunrise soon to bless all who gazed upon its grace. This subtle light worked to paint color upon the room in which he resided in, splashing life into the many toys and trinkets decorating the young boy's dwellings with all that was wholesome. The blankets, they were blue. The bed, it was also blue. The walls were blue, many of the toys were blue. Blue was Choromatsu's favorite color. He loved blue. He slid his hand across the soft blankets covering his body and allowed his fingertips to explore all the way to the edge of the bed. His hand then brushed along the side of his bed. It was plastic in material, custom-made in the shape of a big race car. Yes, his race car bed, it was his favorite part about the setup of his room. His mattress inside this bed frame was also quite bouncy, its inner springs and coils hardly worn and functioning beautifully. Choromatsu glanced up from his bed with his large, brown eyes. His frame was little compared to the bed and the room he was in, indicating that he was very young. The memory, it likely took place around age 4 or 5 for him. He was practically still a baby in this era. The room he awoke in was decorated appropriately for a young, wealthy child in this time period. The walls were lined with furniture generously and lavishly decorated with toys, books, and all kinds of activities and belongings that promoted different aspects of a fulfilling childhood. Hanging up were drawings done by the child in crayon, slowly swaying in the breeze emulated by the ceiling fan. There was a keyboard piano and a little chair off in the corner for music study, and all of the books on the bookshelf were fun children's books that Choromatsu personally enjoyed. His favorite toy of all, however, was placed conspicuously at the foot of the boy's bed. There, sitting up and staring back at him, was a blue Triceratops plushie. This, he knew, was his best friend, Sori. Choromatsu sat for a long time, processing his now presumed conscious state and wondering what it was that he had just dreamt about. Of course though, he couldn't remember. And to him, it didn't matter. All that mattered was that he was home. He was home, and he was safe. And he was happy. A young, thriving toddler ready to take on another day of learning. Choromatsu reached his hand forward and picked up Sori, hugging the ragdoll dinosaur tight with a big smile. He hummed sanguinely, taking in the love of his inanimate friend. I hope you slept well, Sori. In the child's mind, he could almost see the dinosaur nod back as if sentience were present in its stuffed body. It was darling to see. Choromatsu finally clutched the edge of his blanket and threw it off his body. He then turned and planted his 2 feet into the soft carpet below as he got up. His feet were clothed, not with socks, but with long footy pajamas that were just the coziest thing. He then stood up and slowly wandered to his bedroom door, where he opened it just a crack. Peeking out into the hallway, he didn't see anyone immediately. He did, however, let in a certain aroma that made his mouth water the moment it hit. Someone was making breakfast. The child swung the door all the way open before darting down the hall recklessly, turning the corner and jumping into view of the kitchen to see who it was. Good morning, he sang out in his tiny little voice. Ah, look who finally decided to crawl out of bed. A young, slim figure turned around and smiled brightly at the young boy, saying these words with a loving, upbeat attitude. She let out a giggle and knelt before Choromatsu. My, look at that bedhead. She pointed playfully. Did you sleep well, Choromatsu? I slept good, he replied with a big, dramatic nod. Then, he held up his stuffed animal and added, and Sori did, too. That's wonderful to hear, she laughed. Are you hungry? Mommy made some yummy breakfast. Yay. Choromatsu cheered, hugging his mom tightly. I love breakfast. I love you. Well, aren't you sweet this morning, the woman beamed, hugging him back and nuzzling her nose against his. Then, she let go and stood up. We have eggs, bacon, pancakes, and toast. Go have a seat and I'll get you a plate. Okay. Choromatsu scurried over to his chair, climbing onto it with a bit of effort. He then plopped into place and set his stuffed animal aside on the table. When he was seated, his mother approached with a plate of food, cut up and just proportionate enough for a child his age. Without hesitation, the boy started digging in. He took big mouthfuls of delicious food and chewed with his mouth open, occasionally pretending to feed Sori as well whilst dirtying the toy in the process. Meanwhile, the woman taking care of him, his mother, sat next to him at the table and began eating, herself. Overall, it was a lovely morning. A few minutes into the family's breakfast, the father figure finally entered the dining room. Matsuzu, a stumpy and rather big-bellied man, walked in. He wore a suit and was busily adjusting his tie, looking to still be getting ready for work. His expression was neutral, though his energy came off as rather downcast. Perhaps a little tired. The mother, Matsuyo, looked up from her breakfast with a disapproving look. "Honey," she called seriously. "Are you going to that meeting today?" Matsuzu simply sighed and replied, "You know I have to, dear." "No, you don't have to do anything," Matsuyo insisted. "I keep telling you, I don't feel good about these people." "I can't afford to not try and patch things up with them," Matsuzu remarked. Then, he looked up solemnly and eyed Choromatsu, the young, wide-eyed child watching him curiously. I have too much to lose. I need to do what I can to keep my family safe." "I know." Choromatsu's mother lifted herself from her chair and approached her husband, helping him fix his tie. "That's exactly why I think we should be distancing ourselves, not becoming more involved." "You don't understand," the other frowned. "It would look even worse if we did that. Besides," he gave a helpless grin. "You know what they say, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. I think the correct saying in this case would be, never befriend someone who you wouldn't want as an enemy," Matsuyo corrected. "If you're really set on going to this meeting, then please promise me you'll be careful." "Okay." Giving another sigh, Matsuzu conceded. "All right, I promise." "I love you," he assured, giving his wife a loving kiss. Then, he walked over to Choromatsu and knelt by him. "And I love you. Get over here, ahaha." Choromatsu squealed as his dad reached over and began tickling him. He screamed excitedly, squirming in his seat. "Dad, stop it. Ahaha. I'm gonna eat you." Matsuzu took Choromatsu by the arm and pretended to bite. "Nom. No, don't eat me." He cried out between laughs. "Don't eat me." "Haha, okay fine." The man chuckled, standing back up and ruffling his young son's hair. "Only if you be good for mommy today, okay?" Okay. Good. Matsuzu turned to Matsuyo with a big smile. "Anyway, I'll be on my way, then." "Wait, you should grab something to eat before you go," the mother encouraged. "Heh, you made breakfast?" "Yeah." Matsuyo twirled gracefully as she confirmed this. "I was feeling productive, so I told Naomi I'd cook this morning. That way, she doesn't have to come in so early." "You know you don't have to do that," the father told her. "It's her job, and we pay her well." With an endearing smile, Matsuyo took her husband by the face and said, "I like to help out when I can. Besides, you know she has a grandbaby now. It would be nice of us to give her more time every week to spend with her." "And I love you for that," replied the other, taking the hand that held him into his own. "But make sure you have time for yourself today too, okay?" "Of course," Matsuyo said with a little peck on the lips. "Anyway, as for breakfast, could you put some in a lunchbox for me? I'd appreciate that." "Sure thing." As Matsuyo let go and went off to grab the lunchbox from atop the fridge, Matsuzu walked over to hug his son one last time before he left for work. The energy of the moment had brightened once more, and the family exchanged their goodbyes as Choromatsu's father left for the day. It was an average morning, just like any other. The house was warmed gradually as the sun rose from beyond the horizon, shining light upon a new, seemingly sanguine day. As the young Choromatsu hungrily chowed down on his breakfast and his loving mother sipped her coffee, a few figures stood off in the darkness. In the deepest corner of the room, beyond reality and time within this illusion of a memory, 3 individuals stood in deep observation of the humans' interactions. One of the individuals, the animuologist, stayed in its alien form, whereas the 2 others, Choromatsu and his superior, remained in their human forms as to understand the language of these creatures. "So, this is Specimen BS, past, huh?" Choromatsu noted, looking around the area. "I see 1 or 2 anomalies in the visuals, but otherwise, we have a pretty clear view this time around." "Yes, though it was quite the process getting to this point," remarked the animuologist. The human fought hard to repress this memory and keep us from viewing it, meaning this time period must have been significantly traumatic for it. I wonder what's going to happen, frowned the behaviorist. Whatever it is, I'm sure it will be interesting, the higher-up commented. This memory, it must have been so hard for Choromatsu thought. The man wanted nothing to do with reliving it and seemed willing to do just about anything to get them to stop. But alas, his will alone would never be enough for them. Whatever it was that Choromatsu was hiding, they were about to see it in real time. The morning proceeded as normal, Choromatsu's memory clear as day to the prying aliens. Once breakfast was finished, the boy went ahead to the bathroom to brush his teeth and use the toilet as his mother cleaned up. Afterwards, he went into his room to change out of his footy pajamas and into his day clothes, which consisted of a cute little suit and a pair of light blue shorts. The aliens continued watching as the memories before them progressed. Time ticked on as the morning evolved, soon transitioning into the start of a school day. Choromatsu, having been homeschooled by his mother, met her in the family room where his schooling was to take place. Before the lessons began, a new face also arrived at the scene, that of the aforementioned Naomi, the family maid. She greeted the mother formally and playfully ruffled Choromatsu's hair. Then, she went to work, cleaning up after the family and starting on chores. The first order of business in Choromatsu's day of learning was the subject of music. Matsuyo met her son at the grand piano sitting in the corner of the spacious room. She sat upon the bench and scooted over to make room for him. He happily obliged, plopping himself down on the tall bench and readying himself for some music. "All right, Choromatsu, can you turn on the metronome?" she asked. Choromatsu gave a big nod and reached toward a pyramid-shaped tool with a long, vertical hand like a clock. He released the hand from its halted position and activated it, watching as it began ticking back and forth in a steady manner. With every tick came a subsequent sound, orchestrating a consistent beat for them to play to. With that, the music lesson began. "First, watch," Matsuyo told her son. She spread her right hand above the keys, readying herself before she began to play. It was an easy song, one that only required 3 different notes. It played out in the tune of "Mary Had a Little Lamb" in its most simplistic version. Matsuyo played it in sync with the metronome's ticks, completing the whole verse before turning to Choromatsu. "Do you remember what this first note is?" she asked, playing it for him once, then twice. "That's a Choromatsu thought hard. "That's an E. Wonderful. And this note?" She played the next. "A D. And finally, this last one? C. Good job, Choromatsu," the mother praised. "You remembered all of the notes. Now, can you play the song for me?" Choromatsu pursed his lips and turned to the piano. He hesitated before reaching out with his right hand, hovering over the keys for a moment before allowing them to rest upon the smooth surfaces. Then, he took a few moments to listen carefully to the beat of the metronome. He closed his eyes and nodded along with the beat until finally, he felt ready to play. When Choromatsu played the song, it was far from perfect. His rhythm was slightly off from the beat every few notes, but he managed to get each of the notes correct. Once he finished, he turned expectantly to his mother with an ear-to-ear smile. "I did it," he exclaimed excitedly. "Yes, you did." Matsuyo beamed, hugging her son. "You did very good, Choromatsu. Now, let's take a look at the music sheet, shall we?" The lesson proceeded to utilize the music sheet for the song they were practicing. Matsuyo helped Choromatsu learn and understand what each symbol on the sheet meant, all of which was something that had been touched upon in previous lessons. The following half hour or so was spent rehearsing the children's song and learning how to play by means of reading the music sheet. Choromatsu progressively got more and more in sync with the metronome as he practiced again and again, with his mother's help. It was a montage that proceeded quickly through time, with the aliens watching it all take place in under a few minutes. As they continued to play, Choromatsu couldn't help but to smile at the wholesome scene. "It seems he was talented in music from a very young age," the behaviorist commented. "Specimen B has always been more musical than its human companion during our times of study. The educational path its mother has chosen seems enriching so far," the higher-up noted, bringing a finger and a thumb to his chin thoughtfully. "I wonder if it's going to delve into other learning topics as well." "I imagine so," said Choromatsu. "Look, it seems like they're transitioning now." As these words were spoken, Matsuyo lifted herself from the piano bench and helped her son down. She then shut the grand piano's lid and led her child to a small children's table nearby. There, she sat him in a chair and took out a box of counting blocks for him to practice addition and subtraction with. They played together at this station for another half an hour before transitioning on to reading. Again, this half hour went by over the course of a few minutes in the alien's time, as if the memory was simply being skimmed over. Little Choromatsu and his mother approached the reading corner of the room, where there was a carpet, a bookshelf, and a few beanbag chairs. Matsuyo was the first to sit in on of the beanbag chairs, where Choromatsu sat on her lap. She opened up a book titled Brown Bear, What Do You See? And from there, she helped her son read. He struggled at first to form the right pronunciation for words as he read, but as he caught on to the rhythm, his reading became a little faster. Soon, he was singing the words along with his mom, and they were having a jolly good time. Following reading was a bit of writing. Choromatsu was given a booklet he had been working on for the past week, along with a set of crayons to write and draw with. This paper booklet had been put together and organized by his mom, of course, and included questions such as, what is your favorite animal and what's your favorite TV show? On each page, he was to write his answer and then draw a picture for it as well. In the half an hour Choromatsu was given to work on this, he filled out 2 prompts and scribbled cute little drawings for each. Once finished, he was given the task to sign his name at the top of each page he worked on. The final subject before Choromatsu was given a break was science. For this day's learning, Matsuyo had printed out a booklet of common birds around the area, of which she tasked her son to find out in their garden. Choromatsu was given a cute little hat to dress up in and a pair of binoculars he could use when searching. Then, he was given a pencil and the booklet before going outside with his mother. The aliens followed the memory outside, where they were greeted with the wealthy family's magnificent garden. Choromatsu found himself in awe at the beautiful garden, despite having seen it before. It was always wonderful seeing foliage from an alien planet, so beautiful, so pure and untouched. In the garden surrounding the Matsuno household, Choromatsu hid behind bushes and snuck around trees, walking stealthily as to not scare any animals away. Matsuyo watched him play from afar, helping point out birds as they came and went so he could check them off his booklet. Choromatsu was able to find a robin, a flicker, a chickadee, a sparrow, a starling, and even a dove over the course of an hour. It was a wholesome, playful time for the young child, and Matsuyo relished deeply in the bonding time with her son. After exploring the birds of the garden, Choromatsu went with his mother to the TV room of their large house and plopped himself down on the comfy couch. From there, the scene progressed into their hour of relaxation. As Choromatsu slowly migrated to the floor mere inches from the television screen, Matsuyo sat on the couch with a sketchbook in hand. She pressed the eraser of her pencil to her lips thoughtfully, shutting her eyes and envisioning how she wanted her drawing to be. Then, she went to work. She drew a basic sketch of her smiling son, her technique professional in nature. Curvy line after line with the crisp sound of lead scratching upon the ruffler textured paper, she concocted a glorious portrait that was ever so pleasing to the eye. She had talent, there was no question about it. The television before the mother and son played a family movie with fun and colorful cartoon characters clashing with reality. As they watched, Choromatsu provided vivid commentary whilst laughing along at the silly jokes the movie made. At one point during the movie, Choromatsu threw out his arms in a big, dramatic manner. "Why are the aliens playing basketball?" he cried out in his tiny little voice. "That's just silly." Matsuyo chuckled and replied, "It's very silly, huh?" "Yeah, it is." Choromatsu pulled his hands and knees into his oversized top, nuzzling inside like a baby turtle as he continued on. "You know, Daddy says aliens aren't real," he told his mother. "Oh." Matsuyo raised a curious brow, pausing her illustration. "I didn't know you father doesn't believe in aliens." "Do you believe in aliens, Mommy?" With a smile, she answered, "Yeah, I do, actually. I think they could very well be real." "What are aliens like, Mom?" The little Choromatsu pointed up at the television. "Are they mean like in the movie?" "Well, baby, we really don't know," Matsuyo told her son softly. "But, if I had to guess, no, I don't think aliens would be mean." "Why not?" "Because I'm sure aliens would just be people like us," she smiled. "I guess that means some of them could be mean, but I think most of them wouldn't be much different from how we humans are." "Oh, I see," Choromatsu uttered, enamored by her words. "Will I ever meet an alien?" "Probably not," laughed the mother. "Though, it would be nice. Could you imagine it?" With eyes sparkling, Matsuyo allowed her pencil to move across the canvas, continuing her piece. "Ah, meeting an extraterrestrial being. She hummed dreamily, hardly even looking at her art as she went. Seeing a creature so similar to ourselves, yet so different in physicality. It must be such a spectacle. And being abducted by them, even more so. Imagine getting to witness the infinite wonders of the stars just beyond our galaxy, traveling through space across billions of light years and seeing all sorts of new worlds. Imagine sharing our cultures and worlds and lives with one another in a beautiful union of kinship. It must be amazing. Matsuyo blinked, realizing she had been drawing during her entire spiel. She glanced down at her work and formed a warm smile, turning the page around and showing it to her son. We would truly be blessed to meet aliens in this lifetime, she hummed softly. Choromatsu's eyes went wide as he looked at his mother's stunning drawing. Of course, the main actor in the portrait was Choromatsu himself as a young, bright child. But above, there was a quickly sketched yet exquisite mural of space. The actor was looking up at the stars with a big smile, dreamily hanging his mouth open as he took in the view. The drawing overall, although it was rough, was masterfully done, and Choromatsu looked up to his mother so much for it. Wow, he sighed. The scene unfolding, though casual, was a significant part of this memory for Choromatsu, and, ignorant to the real present, he cherished the memory's emotions and dialogue dearly. It was a lovely scene between a spiritual artist and her young child, and it was pure. The only thing tainting this moment up until this point was the uninvited presence of the alien scientists, watching every interaction with intrigue. Choromatsu stared on, enthralled by the drawing Matsuyo showed off with a soft smile, sentimental to the moment. Then, he opened his mouth to speak. So, it seems humans really are well aware of the existence of life on other planets, he pointed out. At least, they are aware of the possibility. It's quite advanced of them to harbor such spatial and existential thinking, don't you think? Yes, the higher-up hummed thoughtfully, bringing a finger and a thumb to his chin. Quite advanced. These humans continue to surprise me every step of the way. With a glint of hope in his eyes, Choromatsu turned to him and asked, really? Quite. The other slipped his hands into his pocket as he looked over the actors in the memory once more. Yes, it'll be fascinating as we continue studying these humans and learning more about their intellect. I look forward to when we eventually perform an autopsy on one and study its brain on a hands-on level. Choromatsu's hopeful smile faltered into a slight grimace. All right, he pretended to agree. It'll sure be interesting. The specimen's emotions are currently stable at this time, the animuologist announced. We should be able to proceed through the memory with little trouble. Good, the higher-up grinned. Specimen B really put up a fight, but finally, we're here. I predict the aforementioned negative event will be happening very soon, Choromatsu noted, looking around the area with intrigue. Though, I wonder what could possibly happen on such a peaceful day like this. Whatever it was, I'm sure it was truly unexpected. The computer skimmed again through the lengthier moments of the memory, and in only a few minutes, the family's movie had finished. With several of their school subjects out of the way and a nice little break to boot, it was now time for lunch. Naomi, their housemaid, announced to them that their food was ready, and all three entered the dining room. Here, food was served, and the mother and son began to eat. All had been so normal up to this point that none would have suspected what would happen next. At this point in time, there was a knock at the door. Ah! Matsuyo perked up as the knocking rang throughout their grand home. She wrinkled a curious brow as she mumbled, I didn't expect any visitors today. The young Choromatsu glanced over innocently, taking one last bite of his food before pushing his plate away. Then, he scooted his chair out and hopped to the ground. Can I get it? He asked eagerly. No, Naomi will get it, Matsuyo assured, patting him on the head. Then, she called, Naomi. Already on it, a voice called back from another room, followed by sounds of rustling and movement. Thank you, the mother replied. As Naomi went to answer the door, the mother and son continued their meal comfortably. Matsuyo handed Choromatsu a napkin, asking him to wipe his mouth as he'd made quite the mess while eating. He did so and set the napkin aside before taking a big gulp of his milk. Several minutes went by before Naomi entered the dining room. In her hands, she held a small parcel in the form of a gift box. You received this at the door, she announced to Matsuyo. Though, there doesn't seem to be a return address. Oh my, what a lovely surprise, Matsuyo beamed as she stood from her seat and took the package into her own hands. Wait, do you want me to look it over just in case? Suggested Naomi, holding out a skeptical hand. Take usual precautions. No, It's not necessary, the other told her. I'm pretty sure I know who this is from. And, if I'm not mistaken. The mother lifted the lid off the box with a pleased expression. Inside, there was a small cake fit for one person. It was a beautifully handmade loaf, artistically iced and decorated with vanilla cream and one big strawberry on top. A small note sat beside it in the box, had Choromatsu's name on it written beautifully in cursive. It's a late birthday gift for dear Choromatsu, she sang, glowing in delight. My friend makes homemade cakes, and she promised to give one to my son for his 5th. Oh, how lovely, Naomi said with a big smile. Oh wow, can I see? Choromatsu clutched his mother's shirt and tugged excitedly. Matsuyo lowered herself and showcased the small pastry to her son, who ogled over it with big, hungry eyes. Ooh! He chirruped. It looks so yummy. Can I have it now? Only after you're done eating, Matsuyo told him, placing the lid back on the box. Okay. The young Choromatsu nodded excitedly and raced back to the dining room table, jumping back into his chair and quickly stuffing his face. Meanwhile, Naomi gave a small bow before Matsuyo as she spoke. I've finished chores in the West Wing, she informed. If it's all right, I'm going to head on my break. Sounds good, Matsuyo nodded to her. Enjoy. Thank you. As Naomi headed towards the front door, Matsuyo placed the boxed cake on a small tea table in the living room. Choromatsu hurriedly ate his lunch, eager to get to his cake while his mother took a few minutes resting on the couch. The next 5 or so minutes was spent in quiet relaxation, filled with peaceful serenity of a homey scene. Finally, Choromatsu finished his meal and set its utensils down. I'm due one, he sang out, again scooting his chair out and hopping down from the table. He raced into the living room and jumped into his mother's arms cutely, looking up at her with big eyes. Can I have the cake now? Not yet, she chuckled. First, I want to make some tea. Okay. So, Matsuyo stood from the couch and went into the kitchen. She brewed up some herbal tea and brought to the living room a teapot, 2 small teacups, a plate, and a fork. Then, she set up the tea table and placed Choromatsu's cake onto the plate. Afterwards, she slowly poured the hot tea into each cup, adding 2 sugar cubes to each. With that, their little tea party was set and they were ready to dine. Choromatsu, eyes larger than the moon itself, stared eagerly at the cake sitting on the plate before him. Without blinking nor taking his eyes off of it, he reached forward and lifted his teacup from the table, stirring it with a spoon before taking a sip. The cake's whipped frosting glistened under the light of their golden chandelier above. The breaded flesh of the morsel was cool and moist, looking about ready to melt on Choromatsu's tongue. The vanilla treat had several layers of cream, all beckoning the young boy to taste. It was a temptation unlike any other, and for a moment, he could only stare and drool. His mother, watching his reaction, laughed aloud. Go on Choromatsu, she chuckled. Dig in. It's really mine though? He asked innocently, almost too afraid to touch it. It's all mine. Yes. Matsuyo leaned in with a warm smile. Happy late birthday, darling. Thank you. The child squealed excitedly. Choromatsu set his teacup down and reached for a fork, clasping his fingers around the utensil's handle and lifted it into the air. Then, he slowly buried the fork's prongs deep into the pristine cake. With that, he scooped a large piece and raised it high. Bringing it closer to his mouth, he suddenly hesitated. What's the matter, Choromatsu? Matsuyo questioned curiously. Choromatsu stared at the bite for a moment, then formed a big grin. Here. He leaned forward, lifting himself high and presenting to his mother the forkful of cake. I want you to have a bite first. Me? His mother was surprised by this, but soon formed a pleased look. But, it's your cake, silly. Go on, take it. Her son eagerly pushed. Tell me if it's yummy, okay? Ha ha. Matsuyo let out her small giggle, then smiled contently. All right, if you say so. With that, Matsuyo leaned in. She opened her mouth and allowed Choromatsu to feed her the bite, of which he gleefully complied. He moved the fork beyond her lips, and watched as she bit down. Then, he slid the fork out of her mouth, finding that the piece it previously held was now gone. She had eaten the piece. As Matsuyo chewed, she couldn't help but to let out a dreamy hum. Ah, she sighed. How delicious. Is it good, Mommy? Choromatsu asked. Yes, it tastes wonderful, she answered. Rich, creamy, overall very nice. Yay. Choromatsu's mouth watered as he eagerly dipped the fork back into the cake, scooping up another big piece and opening his mouth wide. It was a sugary delicacy about to bless his taste buds with colorful sparkles of laughter and glee, both tart and sweet to the perfect degree. The fleshy ridges of the strawberry settling around each seed glimmered and shone, ready for one lucky child to partake. It had an alluring aroma that was ever so enticing, and Choromatsu was ready to finally take a bite. As the fork broke off a piece of the dessert, Matsuyo's smile faltered ever so slightly. She brought a hand to the front of her neck and cleared her throat, finding that something immediately felt off. Beads of sweat dampened her skin and she gave a swallow as her mouth grew dry. It was the slightest of symptoms, but nothing too bad right off the bat. While the end fork got closer and closer to Choromatsu's lips, the aliens observed as their visuals were suddenly altered and interrupted. Uncanny sparks and flickers in the reality around them pulsated throughout the environment, indicating energy instability. There were flashes and glitches and pixels in their perspective spiraling rapidly through the scene. Actors of the memory grew faded, pulsing back and forth between existence and non. Things were becoming harder to see, but the view was still clear enough. "Looks like we've finally arrived," Choromatsu announced gravely. "This is the moment Specimen B has been trying to repress and hide from us." "It's fighting it for sure," said the animuologist, looking over graphs and numbers. "It really doesn't want us to see. What could possibly be the trigger though?" The higher-up leaned forward and squinted. "Everything seems so peaceful. The young's mother is there and they're consuming sweets together. How was this traumatic? What could have happened?" "We're about to find out," Choromatsu frowned. Back inside the simulation, the forkful of cake got closer to the child's open mouth. He brought it nearer and nearer, finally ready to bite down before suddenly perking up. He blinked, then put the fork down without consuming the morsel. With curious concern, he eyed his mom carefully. "Mom!" Droplets of sweat now fell to the floor from Matsuyo's face as she held a hand over her mouth. A couple coughs escaped her throat, weak and shallow in nature. She could feel her muscles begin to spasm and quiver uncontrollably, which wasn't exactly a painful feeling, but an alien one for sure. When she glanced up at her son, her cheeks were ashen. At first, the small child was confused. When he saw his mother's ill expression, he wrinkled his nose and furrowed his brow whilst cocking his head. "What's the matter?" the young Choromatsu questioned. "Are you feeling sick?" He didn't quite understand his parents' sudden ailment and, as a young child, stared hard at her face to try and pick up on the problem. She looked back at him and forced a pained smile. "I'm all right," she mustered up the energy to say. "I just need to go to the bathroom." The moment Choromatsu's mother attempted to lift herself from the small table, she collapsed from her chair and fell to her knees, succumbing to an eruption of hacking and gagging. Her insides writhed and contracted in attempt to handle the mysterious treat she had just been fed, and it was painful in the process. She tried one more time to send her son a reassuring smile, but it was no use, she could already detect the danger. "Kei Choromatsu," she called between repeated coughs, heaving and choking as if her organs themselves were clawing their way up her throat. "Mommy, what's happening?" the younger asked again. Listen, baby, I need you to call." She couldn't finish her request. With eyes wide she took in a desperate gulp of air, finding her airways restricting with the rest of her muscles. No matter how much oxygen she brought into her lungs, she still didn't feel like she was getting enough. Panic began to set in, and immediately she could detect the cold hand of death slowly crawling up her spine. The symptoms had all accumulated so suddenly, yet every passing second they worsened. She began to hyperventilate, one hand over her throat and the other clutching the ground. Sweat pooled at her fingertips and soaked into the carpet, dampening her clothes and making of herself a mess. Huff, huff, huff. She gasped desperately, face up toward the ceiling with mouth agape as she clawed at her skin with a dying moan. The previously bright color of her lips shifted to a cold baby blue as she struggled to breathe. No air was enough, her body kept screaming for more. As her lungs pumped air in and out feverishly, her vision became altered by a pounding migraine that left sparks and dots in her perception. Her ears rang louder and louder as if crying out, begging for mercy in her body's final moments. "Ya!" shrieked out the withering soul before falling again into a bout of hoarse coughing. Her legs gave out completely beneath her and she crashed into the floor below. Her body squirmed and seized as her chair was knocked to the ground, creating a violent scene for the little one witnessing it all. "Mommy, you're scaring me." Choromatsu cried out, stumbling out of his own chair and standing like a frozen deer bricked from the presence of danger. Matsuyo looked over at her son with a frightful expression, one that deeply disturbed the other. It was a look not many had seen from a loved one, and it was that of pure terror. Her eyes were becoming bloodshot from the straining of her muscles, and a bright red liquid began to pool from both nostrils. A puddle was quick to form below as the poor victim vomited a repulsive mix of bile, blood, the tea she had been drinking, and the single bite of cake she had partaken. The moment the young child saw blood, his expression shifted to sheer panic. He let out a little scream and backed up, mortified. "Oh my God!" A Horovagan voice whispered beneath the chaos, uttering words of shock and dismay. "It was poisoned," Choromatsu breathed. "It was poisoned. Poisoned." The head of behavioral studies glanced from the scene and sent the other a questioning look. "You mean?" "Yeah," the youngest of the three looked to the other two in sorrow. "Somebody must have done this on purpose. Another human. This was an assassination." In this memory, Choromatsu's mom was killed. His higher-up's expression turned to one of grave surprise before the three aliens turned back to the scene playing out, their view riddled with anomalies and glitches. "Mommy." Taking in the scene for what it was, the young boy began to sob. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he shook his head wildly, terrified. "No, no, no," he cried. "Please, stop. Stop it. I'm scared." By now, his mother could no longer communicate beyond vile gurgles and violently strained inhalations. Her body seized below him, arms flinging wildly and legs kicking without control. Her torso and abdomen contorted and twisted into an unnatural position as each muscle tugged and relaxed spontaneously under the rapid-firing signals from her brain. It was a terrible and messy show which struck the purest of fear into the little Choromatsu's heart. The poor child cried harder, backing up just a little more. He didn't have the maturity to do much else, his emotions and instincts were feral at this stage, and he didn't understand what was happening. He was so confused. Just moments ago, things had been okay. But then, something like this had never happened before. He didn't know what to do. "Mom!" He shrieked once more. Matsuyo's capacity to express her thoughts and emotions was nigh gone. With one particularly violent spasm, she threw her head up and flung droplets of blood across the carpet before collapsing back down. She was dying, she knew she was. And that meant somebody had to act fast. Choromatsu was lost in the moment. He couldn't figure out what was wrong or what needed to be done. The harder he thought, however, the more he realized he was helpless by himself. What had his mom said just a minute ago? He needed to call Daddy. He didn't know Daddy's number. In fact, the only number he knew was 911. Perhaps, he figured, 911 had doctors on the phone. Maybe a doctor could come and help before it was too late. Without any further hesitation, Choromatsu turned and raced toward the telephone. He reached his arm all the way across the counter and took the handle of the phone, picking it up and pressing the numbers in order. Then, he listened. He could hear it ringing. He had successfully made a call. 911, what's your emergency? Choromatsu did his best to stop crying as he heard a woman's voice on the other end. He sniffled and hiccuped before giving his reply, speaking loudly to talk over the violent commotion. "Hello?" he called in his small voice. "Are you a doctor?" "No, I'm a dispatcher." "Do you need an ambulance?" "Yes, Mommy needs a doctor," Choromatsu begged. The woman on the other end, hearing that the caller was just a child, softened her voice. "Okay, honey," she said. "Can you tell me what happened?" Choromatsu glanced up from the phone as he heard more dying gurgles from his mother. Trembling, he began to sob once more. "Mommy!" he cried. "Mommy!" Listening to his cries, the voice on the other end asked, "Can you tell me what's happening with Mommy?" "She fell down," the child told her. "She's bleeding, there's blood." "Okay, is Mommy awake right now?" "Let me see." Choromatsu set the phone down and raced toward his mother, kneeling beside her and looking cautiously. Her eyes were closed, despite her body still jolting and convulsing. He then hurried back to the phone. No, she's sleeping," he told her. "Mommy. Mommy, wake up. I'm on the phone. You're going to get help." Remaining calm, the woman on the other end continued her line of questioning. "All right, can you tell me how old you are?" she asked gently. I'm 4, said the child between sobs. "You're 4? Wait, no, I'm..." Choromatsu wiped his nose on his sleeve before holding out his hand and counting on his fingers. I'm 5. It was my birthday 3 days ago. Okay, and can you tell me your name? Choromatsu. He answered in a broken voice. All right, Choromatsu, I'm sending an ambulance over, okay? Can you stay on the phone with me until they get there? Choromatsu lowered the phone, looking back at his mother. Her seizure was beginning to die down, though she still did not wake up. Mommy, he whispered. Mommy, wake up. The doctor is coming. Choromatsu, the dispatcher called. Can you stay on the phone with me? With a sniffle, he brought the phone back up to his ear and replied, Yes, I can do that. What happened when Mommy fell? The lady questioned. Did she fall down the stairs? No, she ate some cake and got really sick, the panicked young boy told her. And then she fell out of her chair. Okay, and you said she was bleeding? Yeah, she's bleeding a lot. Where is she bleeding from? Choromatsu pointed to his lips and answered, her mouth. Can you check for me and see if Mommy is still breathing? Okay. Matsuyo's son again set the corded phone down and raced toward his mom. He checked her breathing, then returned. She's gasping. I think she's struggling to breathe. All right, now, can you tell me if there's anyone else in the house? Helpless, Choromatsu looked all around the living room for any other soul in sight. Then he mumbled, Naomi might be coming back soon, but she's not here yet. Is your daddy home? No, daddy's at work. He's at work, okay, the woman repeated. Then she asked, do you know Mommy's name? Mommy's name, it's Matsuyo, he sniffled. And what's your last name, sweetie? Matsuno. Matsuno. For a moment, the dispatcher went quiet. It was an uncharacteristic silence for the moment, indicating that she perhaps recognized the name. Of course, many in her department did. The Matsuno family was infamous among police officers. With a brief hesitation, the woman finally said, okay. Matsuno is your family name, I see. Choromatsu glanced to his mother again, hearing her cough and choke some more. He gasped as she did so. She's coughing, he noted into the phone. She's coughing a whole lot. Is she coughing up blood? Yeah, the young Choromatsu whimpered. And she coughed up the cake, too. She's coughing everything out. Is Mommy hurt anywhere else? No, I don't think so. I think it's just her tummy. He turned to his mom and called, Mommy, does your tummy hurt? Mommy. The dispatcher asked, can you tell me if she's still breathing? Mommy. Choromatsu continued to call. Mommy. Choromatsu, are you still on the phone? The phone was left hanging over the side of the counter as Choromatsu returned to his mother for a third time. He looked her over in anxiety, seeing as she was no longer moving. Then, he picked up the phone. Mommy isn't breathing. She's not breathing. No, she's not. The dispatcher's disturbed expression was almost audible. Okay, Choromatsu, the ambulance is on their way, okay? She requested softly. Stay on the phone, and stay by Mommy until the ambulance gets there. Mommy. The poor child couldn't help but to begin to sob once more. Meanwhile, the dispatcher was quick to comfort. It's okay, honey, she reassured. Can you tell me what your house looks like? What kind of a house do you have? Choromatsu wiped his nose in the same spot on his sleeve as he answered. It's big, and it has a big yard. It has a garden and lots of trees and bushes. And there's a little pond, too. And do you like to play in the pond? Sometimes. Do you have any brothers or sisters that you like to play with? No, it's just me. Usually Mommy plays with me, too. As the conversation went on with the dispatcher distracting the poor child, the aliens began to see less and less of the scene. The colors began to warp and distort, the gradient of the memory shifting in an unnerving manner. Anomalies became more known in the visuals and everything began turning to static. Each character darkened into indiscernible silhouettes with broken outlines and color, the light dimming further and further. As the visuals were interrupted, the animuologist worked hard to bring it back. We're struggling to maintain control over Specimen B, it told the others. It's fighting hard. Choromatsu couldn't say anything in response, he only glanced at his higher-up, who simply glanced back. Both were in slight shock at the scene, but neither said a word. In the dying simulation, voices could still be heard. All right. The ambulance should be pulling up now. Can you hear sirens outside? Yeah, I hear sirens. Okay, now, don't hang up until the doctors are with you, okay? Okay. Matsuyo? Matsuyo. Choromatsu looked up in surprise as their visuals were suddenly restored. Despite having been in the Matsuno's house moments prior, the simulation had now fast-forwarded to a little later that same day. The three aliens now stood in a long hallway, one that was almost too small for the animuologist in its alien form. All around them, doctors and nurses and other hospital staff ran to and fro as they worked busily to take care of patients. There, at the end of the long hall, they could see a familiar figure racing down, pushing past doctors as he called out for his wife. Of course, it was Matsuzu. Honey. He cried out, looking around feverishly for help from the staff. Over here. Matsuzu turned to see a doctor waving him down from the door of a hospital room. He hurried over and stopped at the doorway, trying to catch his breath. Inside the hospital room was an empty bed, and one small Choromatsu holding a blanket and a juice box. He stayed seated in a chair and stared down at the ground solemnly, not even looking up to greet his father. Two police officers, who had been entertaining the sad child, stood upon seeing the father. Matsuzu took a moment to breathe before turning to the doctor in a panic. Please, my wife, where? The doctor looked at him seriously, then pulled him into the hall alongside the two officers. Outside, they spoke. And so, the officer told him. It was a cake your wife consumed that contained the poison. Matsuzu kept his face down, fists clenched as tears fell from his face. She passed away in the ambulance, he went on. We were unable to revive her. I'm sorry I have to be the one to tell you this. Matsuzu said nothing. The doctor gave the officers a somber glance before speaking up, herself. Choromatsu hasn't spoken since he was picked up, she informed. He's been very quiet. I think he's having trouble processing what he saw. We gave him some lunch, and we can recommend some counseling services if you'd like, said the second officer. We'll also have to question him, but in due time. For now, you're free to take him as we investigate. Again, Matsuzu said nothing in response to this. But after a minute or so of silence, he finally opened his mouth to speak. I just have one question, he whispered. Of course, the officer nodded, listening. Matsuzu finally looked up at the other, his eyes red from the tears. The cake, he began. It wasn't for Matsuyo, was it? Chem. The officers looked to one another, surprised by this question. Then, the first officer replied, no. The cake appears to have been delivered for your son, Choromatsu. As Matsuzu's fears were realized as truth, his eyes went wide and shoulders sank. Then, he staggered. He limped past the officers, past the doctor, past the doorway, and finally, knelt before his young child. Upon seeing his father sit before him, Choromatsu looked up. And, for the first time in hours, the child spoke. Dad, he began in his soft voice. Is Mommy dead, because of me? Upon hearing these words, a terrible pain stung in the father's chest. He shut his eyes and threw his arms forward, pulling his son in for a tight embrace. No more words were exchanged between the two. Without the reassurance needed in the moment, a seed of guilt was planted that would forever grow. Choromatsu couldn't recall any other memories that were explored. Even Osomatsu's, he could not remember. Intermission. The memories flooding through the man's consciousness were insignificant and dull compared to the intense visitation to Matsuyo's death. Osomatsu could only vaguely remember his own childhood that had been explored in the spectrology report, having largely been consumed by the events which took place in his friend's memories. After the final scene which took place, Osomatsu felt he was lost, floating in darkness for eons. Having witnessed such a crime, even as a memory, sent him off in a thoughtless daze. He hovered endlessly in an abyss of darkness inside his own mind, contemplations in slumber and emotions repressed. Without bias, without thought nor recollection, it was peace. Then, suddenly, it all ended. In the spectrology report, something had gone wrong. An override of energy in the computer systems caused a malfunction, and the memories immediately desisted from playing any further. No more did Osomatsu feel he was being controlled on an ethereal level, but instead, he was simply sleeping. It no longer hurt, and he was at peace. The first thing Osomatsu heard and could consciously process was crying. The sobbing was broken and panicked, devastated yet frenetic. In those tears, Osomatsu could sense the deepest of sorrow tainting the energy blue, Choromatsu's once favorite color. Each gasp and hiccup was severed and choppy, his respiratory control far out of reach. This breathing escalated faster and faster as panic did rise in the sobbing entity. Finally, there were words. "I didn't want this." The voice cried out. "I never meant to hurt anyone." Upon hearing these words, Osomatsu's eyes finally opened with consciousness rapidly returning. He felt the need to sober up quickly from the sedatives as he listened to his friends further crying. "It wasn't my fault," he shouted, inconsolable. "I didn't mean it." "Choromatsu," Osomatsu groggily called, slowly sitting up. "Hey." Blinking a few times, the eldest squinted and looked around dizzily. The sedatives were still in effect, but were no longer powerful enough to keep him or Choromatsu sleeping. Instead, both were now awake within the spectrology chamber, still locked inside with the aliens watching from out. Pillows were strewn about as they had been prior to the report, and they were alone inside the walls of the cursed room. Osomatsu let out a groan, rubbing his head as he tried to consciously process all that he had seen and experienced while under. It was strange having been pulled back and forth between settings while dreaming, but now he was finally awake and could think a bit clearer. And, his very first order of business, it seemed, was to tend to his poor friend. "Hey," he called again, looking up at his cellmate. Choromatsu, he had both eyes covered behind an arm as he hyperventilated and cried. He was curled up against the wall whilst rocking back and forth in a panic, absolutely hysterical. Each exhale was made into a breathy yell, desperate to calm down but being completely unable to control himself in this state. "Choromatsu," Osomatsu whispered to him, paying no mind to the aliens outside the chamber. "Hey, it's okay. It wasn't my fault." The man repeated on and on like a broken record. "It wasn't my fault." Osomatsu sent him an expression of sincere empathy, crawling forward and reaching out to him gently. Before he could touch his shoulder, he stopped himself. He didn't know what to do when someone was panicking like this, and was afraid of making it worse. "It wasn't your fault," agreed the Red Matsu. "What happened was horrible, and neither you nor your family deserved any of that." Choromatsu removed his arm from over his eyes and looked up at Osomatsu, eyelids quivering as tears rolled down his cheeks. His eyes were swollen and red from the crying, and his whole body was trembling. "Why?" he hiccuped, trying to talk between his rapid breaths. "Why didn't he say anything?" "Who, your father?" Osomatsu pulled his lips to the side, remembering what Choromatsu asked his father in the aftermath. Then, he replied, "I'm sure he doesn't blame you. Hell, I'm sure he's just happy you're alive. But he could have said something." Choromatsu fell back into a bout of sobbing, skin dampened from sweat and tears smeared across his body. "I didn't mean to. Mom, I'm sorry. Moem." The poor thing was mortified, having to relive this trauma all over again. Osomatsu could tell it really had an impact on him. Hell, who wouldn't have been affected by something like this? Feeling all those exact same feelings he must have felt when it happened, seeing it occur again in real time without any awareness that it was just a simulation, the man was truly devastated. He had fought so hard not to experience it, not to let all those repressed feelings of guilt come back to haunt him. Now, against his will, he had been forced back into that exact state in his life. All because of those damn aliens. Osomatsu's eye twitched as he sent a furious glare off at the aliens outside the chamber. The only one who looked back was Choromatsu, staring in horror at what he had allowed to happen. Even if he didn't have any say in it, he still felt responsible. Seeing Choromatsu in this panicked state was a truly awful feeling. If he were being honest, he didn't expect the memory to be this bad. But of course, Choromatsu had fought it for a reason. Choromatsu brought a hand to his chest and clasped his shirt, feeling his own breathing become fast upon seeing Choromatsu experiencing a trauma-induced panic attack. He tried to swallow, but his mouth and throat were too dry from the heavy breathing. He could only look Osomatsu in the eyes with an expression of pure regret as he non-verbally tried to convey his condolences. As Choromatsu stood outside the chamber and stared at Osomatsu in sorrow and defeat, the aliens around him worked fast to get things under control. The animuologist did its best to tend to the malfunctioning computer system while Choromatsu's higher-up, now in his alien form, spoke on a video call with an unknown person, sending frantic instructions. The higher-up at this time seemed pissed. Ichimatsu stood in the back of the room, observing quietly while having witnessed secondhand the memories play out on a screen. He kept his arms folded but remained otherwise stoic on the outside, doing his best not to show any signs of remorse while in the presence of their currently ill-tempered higher-up. Finally, the higher-up got off the video call and marched over towards the door. He opened it and allowed a very special individual to enter the room, one that caused Choromatsu to become alarmed immediately. It was the animal control officer. W8, Choromatsu was quick to interject, jumping in front of the officer with 2 hands in the air, plus his retracted alien arms. "Why are you here? What's going on?" "Out of the way," Choromatsu, his higher-up commanded, pulling him forcefully to the side. As the officer stepped into the room and peered into the chamber, analyzing the scene, Choromatsu turned to his higher-up in distress. "Why is the animal control officer here?" he questioned. "Because Specimen B needs to learn its place," said the other ominously. "Learn its? For what?" argued the behaviorist, ready to defend his friend. He didn't do anything besides try to protect himself. It displayed high levels of aggression when given a simple command, the higher-up countered. "I shouldn't have to be explaining this to you, you were the one who pried it away when it bit me. We were the ones who put him in this situation, he felt like he had no choice," shouted the other. "What would you have done if you were him?" Choromatsu, the head of behavioral studies, widened his eyes threateningly, sending the other a sharp glare. "Bite your tongue this instant. The way you're speaking is irrational and nonsensical." "I don't care," Choromatsu glared back with an underlying hint of panic. "Do you really feel no remorse at all for what Choromatsu's been through? Do you really find his trauma irrelevant to how he was behaving? We were the ones instigating this behavior by prying into his memories against his will." "That's because it is our job to do so," the higher-up told him. "You have a job, Choromatsu. And you're already on the brink of removal as is." Choromatsu gave a swallow, visibly fearful but refusing to back down. "We don't need to punish him any further," the alien said. "He's been through enough as it is. They're never going to submit if we continue to treat them like this." The higher-up, still in his towering alien form, leaned down and squinted into his subordinate's eyes. "Get out." He leaned even closer as he spat this command. "You and I will be having a talk about this very soon." "Grr." Choromatsu challenged the other's glare for a moment before turning to the animal control officer, seeing that the officer was in the midst of unlocking the chamber door. Choromatsu watched as the door opened, then looked back at his superior. Finally, he threw his 6 arms up in the air and shifted back into his alien form before storming out like a tempestuous hurricane. As he marched on toward the door, he violently swiped his hands across a nearby counter and knocked everything on it to the floor. Then, he exited. Inside the spectrology chamber, Osomatsu perked up as the animal control officer entered. Quickly it marched forward, walking right past Osomatsu and taking out a jar. It knelt before the hyperventilating Choromatsu and opened up the bottle, reaching inside and pulling out a hand covered in inky, black goop. The moment Osomatsu saw this, he knew what was coming. "Hey!" he shouted, jumping to his feet. "Get the hell away from him." The animal control officer ignored his pleas, though the man's voice did alarm Choromatsu. Choromatsu looked up frantically, eyeing the officer as it reached its hand forward and planted the goop across his lips with one brief hold. Once Choromatsu's mouth was sealed shut, he gave a shaky inhale. Panic rose further as he quickly tried to claw it away, realizing too late what was happening to him. He was on the brink of being punished for his actions. No. There was no way he could be punished like this. He didn't want it. He didn't want to be restrained and put in isolation, not after what he'd just been through. He needed somebody to be with him, he needed Osomatsu. Choromatsu turned to his older friend, eyes wide in horror and desperation. MMMPH. He tried to call out, but his voice was bound. His rapid breathing didn't slow and his shoulders rose and sank quickly with every gasp. There was a whirlpool of negative emotions rising in his chest that burned the organs they swirled amongst. He gave a raspy scream under the goop and collapsed to the floor, hanging his head low in pure helplessness and vulnerability. He felt broken under the lack of control and as a result, his thoughts were racing and scattered. Vivid thoughts and colorful emotions burst through every pore in his flesh, emitting an energy that was deep and sorrowful while also manic in anxiety. As Osomatsu saw his friend collapse in frustration, his eyes went wide and he jumped to his feet. He marched forward and snatched the officer's wrist, digging his nails into the other's skin as a way to assert dominance as he demanded from the other submission. "Stop," he ordered, eyes wild with defensive anger. "Leave him alone." The moment he touched the officer, he felt a needle shoot into his neck from the neckband. He let go and threw a hand over the spot, letting out an agitated roar. "No!" he cried, staggering back against the wall and clawing at the accursed blue band. "I just don't want you to hurt him." Choromatsu looked up at his friend in a panic before throwing his arms out and defending himself against the alien. The alien was unfazed, triggering the human's wristbands to connect to his ankle bands before him with nothing more than a glance. This kept the poor man stuck in a hawk-tie position, leaving him unable to move his limbs. With that, the alien put away the jar of goop and withdrew a small seltzer bottle. Here, it sprayed the substance into Choromatsu's eyes, causing his eyelids to seal shut. When Choromatsu was blinded and bound, he could only cry harder. Every exhalation was turning into a shriek as he gasped for air through his nostrils, pumping oxygen in and out forcefully. He could hear his heart pounding in his head, and his eyes were so swollen they felt ready to pop out. He couldn't calm down, he was gutted, hysterical. Screaming as he was bound, screaming as he was blinded, screaming as he was handled and treated as a goddamn animal, it was an intense show to witness. As the animal control officer stood back to its feet, it summoned a transportation chamber to consume the sobbing man, entrapping him within. Osomatsu could only watch as he himself fell to his knees, succumbing to the tranquilizer that had been injected into his bloodstream. In a sleepy whisper, he called out and said, "I'm sorry, Choromatsu." Then, he passed out onto the floor. Abandoned by Choromatsu, unattended by Ichimatsu, taken away from Osomatsu, Choromatsu was now alone. He gave one more panicked scream as he felt the chamber he was inside lift off the ground. A pool of tears was already forming beneath his right cheek as he lied on his side, struggling all he could to escape the restraints. It was futile, however, as his limbs were completely secured. Without any words of comfort nor reassurance, he was removed from the premises. Choromatsu saw the light through his eyelids dim and vanish as he was taken into a dark place. Transported out of the testing room, he went through chutes and tunnels until finally arriving to the punishment area. Here, the chamber he was inside was suspended in the air in a dark abyss-like location. The only noise that could be heard was a high-pitched ringing that was just awful to the ears. And here, he was stuck for the next several hours. For the duration of those hours, he could do nothing but cry. His breathing slowed over time, but every time he thought about what happened, how his mother was killed, how he played a part in it, and worst of all, how he was stuck in a present moment that was so cruel to his emotional trauma, he began to sob again. It was a devastating period of punishment, and by the end, Choromatsu was broken. Intermission. It had been about an hour since Choromatsu's return to his human enclosure. Osomatsu sat against the tree, eyes half-lidded in a groggy manner from the excess sedatives he'd been administered over the course of the day. He allowed his body to rest as he tried to stay awake, keeping a watchful eye on his friend. He spoke no words and allowed the silence to ensue. Choromatsu sat across the enclosure from him, sitting back in his and Osomatsu's usual spot at the edge of the field by the entrance. He sat with knees curled to his chest and his head down, frozen like a statue. His breathing was quiet and subtle, as he'd finally calmed down enough to sit still. Alas, he still refused to look anyone in the eyes nor speak. Outside the enclosure, a single platform approached. Here, Choromatsu and Ichimatsu stood in their human forms, ready to check up on their friends. When the platform stopped, Choromatsu and Ichimatsu exited its realm and opened the door. Upon entering the enclosure, Osomatsu passively glanced up at them. He sent them an unreadable gaze, speaking not a word, and stayed put at his spot against the tree. Choromatsu, of course, didn't look up at all. Choromatsu sent Osomatsu a brief glance, but turned to Choromatsu almost immediately. That was who he was here for, anyway. Osomatsu hadn't been nearly as traumatized as him this time around. Ichimatsu stayed back near the entrance for support, keeping his arms folded with a somber expression as Choromatsu walked forward. Choromatsu approached the closed-off man and knelt quietly, gently looking at him with a soft expression. Choromatsu waited a few moments to see if Choromatsu would be the first to speak. After getting nothing in the first minute, he looked back at Ichimatsu. Ichimatsu sent a frown and a shrug back. Choromatsu sighed and turned back to Choromatsu, finally opening his mouth to speak. "Hey," he whispered in a quiet voice. "Listen, Choromatsu." With his voice muffled beneath his arms, Choromatsu interrupted the alien by calling his name. Then, slowly, he lifted his face. He kept his gaze to the floor, refusing to look at the other as he said the following words. If I never see my dad again, I will never forgive you. Choromatsu's shoulders slumped as he was told this, Choromatsu's voice cold and monotonous. Then, saying only those words, Choromatsu slowly buried his face back into his arms. And with that, the conversation was ended prematurely. Choromatsu stared for a long time with a melancholic look about him. Then, he frowned seriously. He pushed himself up from the grass and got back to his feet, then walked toward the entrance. Without another word, the behaviorist shifted back into his alien form and exited the enclosure. In slight surprise, Ichimatsu transformed as well and followed him out back onto the platform. Osomatsu watched them close the door and leave. Then, he allowed his eyes to shut. Outside, Choromatsu activated the platform. It began to move away from the enclosure, passing along through the massive hall of habitats and toward the hallway's entrance. Choromatsu. Ichimatsu tried to call his friend's name, but he was ignored. The platform made it to the end and stopped at the walkway leading to the area's exit. Choromatsu walked off the platform, not bothering to wait for his friend to follow, and marched through the door. Ichimatsu pursed his lips and hurriedly followed, calling his partner's name once more. Hey, Choromatsu. Again, Ichimatsu's calls were ignored. The behaviorist walked hastily through the facility, fists clenched and eyes narrow as he impatiently went along. Finally, Ichimatsu stopped him, grabbing him by the arm. Hey! He shouted, forcing Choromatsu to stop in his tracks. Choromatsu, you need to stop. Why? Choromatsu asked grimly. Because, you're already on thin ice. Argued the purple-hearted alien. This isn't going to end well. I don't care, spat the other. What happened here, what we did to those humans, it wasn't right. I told them not to do this. I warned them this would happen, and yet, they still deemed it necessary to add insult to injury and punish him. We can't fight this, Ichimatsu pleaded, tightening his grip on the other's arm. You're going to be punished yourself if you act out any more. This is a serious crime, Choromatsu hissed. I refuse to let them get away with it. I refuse to let Choromatsu or Osomatsu be hurt any longer. This ends now. You're not thinking rationally, the doctor frowned worriedly. I'm begging you, apologize to our higher-up for what you said in the testing room, and move on. This can only end badly. I'm just going to talk to them. Please, let me go already. Promise me you'll go about this logically. Ichimatsu asked of him. I get it, that whole thing, this whole situation, it's fuck. I feel bad for the humans too, I really do. But you can't risk anything over this. I can't promise anything, Choromatsu huffed, tugging his arm free from Ichimatsu's grasp. I'll be back. Ichimatsu slowed to a stop as he watched his friend march on, making his way through the facility alone. As Choromatsu walked, the doctor felt a pang of fear in his chest. Just, please, be careful, he called one last time. Choromatsu didn't reply. And with that, Choromatsu was gone. Intermission. End chapter 31. Chapter 32, The Removal of an Anomaly. It was a quiet evening, one that soon transitioned to dusk, then dark. Within the enclosure designed exclusively for its human inhabitants, the artificial sun within had already set and out bloomed the bright crescent moon. There was no faux breeze present at this time and, without the presence of any natural insects or other wildlife, the area was completely silent. It was almost uncanny to be lying beneath the stars and moon and hear nothing. In the long, green grass lied two humans staring up into the sky. They both rested near the edge of the enclosure, their usual spot when pouting or otherwise rebelling in some way. Choromatsu lied with his back to the glass, curled up on his side with eyes staring off into the sky as Osomatsu lied beside him on his back. Although Choromatsu hadn't moved since earlier that day, Osomatsu seemed to have migrated closer to his cellmate for the coming night. As both waited patiently for slumber to take over, Osomatsu let out a small sigh. Well, he began quietly. Here's to another night in alien jail. Yeah, Choromatsu whispered in response. Osomatsu paused, then glanced his friend's way. Choromatsu, he called, almost too hesitant to bring it up. About what happened? Do you want to talk about it? Upon being asked this, Choromatsu gave a deep breath in. He held it before exhaling and shutting his eyes. Then, he spent a moment contemplating before giving his reply. I mean, you saw what happened, he told the other quietly. There isn't much to talk about. But, would talking about it help? Choromatsu refused to look the other in the eyes as he asked this. He kept his gaze elsewhere. The hesitation was evident, and Osomatsu immediately backtracked. Sorry, he quickly apologized. It's just, Choromatsu talked to me last time and, I hate to admit it, but it kind of did make me feel better. Choromatsu let out a long, pained sigh. Then, he said, I've just been dealing with this for a long fucking time. Trying to process it, trying to forget it, it haunts you. And it never gets any better. Osomatsu looked back to the sky. Yeah, I hear that, he sighed. And, having to relive it all like it's the first time, Choromatsu massaged his forehead deeply. It gives me a headache. God, it's so frustrating. Oh, I know, Osomatsu huffed bitterly. These alien pricks couldn't give two shits about us. They don't understand. They don't understand at all, the younger grumbled, sitting up from his curled position as his energy rose. They don't know what it's like to relive it all. Ooh. I hate it. They're heartless bastards, is what they are. I've spent my whole life trying to forget, trying to forgive myself and trying to convince myself that nothing was my fault. Choromatsu snarled, throwing a fist into the grass and creating a sharp thud. And these fucking creeps throw it all back in my face. Only to what? Punish me for fighting back. It's bullshit. Osomatsu, seeing that the other was becoming worked up, sat up and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Hey, I'm sorry, he apologized. I'm not trying to make you feel worse. Choromatsu clung to Osomatsu's arm and squeezed it tight. It's fine. I'm just frustrated, he sighed. I really, really miss my family. Yeah, me too. Osomatsu and Choromatsu looked each other in the eyes, both harboring their own sense of homesickness. Then, Osomatsu proceeded with a question. Is it okay if I ask? He began. Did they ever find out who killed your mom? Choromatsu gave a sniffle and rubbed his nose as he looked down at the ground. They did, he replied. But, there wasn't enough evidence, as far as I'm aware. My dad did his best to shield me from the investigation. So I don't really know a whole lot. But I know the suspect never got arrested. Was it some other mafia family? Please, stop calling us mafia, Choromatsu huffed. How many times do I have to tell you, my dad runs a business? It's different. But, you're still involved with some pretty dangerous people, right? With a sigh, Choromatsu nodded. Yeah, he said. My dad works with a wide range of individuals and, some of them are pretty dubious. So was it a client, then? Not exactly. Choromatsu wrinkled his nose. Since it happened so long ago I can't say I remember all the details, but there was this other family. I even knew them personally. At the time, they lost a son, and they blamed my dad for it. Thus, they tried to kill his own, which was me. Even with ties to the police force, my dad still couldn't get them arrested. The perpetrators are of a pretty powerful family themselves, so I guess there was nothing we could do. That's so fucked, Osomatsu frowned. I'm sorry you've had to deal with that. It still baffles me to be honest, the other slumped. The memories are a bit fuzzy, but I do recall meeting and playing with the family before it all happened. I can't believe they helped take care of me and still decided to do what they did. Your father must be really strong. He is. Choromatsu's expression softened as he thought of his dad again. He's a great man. He's made mistakes, but he's always done his best to protect those he cares about. Unfortunately, he didn't always succeed. You don't have any hard feelings against him, do you? No, I don't, the man said. He would have done everything in his power to keep us safe. He never intended for anyone to get hurt, and I know Mom's death affected him just as much as it did me. That's why I keep saying, he's lost so much, and now, with my own disappearance, he's lost even more. Which is why I need to make it back home. I need him to know I'm still alive so he doesn't have to worry anymore. I can't imagine how much he must be hurting. Yeah. Osomatsu lied back down on the grassy surface and looked up at the stars. I understand that. Choromatsu lied beside Osomatsu in the artificial grass and joined him in his stargazing. I wasn't lying, you know, he told Osomatsu. If I never see him again, I really will never forgive Choromatsu for the part he played in my abduction. I told you from the beginning he was untrustworthy, the elder pointed out. Did you? Well, I may have suggested it. He seems like he sincerely regrets what he did, the other noted. But no amount of apologies will change the fact that I'm still stuck here. At the end of the day, I don't think I can forgive him for everything he's put me through. At least, not until I'm back home. I feel the same way. I don't know if I can bring myself to hate him, to be honest. But until I'm off of this goddamn planet and back with my family, I can't exactly be happy with him, either. Right. Choromatsu nodded in agreement. Then, he shut his eyes. Maybe I'll have a talk with him tomorrow. Ask him seriously if he has any idea how to get out of here. See if he's come up with anything or noticed any potential escape route. Anything. Good luck with that, scoffed Osomatsu. That damn higher-up of his won't leave us the hell alone. Don't know how you plan on talking to Choromatsu about anything until he's gone. Choromatsu snapped his fingers. Maybe one of us can distract the higher-up? Osomatsu eyed the other skeptically. Define distract, he said. If I do it, am I going to get punished by them? Well, that doesn't have to be the case, no. Then sure, I'm in. Osomatsu allowed his eyes to shut as well, resting under the melatonin his body produced for the coming night. Just tell me what to do and I'll do it. Give me the night to think, and we'll see how things go tomorrow. All right. With that, the two humans silenced themselves and allowed their bodies to rest for the night. Intermission. The sound of silence hummed as a non-existent song throughout the cluster of buildings, the organized complex of nests for Horovagan kind. Each wing held thousands of individuals packed into tiny rooms like sardines, customized to cater to the lower class of whom resided within this particular set. Each Horovagan inhabitant slumbered peacefully at the peak of dusk, illuminated beautifully under the 3 moons of Atra. It was a sound night, and a time of which most if not all were quietly sleeping. An individual lied soundlessly inside one of the many apartments, one designed as what a human would refer to as a one-bed one-bath within the complex. In the bedroom, he slept curled inside a heated chamber used for a bed. It was a lovely setup for a single, working professional such as himself. Beep. 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 A small interruption. An incoming call, one that rang internally within the brain chip of one Choromatsu. The alien groaned, turning over in his crib and remaining in a state of slumber. Beep. 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 Again, the beeping went off in Choromatsu's head. He let out another groggy moan and rubbed his face, slowly coming to. He opened the heating pod he was curled up inside and sat up, tapping the side of his temple. He squinted and blinked as a dim holographic interface popped up before him in the dark. On the screen, he could see that he was getting a call. Not just any call at that, it was an incoming voice transmission through an encrypted third-party application downloaded onto his brain chip. Still only half awake, Choromatsu dismissed the call and lied back down, too groggy to even close his bed's concave lid. As he lied, heat emanated from the interior of the bed, keeping him warm and cozy as he fell back into the world of dreams. Beep. 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 This time, the young neurosurgeon let out an audible grumble as he sat up. He shook himself awake and opened up the holographic interface once more, this time, answering the call. Hey, he greeted with a hint of irk. Don't you have any idea what time it is? The alien rubbed his eyes sleepily as a mysterious voice on the other end replied. Good morning. It's me, it said. I apologize for ringing so early. This better be important, the other huffed. You know I get up early for work. It is. It's regarding news and recent events. News and recent events. Choromatsu massaged his face as he tried to wake up fully, speaking in a low, groggy voice. He thought for a moment, then replied. Ah, you mean the specimen escaping yesterday? Well, that's one topic I wanted to bring up. Before you ask, no, it wasn't me, informed the pink-hearted alien right off the bat. I had nothing to do with it. I know it wasn't you, the stranger on call told him. Oh. I've received intel, and it seems correctional officers and their higher-up finally have a suspect, explained the figure. And, it's a child. A child. Choromatsu blinked. A child let that animal loose. That's what they're saying. It's all confidential information right now, so don't go spouting any of this to anyone, but... The strange caller hesitated. But... Choromatsu pressed. Well, you might actually be off the hook. W8. Choromatsu's eyes widened as he heard these words. You're saying that they... Yes, the other breathed. They think the same child who set this animal loose, also set the human free. That's... For a moment, Choromatsu was speechless, overjoyed. He could hardly dare to believe, was this all a dream? There just wasn't any way he could really get off scot-free, right? If they had a child suspect, then that meant he was one step closer to getting away with his crime. He was delighted at the thought. The thought of being lobotomized himself, maybe even being executed, it was all just fiction. Then, in the very next moment, Choromatsu felt a pang of guilt in his chest. A child, an innocent child, was about to be blamed for a crime they didn't commit. How could he possibly be happy about this? Sure, his life might be saved for now, but by allowing this to happen, did he just ruin the life of another? Wow, Choromatsu wasn't sure what to say. This is good for you, the other encouraged. You're not going to have to confess anything. You're not going to be taken care of by our leaders. You're almost free. The alien pursed his lips. Yeah. But, what about the child? What are they going to do to them? Not sure, the mysterious speaker shrugged. But it won't be as bad as your fate would have been. Maybe they'll get a stern talking to, but that's it. But what if that's not it? Choromatsu frowned. We can't just let a child get blamed for my actions. Are you going to confess, then? Well, no, but... Then what else can you do? I just don't think this is right, said the neurosurgeon. It doesn't feel right. Our organization stands for more than this, we're better than this. We have to intervene somehow, we can't let a child's life get ruined over this. Choromatsu. The figure's voice became serious and stern. All of this was because of your own wrongdoings. Don't forget that you're the one who made the mistake of losing the human specimen after retrieving it, resulting in this whole investigation to begin with. This is all on you, not us. I know, but... We cannot risk interfering with a correctional investigation run by the leaders of this society. We just can't, there's too much to lose. My advice is this, do not intervene. You're not being selfish by allowing a child to take the fall. There's so much more at stake than just your life, and our whole organization is at risk of falling if you're caught. Just let it happen. I'm sure the child won't get more than a slap on the wrist. Okay. Choromatsu didn't say anything for a moment as he pondered the other's strict instructions. Then, he sighed. Okay. Very good, the other nodded. Just, let the child take the fall for both incidents, and everything will be okay. Remember, this is for the greater good. Our organization will prevail. We will stand against the government, and we will fight for our freedom. It'll be okay. All right, the younger conceded. Okay. We good? Yeah. All right. The speaker on the other end cleared its throat before continuing. Anyway, there's another troubling matter I need to bring up with you. Oh. Choromatsu let out a big yawn, still quite sleepy as he questioned the other. Right. What's this other topic you wanted to explore? It's about our special person of interest, the voice said. It's about Choromatsu. Choromatsu? The young alien hummed. The head behaviorist of Homo sapiens study, correct? The guy we've been keeping an eye on? It's troubling news, it stated. How? I thought he was doing good work, Choromatsu recalled. He's been displaying considerable empathy for the humans and has significant potential to help our organization. He's been nothing but useful to us. What could he have done? It's not what is done, but what's been done to him, said the other. What's been? Choromatsu's eyes went wide. Oh no. What happened? I don't have all the details, but he's disappeared. What? We can no longer locate him, said the mysterious figure. He's missing. No. The neurosurgeon's expression shifted to one of grave horror. He's just gone. I don't have much more intel, but all we know is that he's no longer under our radar. We suspect he's been removed from his position and is being heavily monitored or investigated. But, we can't say for sure. Goddamn. Choromatsu ran his fingers through his wispy hair. The poor guy didn't even do anything. Do we even know if he's still alive? I'll have to get back to you on that, because right now, we don't. God, the young professional gave a frustrated huff. Just, keep me updated, okay? It would be bad if we lost him. Will do. All right. Okay. With a long rub to his temple, Choromatsu asked, is there anything else you need to tell me? No. That's all the information we have right now. Millimeter. Okay. I appreciate you answering my call at such an hour, the strange person said. And I'm sorry it's been nothing but mixed if not bad news for you. It's fine, he sighed. I'm going to let you go so you can go back to sleep, the other told him. Let things sink in, process what we talked about, and for the love of God, don't do anything rash, okay? All right. Choromatsu said this, then muttered, don't know how I'll possibly get back to sleep now, but, sure. We'll be in touch very soon, Choromatsu. I look forward to it. Thank you. Sleep well. With that, the strange individual on the other end cut the transmission. Choromatsu tapped the side of his temple and retracted the interface, leaving him alone in the dark bedroom once more. Then, he sat for a moment, contemplating things. How troublesome, he thought to himself. He could at least be happy his life was likely saved from the hands of death, but there were too many troubling things happening at this time for him to feel much relief. Poor Choromatsu, and that poor child suspect, was all he could think about. Finally, after a few minutes of silent pondering, Choromatsu reached over and pulled the lid back over his pod-shaped bed. He shut it and felt as the warmth radiated softly against his skin, keeping him nice and comfortable for the night. He shut his eyes and tried to go back to sleep, but struggled. The troubled alien ended up staying awake until his alarm went off a couple hours later, leaving him sleep-deprived and fatigued. From there, his morning began. Intermission. Okay. You understand the plan? Yep, I got it. Wait for you to say the code word, and I'll distract. Good. We've got this. Osomatsu and Choromatsu had woken up not long prior, taking in the gentle rays of the morning sun peeking over the horizon. They were growing accustomed to waking up alongside the sun, as there wasn't much shelter to protect them from its luminance seeping through their eyelids at the coming of day. It was as if their bodies had reverted back to its instinctual circadian rhythm, sleeping with the setting of the sun and rising with its coming presence. Now, with morning set to come, the humans too were growing more wakeful and active in their enclosure. A subtle, artificial breeze sailed through the human exhibit, causing a soft rustling of their fake trees' leaves and gentle waves from their little pool. The grass swayed slowly and their hair waved along with the wind, giving a more realistic sense to their artificial habitat. With the sun at a nice and early 7 a.m. position, the area was cool but not too chilly, not too dissimilar to a serene autumn morning. As with the night prior, insects and wildlife were absent from the scene, leaving the humans in a peaceful haven designed immaculately for a feral animal. The two humans present, Osomatsu and Choromatsu, sat patiently at their feeding rock for breakfast to be ejected. It didn't take long for the artificial boulder to open and present 2 trays, complete with specialized vitamin water for each individual. The two took their trays and began to eat as they talked over their plan once more. What exactly are you going to ask Choromatsu, anyway? Osomatsu inquired of his cellmate. As I said, I'm going to get with him and find out if he's discovered any anomalies in the security system, Choromatsu replied as he took a sip of water. Anything we can potentially take advantage of and use to escape. Because I'm ready to get the hell out of here. Now you're talking, grinned the elder, taking a bite of his breakfast. No more sucking up to these creeps. We're getting out of here and going home, now. Maybe a little sucking up, admitted the younger. We still want Choromatsu and Ichimatsu's higher-up to trust us. Oh please, Osomatsu huffed between bites. After what happened yesterday, that bastard is never going to leave us alone. I think that maybe if I have a talk with the higher-up, I can convince him that I acted out of feral aggression and that I'm sincerely sorry for activating my fight or flight or whatever, Choromatsu told him. Maybe. It's still going to take a lot to get him to ease up on you after that, said the other. I don't care, Choromatsu sighed and stared on ahead at nothing. I really don't care. I'll do whatever it takes. I just need to get back home. Yeah. Osomatsu took a sip of his water before something outside caught his eye. He glanced over and noticed the platform hovering through the grand hall of exhibits outside the glass. On this platform were 2 Horovegan individuals, both standing tall and respectfully as they awaited their arrival. Osomatsu took note of them and briefly wondered if this were Choromatsu and Ichimatsu. But something didn't seem right. Choromatsu also perked up as the platform stopped outside their enclosure. As the 2 aliens began walking toward their door, the humans raised a brow. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu? Choromatsu inquired aloud. Or Choromatsu and his higher-up, Osomatsu replied. Where's Ichimatsu? I don't know, the man pursed his lips. But, something feels off. Yeah. The door to the human's enclosure opened, and inside walked the two Horovagan people. Immediately upon entering, Osomatsu and Choromatsu's wristbands activated and snapped their wrists together behind their backs. Their human muzzles formed over their faces as well, leaving them fully restrained for the coming meeting. The humans looked down at themselves curiously, then back up at the aliens approaching. Choromatsu? Osomatsu called, slightly confused. One of the aliens began to shift. This individual stepped back and leaned against the glass, allowing the other to have the floor as he transformed. Soon, it became apparent that Ichimatsu was, in fact, this individual. Now in his human form, he kept his arms folded with a disgusted look about him, eyeing the other who approached the humans. This only confused Osomatsu and Choromatsu even more. Finally, the second individual stopped before the two. It towered over them, standing at about 3 meters in height. Then, it knelt. Ignoring Choromatsu's presence, it leaned in close to Osomatsu and took him gently by the hair. Then, with one of its many hands, it withdrew a familiar device, the Potentaman's device, a device capable of ejecting a beam used to control the mind of its victim. With this flashlight-shaped device in hand, it pressed the end against Osomatsu's temple and whispered something in its native tongue. Then, there was a click. Osomatsu, not having harbored any thoughts of biting to begin with, felt no different as this device was used on him. At that moment, the man's muzzle briefly vanished and the alien leaned in for a kiss. Osomatsu's eyes went wide as this took place, feeling wholly uncomfortable having his lips pressed against an alien's, even for the purpose of extracting DNA in which it would use to shapeshift. A few moments went by, and quickly enough, the alien began to shift. When the alien finally let go of Osomatsu and stood back up over them, it was no longer in Horovagan form. Its skin fluttered away like petals and left it in a new form that mimicked Osomatsu's general appearance and gender. Now, standing before the two specimens, was a fake human. Heh! As the muzzle quickly reformed over his mouth, Osomatsu uttered a confused hum. Who the hell are you? The individual, he looked down upon the humans without a hint of remorse. His expression was neutral and hair was short, eyes soft yet formal before the otherly individuals. He appeared young, too, not too much older than Choromatsu or Ichimatsu, in fact. It was odd meeting a new individual at this stage of their abduction. Finally, the individual opened its mouth to speak. As previously detected by another behaviorist, you have been recognized as harboring a certain level of capacity for communication in your speech, and it has been assigned to me to delve further into your behavior as a human specimen. What? Osomatsu sent Choromatsu a brief glance before looking back up at the other. As such, I have acquired your appearance and language and will serve as your translator and lead behavioral specialist for the remainder of your time under our care. Wait, hold on. The stranger leaned in close with his blank stare, maintaining an almost condescending tone. There's no need to encourage your fight-or-flight response, as I have no intention of predation, he explained. You're in a safe place, and I will do my best to understand and accommodate you. What the hell? Choromatsu asked quietly. Osomatsu formed a suspicious glare and whispered, "This sounds eerily familiar." Who the hell are you? I am your new behaviorist, the individual stated emotionlessly. You will be handled and taken care of by me as we continue our investigation into your planet's inhabitants, conducting research into its and your presence and origin. But anyway, there is no use putting yourself in a state of panic. I'm simply going to study you. You will not be killed. You will be contained here for the time being, safe and sound. The stranger put the gun-like device away and withdrew a notepad, one that was much more futuristic than any old paper one, and one that the humans had seen many times before. Now, considering your way of speech and the wide array of words in your language, I assume there is a sound associated with your identity. He stated with a rising intonation, readying his pen. A name? Osomatsu blinked, then shook his head. Wait, what the fuck? He exclaimed. What is going on? Where's Choromatsu? The entity's expression grew cold upon hearing the human utter Choromatsu's name. Your old behaviorist is no longer working on your case, he stated simply. He will not be named nor mentioned whilst I am present before you. You will not question his existence nor worry about his well-being as I pick up from where he left off with you two. Understood? No. Osomatsu stood to his feet and glared at the other. Who the hell do you think you are? We were supposed to meet with Choromatsu, not you. Choromatsu stood to his feet as well, looking quite panicked. You can't replace him. He cried out, alarmed. Tell us where he is. Is he at least okay? I have given you an order, the stranger replied. You will not speak of him. You will not think of him. He is no longer working with you too, so you would do best to forget about him. Ichimatsu. Choromatsu turned to their alien friend with a frantic look. What the hell is going on? Ichimatsu dared not even spare a glance the specimen's way, instead opting to glare off to the side. He was clearly bothered, himself. You've been given an order, he said quietly. You will not disobey. Huh. Neither human wanted to believe it. Osomatsu puffed out his chest and stepped forward, leaning in close to the stranger claiming to have replaced Choromatsu. Like hell I'll follow your orders. He hissed, teeth-baring. Tell us where Choromatsu is this instant. I advise you do not test me, the behaviorist said, staring back, unfazed. It can only end in punishment. Osomatsu let out a scoff of disbelief. You can't be serious. I have been thoroughly briefed on and warned about you too, the behaviorist went on without so much as a blink. You humans rely heavily on emotional manipulation, and act out when we do not cater. You spew false narratives about your own people and purpose in this existence in order to draw empathy from an apathetic species. Your fate has already been designed by us. You have already been biologically marked by us. We own you beyond even a legal aspect, and you will learn to obey. Now, do you have any questions? Where's Choromatsu? Osomatsu yapped back without hesitation. I take that as a no. Where is he, you damn creep? The new behaviorist simply shook his head, harboring complete and utter disregard for their emotions. Then, at that moment, Osomatsu's neckband shocked him. It was sudden, and he let out a pained scream as electricity visibly raced along his skin. He fell to his knees, then onto his side as he convulsed and writhed under the electric shock. Above him, the towering Horovagan sighed. I warned you, he said without the slightest of remorse. Finally, the electricity stopped and Osomatsu was left to cough and gasp for air. You. He snarled between breaths. You bitch. The neutral-faced individual knelt, leaning in and looking deep into Osomatsu's eyes dominantly. Dare to say that again? He asked ominously. Without a lick of hesitation, Osomatsu barked, bitch. Of course, following his second curse, Osomatsu was again shocked. He screamed as the voltage jumped twice as high, twice as powerful. Then, as quickly as it was initiated, it ended, leaving the man barely able to move beneath the kneeling Horovagan. And, his eyes low, he leaned in even closer. Would you like to continue insulting me, or are you ready to submit? Huff, huff. Osomatsu breathed heavily. Boo, bee. Hey. The new behaviorist blinked and perked up, looking behind him and glancing Ichimatsu's way as the doctor spoke out. Listen, Ichimatsu uttered quietly, keeping his gaze away from the abhorrent replacement. These humans, they're really emotionally charged. And, as observed over time, they handle change very poorly. I think dropping them in your presence without any warning has them acting up. Their introduction to you should be slow and well-paced, don't you think? The behaviorist stared for a long time before slowly rising to a stand. Maybe, he admitted. Why don't you leave me to talk them down a little, since they're used to me? The purple-hearted alien suggested. I can have them ready to submit in just a few minutes. Just, give us some privacy, and I'll bring them to the testing room for you. You can meet us there. Does that sound good? The new behaviorist looked to the humans skeptically, then back at Ichimatsu. Finally, he said, all right, sounds good. Bring them to the testing room in 5, and I'll take it from there. Understood. The behaviorist nodded to his partner and sent Osomatsu and Choromatsu one last glance before turning to the door. The humans watched quietly as he approached, opening it and exiting onto the platform. Then, with the door shutting behind him, the platform he was on began to hover away. With that, the two humans were alone with Ichimatsu. Osomatsu cringed a little before sitting up, looking to the doctor expectantly. Ichimatsu, he called. What's going on? Where is Choromatsu? Please tell us he's okay, Choromatsu pleaded worriedly. He hasn't really been replaced, has he? He has. Osomatsu and Choromatsu's expressions dropped at this answer. And, as for where he is, I don't know. You don't know? Choromatsu repeated. The hell you mean you don't know? Osomatsu pressed, wrinkling his brow. Ichimatsu shut his eyes as he let out a discouraged sigh. I haven't been able to contact him, he said quietly. He's just gone. But why? Choromatsu questioned. Because. Ichimatsu looked back up at the humans seriously. As of right now, Choromatsu has been removed from this facility, and likely even this planet. Any form of contact with him has been made impossible. I can't call or message him, and his location is unknown. That's. The second eldest dropped his shoulders. No. Choromatsu's right to exist as a Horovagan citizen has been temporarily revoked, and as a result, he has vanished from the public eye, Ichimatsu went on to explain. It's not just me, nobody knows where he is. He's gone, and it'll likely stay this way for the time being. I don't understand, how can he just disappear? Osomatsu asked. He made a mistake. The last time I saw him, he. The doctor hesitated, forming a disappointed look. He was going to talk to our higher-up about you two and the way you were treated during yesterday's report, he told them. And, I haven't heard from him since. So, we're left to assume it didn't go well. Choromatsu sent the other a broken look. You mean, he actually stood up for us? And, as a result, he just disappeared. Osomatsu added. That's bullshit. He didn't do anything wrong. The blue Matsu leaned in feverishly. He'll come back, right? He'll come back and see us. Ichimatsu gave a huff in growing frustration. No, he said sternly. You humans don't understand the gravity of what Choromatsu has done. He didn't just lose his job, he lost his livelihood and his career, everything that he's been training for and programmed to do since his childhood. He's proven himself incompatible with the societal position assigned to him from birth. He's lost all credibility and usefulness in any specialized field, and as a result, is probably going to be relocated and reassigned. This, whatever happens to him, it's going to affect the rest of his natural life. The doctor snarled, becoming angrier as he spouted out words. He's in a lot of trouble right now. He's being silenced by those in power, and his location will remain completely unknown until the higher-ups decide how to deal with him. He's probably never going to work with another specimen again. Because he chose to stand up for you humans one last time, his life is ruined. Don't you get what I'm saying? Ichimatsu suddenly threw a fist, pounding once against the glass of the enclosure with fierce rage. Everything is ruined for him. He went on shouting, losing composure entirely. He spent years, a lifetime, training for this job. He spent his entire upbringing learning about what it means to be a behaviorist and studying animals like you. This career was supposed to be his for life. And, because of one hot-headed mistake, he's lost it forever. He's never going to step foot before you two again. You're never going to see him again. Ichimatsu let out a snarl and grabbed tufts of his own hair, pulling. I'm alone. I'm all alone now, he exclaimed in a shaky voice. I don't know when I'm going to see him again. What if I never hear from him? What if he disappears for good? It's all your fault, you humans. Ichimatsu. Osomatsu stood to his feet and approached the frantic alien softly, speaking in a gentle yet firm tone. Calm down. Just breathe for a second, and talk to us. I can't. Ichimatsu threw his head back and let out a distressed yell. My best friend has lost everything. I don't want to never see him again. I'm scared for him. Hey. Osomatsu went to place a hand on the alien's shoulder, but found his wrists still bound behind him. With a sigh, he went on to say, it's okay. We'll figure this out, okay? I'm sure Choromatsu is fine. You humans really don't understand. The alien roughly ran his fingers through his hair. You don't understand how dire this is for him. I'm just scared. I don't want anything to happen to Choromatsu. He's my best friend. I know he is, Osomatsu comforted. And you know, he's our friend too. We care about him, too. Look, Ichimatsu, it's not very likely he'll be gone forever, Choromatsu established. As you said, his higher-ups are just trying to figure out how to deal with him for now, right? So, if that's the case, then theoretically, he'll turn up again soon. He has to. How long do you think he's going to be kept detained? Try not to panic, and think realistically here. Realistically, Ichimatsu sniffled and paused to think. Realistically, maybe a few days. There you go, Osomatsu tried to smile. See? It'll be okay. We'll hear from him again. It'll be good. Maybe. Ichimatsu held his arms to reassure himself. Maybe. I'm sure he's okay, the eldest pacified. It'll be okay. I bet he'll reach out to you the moment he's able to. Everything will be all right. Ichimatsu looked to the humans with a discouraged look. Maybe, but, as for you two, well, he's been replaced, he reminded. He's no longer your behaviorist or case manager. Ah. Osomatsu's expression dropped. Right. Choromatsu exhaled quietly, looking to the ground. He's really been removed, huh? The man wrinkled his nose. He's really not going to work with us anymore. And, even worse, we're now stuck with this new asshole, Osomatsu frowned. A new behaviorist, one who refuses to listen to us. Yeah. Ichimatsu tried to take deep breaths, calming himself as he spoke. I think I hate him just as much as you do. He thinks he can come in and replace Choromatsu? It's bullshit. Yeah. With one deep inhalation, the doctor continued softly. He's not going to treat you two very well, you know. Yeah, I got that much, Osomatsu huffed, blowing hair out of his face with a pouty look. He seems like a real asshole. Ichimatsu. Choromatsu looked seriously to the other. Osomatsu and I were going to ask Choromatsu today if he had noticed any flaws in the security system, or maybe anomalies in our enclosure, or, just, anything that might help us escape. Ichimatsu leaned back against the glass, staring up at the sky in exhaustion. I don't know. I haven't noticed anything, I've been too busy worrying. I could see the build-up to Choromatsu's fate happening in real time, and I haven't been able to focus. I see. Choromatsu uttered this breathlessly as his gaze fell to the floor. Okay. Osomatsu glanced Choromatsu's way curiously. So, what do we do now? He asked. I think. Choromatsu gave a hard swallow. I think, before we do anything rash like an escape attempt, we need to make sure Choromatsu is okay. Really? Osomatsu was slightly surprised to hear this, considering the man's grudge that had been conveyed the night prior. Of course, he nodded. You know I'm still upset with him, but we can't just attempt to leave without knowing if he's all right. That's too cruel. I guess I agree, Osomatsu nodded. But that doesn't mean I want to behave for this new behaviorist. This new guy can get eaten by a predator for all I care, Ichimatsu snarled. He doesn't deserve your obedience or respect. Fuck him, Choromatsu stated with irk. Maybe if we misbehave enough, they'll have to bring Choromatsu back. Ichimatsu huffed with subtle amusement. Heh, not likely, but, go nuts. Just remember that he's going to be much tougher on you than Choromatsu was. I don't care. He can kiss my ass, Osomatsu spat. Well, Ichimatsu looked to the humans in his usual apathetic demeanor. Now that you're up to date with what's going on, do you want to follow me to the testing room? Nope. Osomatsu plopped down in the grass before him. Choromatsu and I are rebelling, and not even you can tell us what to do anymore. Not until Choromatsu comes back. With a dark grin tainted with satisfaction, Ichimatsu asked, is that so? Choromatsu too sat down in the grass and lifted his nose up and away. It's nothing against you, Ichimatsu, but we're going to make things as difficult as possible, the man told him. This new behaviorist won't have any power over us. Like I said, fuck him. We're not doing a damn thing until Choromatsu comes back. Capiche? Heh. All right. Conceding to their will to rebel, Ichimatsu reached into his pocket and took out a familiar leash device. It was shaped like a small container of lip balm, and was used to connect to the specimen's collars by means of some invisible force. Ichimatsu approached the humans and touched the device to each of their neckbands. Then, he stood and forced them to walk. The humans were made to exit their enclosure and step onto a new platform that approached. Ichimatsu shut the door behind them and began leading them through the hall of exhibits, eventually making their way to the entrance of the hall and exiting through. After a few minutes of walking, with the humans fighting it the whole way, the three arrived at the testing room. Ichimatsu. Upon entering the room, the new behaviorist was quick to greet the doctor leading the two humans by the leash. The humans both sent glares the behaviorist's way. "Hey," Ichimatsu greeted back, handing the leashing device to the other. "How did it go?" The behaviorist took the device and looked behind Ichimatsu at the two angry specimens forced to come along. "They don't seem ready to submit." Yeah, they don't." The doctor gave a small sigh and shook his head. "Not even I could pacify their aggression. They're really unhappy about this change." "Well, they'll get used to me soon enough." "They have to," remarked the other. "Of course. It'll just take time, I think." With the four now present inside the testing room, the new behaviorist approached Osomatsu and Choromatsu whilst holding the leash. He gave them quite a stern glare, keeping his face neutral and posture formal. Then, he gestured to a pair of testing tables nigh, positioned under tubes and wires of foreign architecture that ran down the walls in twists and spirals. These tables looked cold to the touch, no softer than a slab of concrete. "Human specimens A and B," he called. "Go ahead and lie down on these beds. And get comfortable." Osomatsu shot a pissed-off glare. "Bite me," he said. "No." The behaviorist gestured once more, this time a little more expressively. "Follow my orders and please lie down." "You're going to have to make us," challenged the eldest. "Because we're not moving an inch on our own free will, you alien fuck." The behaviorist gave a small sigh. "Very well then." The behaviorist, as if following protocol like an emotionless android, deactivated the invisible leashes and took out another familiar device, one Osomatsu hadn't seen in quite some time. The ill-regarded individual pointed this device at the eldest, and shot a gel bullet his way. Osomatsu winced significantly as it landed square into his chest, its impact causing him to stumble. Then, the bullet began to shift. It formed ever-growing globules and tentacles, liquidated arms that sprang to life the moment it was freed from its casing. The appendages of the item crawled up Osomatsu's body, sticking to his skin and wrapping around his limbs. Each tentacle multiplied with every passing second, growing larger and larger until the monster could lift the man off his feet. Osomatsu fought, knowing it was futile but refusing to go down without a fight. He tried to bite the tentacles tying themselves around his body, but the muzzle kept his teeth at bay. As his wristbands deactivated, he threw his arms wildly and clawed at the bio-device, attempting to stop it from growing. Of course, it was immune to his attacks. The moment Osomatsu was suspended in air, he knew it was over. The monstrous device walked on its many tentacles, approaching one of the testing tables and crawling upon it. Then, it pinned the man down, allowing his wrist and ankle bands to activate and restrain him to the bed like a cadaver about to be cut open. Once he was down and strapped to the table, the tentacle monster shrank and retracted back into the gun from which it had been fired. With that, Osomatsu was successfully pinned to the testing table, his arms to his side and body lying at a perfect 90-degree angle. Choromatsu observed as this event took place, knowing he was next. It didn't look painful at least, so, as Osomatsu had done, he refused to comply and allowed the behaviorist to use the bio-device on him next. Choromatsu was shot with the gel bullet, taken hold of by its half-living appendages, and quickly restrained on the second testing table in the same fashion. Within no more than a minute, both humans were now strapped on their backs and forced to look upward at the ceiling. Choromatsu glanced Osomatsu's way as they lied on the tables. Osomatsu simply glared on ahead, letting out a poutful puff of air. Of course, these aliens had full control over them. A little resistance did nothing to steer the aliens away from their goals of study and experimentation, and both humans knew this. Still, neither were going to submit, not as long as this new behaviorist ran the show. "Are you two comfortable? All set and ready to begin?" inquired the nosy behaviorist. "Comfortable? No, not at all," Osomatsu growled. "These tables are hard and freezing as fuck. What do you plan on doing to us while we're restrained here, anyway?" "Nothing too bad," replied the other. "We have a few initiation processes to undergo, now that you two are living here permanently." "Initiation?" The eldest let out a snort. "What is this, some fucking after-school club?" "Your transfer here to planet Claustra is more significant than you realize," cooed the replacement professional with a knowing smile. "This is a big step for you too, and a significant change. It's a celebratory time indicative of your full submission and vulnerability under our specialized care. You two are very special, you know? Getting to live here with us, forever. It's a time of great joy for us to welcome two new specimens into our facility. Just get on with it already," Osomatsu moaned in annoyance. We don't need to hear all your fancy words and sugar-coated lies to cover up the slavery and imprisonment that this actually is. HMPH. The behaviorist slipped his hands behind his back and walked over to Osomatsu's testing table, looking down at him with a soft, yet eerily ominous smile. What smart little creatures you are, you humans. Yes, as I've stated, I've been warned excessively of your intelligence and your unique ability to convey very specific thoughts and remarks, and though it does dazzle me quite so, I also find myself apathetic to your words. Sure, my job is to advocate for the well-being of my specimens, but you too are also a very special case. I will not be swayed by your entitled wishes or desires, nor will I find myself drawn to your emotional intelligence as your previous caretaker was. The behaviorist leaned in close, the light shining down from behind his head. You will be conditioned and trained. And there is no amount of fighting that will change this. I will break you. Without hesitation, Osomatsu collected a glob of saliva in his mouth and suddenly spewed with a powerful peh, sending the dollop of spit flying between the bars of his muzzle and right onto the new behaviorist's face. The behaviorist was taken off guard and jumped back, throwing a hand to his cheek and wiping the foamy saliva off his skin in disgust. Seriously? He muttered, visibly repulsed. Fuck off, Osomatsu snarled. You want to break me? I'd like to see you try. Heh. The behaviorist finished cleaning his face before forming an amused grin. So ill-mannered. We'll fix that in due time. With that, the behaviorist turned to a nearby computer and began typing away. As he did so, he spoke out to his partner. Choromatsu, he called. If you would please connect the cords. On it. Without question nor defiance, Choromatsu approached the testing tables and withdrew his extra alien arms from his back. With their extended length, he used them to reach upward and obtain a bundle of wires from a small hatch. From there, he pulled them down and magnetically attached several to Osomatsu's neckband. Then, he repeated the process with Choromatsu before turning to his partner. Wires are in place, he announced. Great. At this time, Osomatsu and Choromatsu's neckbands each activated, presenting before the restrained humans a holographic interface. Choromatsu looked over the screen that appeared before him, intrigued. Upon it, he could see hundreds of written symbols and loops that he couldn't quite decipher, organized in long paragraphs and ever-changing statuses. He could also make out what appeared to be a template of his body, or at least a figure that was in the shape of a human. With the new behaviorist typing away at the computer on the side, the visuals quickly shifted to some sort of manual override screen. Then, there was a brief loading symbol before showing a progress bar being filled. As Choromatsu watched the ever-changing visuals on his neckband screen, he hesitantly opened his mouth to speak. So, what exactly does this process of initiation entail? He inquired with a nervous undertone. Well, first, we have some upgrading to do on your bands, the behaviorist explained. I'm manually adjusting the upgrades through this computer and organizing them onto your neckbands. These upgrades are required for animals set to thrive under long-term care. With one final click, the professional stepped away from the computer. There, he said. The process is easy enough. It'll take a few minutes though, so please be patient as they update. While they update, do you want me to administer the vaccines? Choromatsu asked of his partner. Yes please, the other smiled at him. Choromatsu didn't smile back, but simply nodded. Vaccines? Choromatsu lowered his eyelids. I thought we already got those. Then we got sick after, remember? Yeah, what the hell? Osomatsu huffed. Why are we getting even more? They're booster shots, Choromatsu explained as he dug around in a nearby cabinet. You'll need to get them periodically. Yeah. Well, what if I don't want your dumb booster shot? The human argued stubbornly. You'll want it, said the doctor flatly. You really don't want to experience the kinds of diseases you can get from traveling to foreign planets. Trust me. Osomatsu opened his mouth, but bit his tongue. He really couldn't argue with that. If there was one thing he was grateful for, it was that the aliens were so keen on keeping them physically healthy. He couldn't imagine catching an alien bug, germs on Earth were scary enough. Choromatsu finally fished out his collection of syringes from the cabinet and rolled them over on a cart. He parked the cart beside Osomatsu's testing table and picked up the first needle. Osomatsu gulped as he watched the doctor stick the needle inside a vial, sucking up the mysterious liquid and readying the shot. Within moments, the syringe was ready for use. All right, hold still, Choromatsu ordered, holding the long, sharp needle in his fingers. You Osomatsu couldn't help but to shake his head in refusal. No thank you. I think I'm good. You can go give Choromatsu his shots, though. Hey. Choromatsu piped up, irked by the other's light betrayal. What, you're still scared of needles? Ichimatsu couldn't help but to grin, finding this particular fear in his specimens slightly endearing. He used one of his free hands to flick the needle as he went on to say, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's so sharp, you won't feel a thing. That makes it even worse, Osomatsu shouted, clenching his teeth in growing anxiety. Come on, you've been through this plenty of times, the doctor encouraged. You can't still be scared. Yes I can. The man whined. It doesn't matter how many times you've stabbed me with a needle, it doesn't make it any easier for me. I hate shots. It's just a little pinch, the other assured. Come on. Just close your eyes, and I'll be gentle, okay? Chargy. Osomatsu gave a troubled groan as he looked back at the syringe, analyzing its sharp tip and grimacing beneath the mere view. Then, with an accepting whimper, he turned his head and shut his eyes. Just get it over with, he whined. Hurry up. Ichimatsu let out a soft chuckle as he leaned down and zeroed in on an open spot on the man's neck. Then, without hesitation, he pressed the tip of the needle against him until it broke skin. The moment it did so, Osomatsu let out a small hiccup. He managed to stay still regardless, and within a few seconds, the booster shot had been administered. Now, on to the next one, Ichimatsu mumbled aloud to himself, reaching for another syringe. How many are there? I have 3 here for each of you, replied the doctor as he held up the second shot. Now, go ahead and close your eyes again. Yuan. Osomatsu let out a distressed hum as he again turned his head away and allowed Ichimatsu to work. After only a minute or so, all 3 vaccines had been injected into his bloodstream, and he was good to go. With that, Ichimatsu moved on to Choromatsu. Choromatsu, lying on his back below the towering doctor, looked up at him with a nervous smile. I don't like shots either, he anxiously laughed. Heh. Yeah, I know, Ichimatsu said. Close your eyes and tilt your head. Just, please be easy, okay? Choromatsu gulped as he complied. NNG. I hate this. Ichimatsu shook his head with a helpless grin, amused by these humans and their irrational fears. Then, he continued as he was supposed to, giving Choromatsu 1, then 2, and finally 3 booster shots. Once he was finished, he stood up straight and rolled the cart away, disposing of the used needles and taking care of his work. As he did so, Osomatsu and Choromatsu sighed in relief. It seemed they were finished with needles for now. As their neck, wrist, and ankle bands continued to update, it was now time for their last order of business. The new behaviorist approached the beds holding a strange object. This object, it was perfectly square with a handle on one side and what appeared to be little conductors sticking out on the other end. The behaviorist looked down creepily as he held the device above Osomatsu. Now, it's time to mark you too, he said. Excuse me, mark? Osomatsu uttered skeptically. Yes. With a polite smile, the behaviorist went on to say, as you know, you two are special assets to our facility here on Claustra. You have already been biologically marked, as that took place upon abduction. Now, your bodies are going to be visibly marked for all to see. How about no? The eldest gave a small snarl. I know about the biological marking, you guys stuck that device in my ear, and filled my sinuses with goop. And even then I didn't consent. I definitely don't consent. Having a visual mark on your body will help remind you of what you are, he told him. You are a lifelong object owned by our facility, and your body is ours for studying purposes. It should be viewed as an exciting moment for you too, you're finally receiving your official bodily labels. Hey, fuck off. Osomatsu snapped. We're not objects. Fuck you and your objectifying of us. This is dehumanizing, Choromatsu jumped in to argue. We're like cattle being branded. That's exactly what you are, the behaviorist beamed. No, we're not. Osomatsu growled as he fought against his restraints. This mark, is it supposed to be permanent? Why, of course, replied the other, holding up the square device. The process is simple, really. We have within the barrel of this device a special type of ink that radiates neon light, of which will be injected just beneath your skin. It burns into your flesh by means of a brief electrical jolt that also helps activate the ink. This results in a kind of tattoo that glows a soft blue color. It doesn't deteriorate over time, and it will stay glowing for the rest of your natural lives. I think it will suit you too very well. No, don't. Osomatsu wrinkled his nose as he bared his teeth beneath the muzzle, burning holes with his furious gaze. Don't you fucking dare. I don't fucking belong to anyone. Choromatsu too attempted to pry himself from the testing table, his muscles flexing as he struggled helplessly. What the hell do you even gain from branding us? The blue Matsu cried out. It's really just a formality, the behaviorist tried to justify. And it makes it easier to identify you creatures as our property without having to access your band's interface. Don't get near me with that thing, Osomatsu hissed, eyeing the device. I'll kill you if you try to brand me. So much aggression. The alien slowly shook his head. It's going to be tough breaking you too. But don't worry, we'll get there. Now, relax. Without further hesitation, the behaviorist pressed the device against Osomatsu's bare upper arm. The device's prongs pressed into his skin, their tips sharp but not enough to break through on their own. Osomatsu's eyes went wide as he took in what was about to happen. Don't. With nothing more than a single click, there was a flash and a scream. The sharp prongs suddenly shot deep into the man's arm, glowing with electricity as the ink invaded in on his skin's natural coloring. To Osomatsu, it felt like he was receiving a scorching burn, like a knife had been heated to a molten level before slicing into his flesh. He writhed beneath his restraints, throwing his head back and opening his jaw as he took in a powerful gasp of air. The pain spread like wildfire, affecting not just his arm, but the entire left side of his body. It radiated through his nerves, surging alongside his racing heartbeat before being replaced by worsening pain coming in waves. And just like that, it was over. The pain continued pulsating throughout his body as the behaviorist removed the device, leaving the human now branded by the aliens. For a moment, Osomatsu was in shock. He breathed heavily through his mouth, eyes wide in terror as he stared on ahead at nothing. He found himself struggling to process what just happened and, for a few long moments, was frozen in place. Then, slowly, his gaze trickled down to his shoulder. There, he saw the glowing tattoo now embedded into his skin. Permanently. This mark, this foreign label, it was going to remain on his body for the rest of his life. Truly, he underestimated how harrowing an experience this was. Seeing that mark, knowing what it represented, it caused him great anguish. He felt as though a vital piece of him, a vital piece of who he was, had been ripped away. There was a piece of him that no longer existed, or, if it did, it no longer belonged to him. He was marked, and he was now officially owned by the aliens on planet Claustra for experimentation and study. Osomatsu's gaze somehow ended back up at the ceiling, staring off at nothing as he continued to process the situation. He didn't realize it at the time, but tears had begun to fall down the sides of his face. Being handled, being manually marked and forcefully branded left him feeling broken and incomplete. Something sacred had been taken away from him in that moment, and he didn't know what it was. All he knew was that it was a piece of his identity, a piece of his free will and security as a person. And it was no longer with him. There was no better way to say that he truly, deeply felt like an object. And, this mark would haunt him for the remainder of his life. Osomatsu suddenly snapped awake from his trance as he heard his prison mate scream out in pain. He blinked away his tears before turning to look on in horror as Choromatsu, too, was branded. He hadn't even realized the behaviorist had already moved on, like the experience was nothing. It was all too cruel. As the behaviorist stepped away from the testing tables inhabited by the humans, Osomatsu caught a glimpse of Choromatsu's reaction. He watched horrified as his friend gasped for air, looking down at the mark now permanently embedded into his shoulder with terrified eyes. Then, Choromatsu slumped, looking up at the ceiling in complete defeat while still trying to catch his breath. He seemed to be in shock, stuck in the same state of processing as Osomatsu. His expression was frozen in anxiety and horror as he breathed, staring at nothing while simply feeling the aftermath of the pain. The pain caused by a symbol that would follow him forever. Osomatsu turned his gaze back to the ceiling, staring at nothing as he slowly came back to his senses. Several minutes of silence passed before Osomatsu finally heard a quiet voice call out to him. Osomatsu? Osomatsu blinked, then slowly turned to look at the alien calling his name. He didn't realize that the look of horror had stuck, causing his expression to continue looking afraid as he looked Ichimatsu in the eyes. Ichimatsu looked back softly, taken aback by how disturbed the humans had become upon being marked. Ah, are you okay? The man's jaw quivered as he opened his mouth to speak. No words came out. Then, before he could muster up the will to say anything, the new behaviorist butted in. It's fine, Ichimatsu, the cruel alien waved uncaringly. You know how these humans are, they're just being dramatic. Ichimatsu paused, looking to Osomatsu before brushing it off to appear apathetic before the new behaviorist. Why yeah, he mumbled. They're just being dramatic. Dramatic. Osomatsu suddenly let loose a bout of manic laughter. Dramatic. You think we're being dramatic? The two aliens looked to Osomatsu in surprise, hearing the bizarre tone in his voice. To them, his irrational mix of anger and fear colliding with a seemingly ecstatic expression was off-putting and foreign. They didn't understand, and that made them uneasy. Ha! He laughed again. Honestly, I didn't think I could hate your people any more than I already do. But, from the deepest, darkest pit of my heart, fucku. Osomatsu. Ichimatsu calmly tried to soothe, but the human imprudently cut him off. No, he said, looking at the other with a fearfully furious, yet somehow delighted expression. You don't get it, Ichimatsu. Neither of you do. You people are all the same. You take us away from our homes, you use us, you abuse us, you objectify us, and yet, you still expect us to behave. You expect us to break and be vulnerable and submissive. Your bat's hit, is what you are. Hey, Ichimatsu nudged the behaviorist quietly under Osomatsu's shouting. Are their bands done updating? You are, the behaviorist seemed a little put off, but cleared his throat and tried to appear confident before the other. Why yeah, it's about done. We should get them back to their enclosures. And that. Osomatsu continued with his manic ramblings as he looked the others in the eyes, his own wild. Talking shit behind our backs, right in front of us. You think we're too animalistic to be allowed to hear what you're saying? Well, Choromatsu didn't so. He's the only decent horo-fucking vegan in this whole goddamn universe. Aha. And you'll never do a better job than him at taking care of us, you know. You think you're going to break us? We're going to be the ones breaking you, you puddle-brained scut. Fuck you. Specimen A, you need to calm down, the behaviorist ordered, stepping closer to their metal beds. No, I'm done. Osomatsu clenched his fists tightly as he shot daggers the other's way. I want Choromatsu back, you creep. If you don't bite your tongue, I'm going to have to punish you. He gave a sad frown, looking to the other as if talking to a small, insignificant child. I don't want to have to punish you on our first day working together. Go ahead, punish me. Yelled the restrained man. I fucking dare you. I'm about to make your life a living hell. All right then. The behaviorist turned to Ichimatsu, switching his tone of voice to one a little more respectful and polite whilst also shifting to his native tongue. Ichimatsu, he called. Will you do me a favor and take Specimen B back to its enclosure? I think I'm going to spend a little more time with Specimen A before he's too released. Are you sure? The doctor asked. Well, I mean, we could always just sedate Specimen A. No, the other shook his head. It's out of control, and it needs to learn its place. Do this for me, okay? Ichimatsu took one last look at the humans as he pondered his response. Osomatsu had a wild look in his eyes, looking ready to tear the aliens up. Meanwhile, Choromatsu lied with his head back, staring up while in a daze. He appeared less angry and more devastated, much safer to handle than Osomatsu at this time. With a small sigh, Ichimatsu finally nodded. All right, he said. The behaviorist smiled and, with a quiet, thank you, watched as Ichimatsu approached Choromatsu's bed. He looked to the human's bands and removed the wires connected to them. Then, he allowed them to deactivate, releasing Choromatsu from the splayed-out position upon the testing table. With Choromatsu's limbs now free, Ichimatsu helped him sit up. Choromatsu seemed wholly unresponsive, lost in thought as he was handled and made to stand. Once he was off the table and standing on his own, his wristbands activated behind his back. From there, Ichimatsu took him gently and walked with him out of the room. Intermission. Hey. Choromatsu didn't bother looking up as Ichimatsu called for him. Choromatsu, you okay? Still, the man refrained from answering. He stayed quiet and submissive, standing upon the platform as they approached the human enclosure in the grand hall of exhibits. Soon, they arrived, and Ichimatsu gently led the disturbed man through the entrance. Once inside the jungle safari habitat, the alien allowed Choromatsu's wristbands and muzzle to deactivate. And there, the man stood, staring at the ground in defeat. For what it's worth, I'm sorry, Ichimatsu told him. I really didn't think much of the initiation before. The marking process. But, it's clear it really affected you too. Choromatsu stayed standing still for a moment. Then, finally, he spoke. I feel so used, he told him monotonously, glancing down at the symbol now tattooed into his upper arm. Every test, every experiment, every harmless block of study, it only seems to get worse. And, I don't know what to do about it. The man slowly sat down in the grass, bringing his knees in close as he went on. I just want to go home, he whimpered. I really want to go home. Ichimatsu observed the man for a long time, his expression tainted with guilt. Then, he approached and sat down beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder in a comforting manner. I'm not really good at these things, he mumbled, averting his gaze. But you should know that I want you two to make it back to your homes, too. I don't want to see you two here suffering for the rest of your lives. Choromatsu tightened his lips, his eyelids quivering as tears welled. How can your people be so cruel? He asked. Even if Osomatsu and I were just dumb animals, it would still be inhumane to treat us this way. I agree. You don't seem to agree. I try my best to hide it. Ichimatsu rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. You know I have to be careful, especially considering what happened to Choromatsu. Choromatsu gave a sniffle and rubbed his nose before turning to Ichimatsu. Do you think Choromatsu will be okay? I really don't know, Ichimatsu breathed. I really don't know. All I can do is hope I hear from him soon. Yeah. Anyway, Ichimatsu stood back up and patted Choromatsu's head gently. Try to get some rest. You deserve it. When is Osomatsu coming back? I don't know, admitted the other. But, don't worry about him. Just worry about yourself for now, okay? As Ichimatsu turned and began walking toward the exit, Choromatsu suddenly perked up and looked over with pleading eyes. Wait. He lifted himself to his feet and hurried over, clasping onto the alien's arm and squeezing him tight into an embrace. As he hugged him, he asked, Can you just tell me that everything is going to be okay? Ichimatsu froze the moment he was grabbed. He stared on ahead quietly as Choromatsu continued. Can you just tell me that Choromatsu will be okay, and that Osomatsu and I will make it home soon? Please. For a second, the alien said nothing, for he suspected a different truth. A painful one that Choromatsu didn't need to hear. Regardless, he finally turned and took Choromatsu by the hand, squeezing him back. Yeah, he breathed. It'll be okay. Whatever happens, things will be all right. Everything will work out, I promise. Choromatsu held on for a few moments longer, shutting his eyes as he felt the alien's icy embrace. It felt nice, holding tight to another in a time of fear and vulnerability. Thanks, Ichimatsu, he sighed, feeling a slight weight off his chest as he eventually let go. Of course. With that, the alien left Choromatsu alone in the enclosure, branded but hopeful. As Ichimatsu stood upon the platform slowly moving across the grand hall of exhibits, his gaze wandered up to the viewing window above. He saw through the window a sky colored beautifully so. Beyond the tinted atmosphere, he could make out stars and galaxies that made up an infinite space of existence. Here, he pondered, taking in the beauty of the cosmos above. Choromatsu, he thought silently to himself. Where in the world are you? Intermission. End chapter 32. Chapter 33, A Call of Hope and He Who Negates It. It was a long walk back to the testing room. Ichimatsu took his time wandering through the large-scale facility on planet Claustra, thinking things over again and again. He found himself juggling between thoughts, throwing one idea into the air only to catch and throw another. It was troublesome to say the least. Not only were his human specimens distraught, fighting a solid system whilst being subjected to the utmost of torture, but the behaviorist who had previously been working with them, his childhood friend and partner, had vanished from the public eye. The poor novice had already been stripped of his title as head of human behavioral studies, and had promptly been replaced by another, of whom Ichimatsu held vile regard towards. It was quite the conundrum, and all he could hope for was that he would hear from his friend again sometime soon. As the animal doctor sauntered apathetically through the facility, he thought to himself further, finding himself curious as to what had happened between the new behaviorist and Osomatsu after he had left. Osomatsu had hastily gone on the offense upon being branded by his people, and as a result, the new behaviorist was keen on taking care of him, or, more accurately, teaching him a lesson in obedience. The alien wondered what kind of tactic the behaviorist was going to utilize this time around, considering this was the human's first real offense that day. He hated to see it, but knew it was coming. The humans were rebelling, so of course, they were going to be handled accordingly and punished as needed. There was nothing he could do. Especially if he didn't want to end up like Choromatsu. Ichimatsu gave a dry swallow, catching the next thought in his never-ending juggle between ideas. His pattern of thinking consisted of the same worrisome thoughts over and over. He couldn't help but to dip his toes into the possibility that Choromatsu might not ever be heard from again, and this idea terrified him. He knew the people who had taken him away were very dangerous individuals, likely consisting of his higher-up and several leaders. The chances of the ex-behaviorist showing up again in a couple days was high, but as to what state he might be in, that was unknown. Ichimatsu briefly considered the possibility that they might attempt to surgically fix him via lobotomization, but lobotomies performed on fully matured adults were far and few. It was far more likely that they would just kill him off if he displayed any more worrisome behaviors. But Ichimatsu didn't want to think about that. Ichimatsu let out a deep sigh, disturbed by the high volume of distressing ideas racing through his head. He needed to hurry back to the testing room and interact with someone, for being alone with his thoughts at this time was just dangerous. Perhaps, by the time he arrived, Osomatsu would still be throwing his little tantrum, and that would be enough to distract him. As Ichimatsu closed in on the door to the testing room, he hesitated and pondered one last time. Then, he opened the door and entered. Inside, he saw quite a scene, one he didn't really expect. "Ah. Welcome back, Ichi." Before him, Ichimatsu heard the new behaviorist call out. Hey," the doctor replied hesitantly. The stage set within the testing room was that of faux content, confusing to the eyes of the untrained. On the floor, the new behaviorist knelt and held lovingly the human specimen in his arms. The alien had a smile on his face and seemed quite sanguine, emitting rays of peace and comfort in his aura which glowed for all to see. He scratched the human gently with his fingernails, petting the little thing behind the ears and through his hair. It looked no different from an average man stroking a puppy dog. It was an otherwise wholesome scene, that is, for anyone who wasn't aware of the dark undertone of the context beneath. The energy within the confines of the testing room was oddly twisted and corrupt, and one could easily see such was the case upon looking at the human specimen's expression. Osomatsu, although he was seemingly willing and submissive in body language, appeared wholly distressed in being so. Tears rolled down his enraged face and his breathing rhythm was rapid and broken. The man had the look of a tiger ready to snap in his eyes, yet something was preventing him from doing so. Despite the transparent ferocity burning from his body, he remained passive and melted under every pet and touch received from the new behaviorist. His extremities shook and trembled under the intense hostility he felt towards this galling individual, yet he couldn't fight it. Instead, with his muzzle intact and wrists bound behind his back, he nuzzled against the antagonist's chest and rubbed his face against the cool entity. In behavior, he appeared no different from a cat rubbing its scent on its owner, and it was difficult to see. After all, this was someone that the human despised with all his heart. By the man's expression alone, Ichimatsu could tell that Osomatsu hated himself deeply for what he was doing. "What, Ichimatsu pursed his lips in confusion. "What's going on?" As the doctor asked this, his gaze wandered to the individual standing next to the two cuddling entities. It was a horovagan in its natural form, and its identity was that of the head of behavioral studies, the higher-up of whom hadn't been present all day. The higher-up was here, standing beside the newbie with an expression of satisfaction. To top it all off, sitting on a counter nearby was a used syringe. The higher-up nodded to Ichimatsu and spoke. Specimen A was acting out, he stated simply, reaching for the used needle and disposing of it appropriately. "I happened to arrive at an opportune time and administered a drug to calm it down." "A drug?" Ichimatsu looked back down at the human receiving pets from the smiling behaviorist. Osomatsu made no noise as he sobbed silently under the care of the behaviorist. With such contradicting motions and expressions, it almost appeared as if the human were possessed. Like a puppet, he was being made to act exactly how the aliens wanted him to. Despite his submissive behavior though, his expression still screamed agony. The man kept his eyes shut as tears flooded down his face, and his teeth remained clenched in rage. He clearly resented the two aliens responsible and wished nothing lighter than death on these individuals he hated. Ichimatsu's heart sank as he realized what was happening. It's that drug we use to induce forced affection. The one that causes them pain unless they're being touched. That one, right? Precisely. The higher-up finished cleaning up the scene and turned to the new behaviorist. With the drug in its bloodstream, it should behave submissively for now. Stop giving it attention if you detect any sort of defiance. Understood. Yes, sir, the replacement behaviorist nodded, still petting the quivering human. The head of behavioral studies reached down and patted Osomatsu on the head before turning toward the exit, passing Ichimatsu on his way. You should be free to take it back to its enclosure for lunch, he informed them. Just sit with it and help feed it. It'll eventually fall asleep, and then you can leave it alone. All right. As the behaviorist stood to his feet, Osomatsu whimpered and grabbed onto him. Please don't stop, he begged, wincing at his own vulnerability. I won't, the behaviorist assured, helping the human stand to his feet and keeping an arm around him. Come on, let's go get you fed. Osomatsu grimaced at the other's soft tone, disgusted. But, regardless, he remained submissive. Ichimatsu, before the higher-up exited the testing room, he turned to the doctor formally. Join the new behaviorist for the human's feeding time. Then, I want you attending your seminars for the rest of the day. Got it. Ichimatsu hesitated. He looked at the vile individual that had replaced Choromatsu, and watched as he helped walk Osomatsu across the room. He was grinning and comforting the human as if Osomatsu actually wanted any of that. Clearly, the alien was taking advantage of the drug to help condition Osomatsu into trusting him more, just as he was supposed to. Seeing it made Ichimatsu feel sick. Yes, sir, Ichimatsu finally replied. Good. I'll be on my way then. From there, Ichimatsu approached the behaviorist and began helping walk Osomatsu out of the testing room. As he did so, he aided in peppering the human with love and affection to ease his pain brought on by the drug. And with that, the three left. This left the higher-up alone, standing at the doorway and watching them walk until they were out of sight. Once they were gone, the alien nodded to himself and exited the room, going off on his own. The tall entity wandered the populated halls of the facility, passing by many as he went. Several greeted him formally and respectfully, exchanging few words as he passed by. He entered a teleporter and transported himself to a faraway section of the planet-wide facility. Then, he let himself into a restricted area, where entering was only permitted by individuals such as himself. It was quite the commute, but the higher-up's arrival was inevitable. The highly respected Horovagan entered through one last door before finally, he walked upon his destination. Ah, you made it. Wonderful. The door was shut behind him, locking away he and 4 other individuals inside a small, secret room for meeting purposes. The room was dark and mysterious, furnished with all sorts of alien technology that hummed and buzzed with energy. In the center was a long table, where the 4 other Horovagans sat in hovering chairs. These 4, as presented before the higher-up, were leaders, that is, individuals of even higher status than the higher-up himself. Have a seat, the first leader gestured. The higher-up followed the order and sat in the last empty chair, his posture formal and polite. My sincerest apologies for making you wait, said he who was below. I had a quick briefing with the new behaviorist assigned to the human specimens, and it ran a little longer than expected. Ah yes, the human specimens, the first leader cooed at the mere mention of the mysterious animals, bringing its fingertips together as it sang poetically of the creatures they were studying. Organisms as curious as they are competent. Such intriguing animals with much potential, yet also much risk as well. Yes, we've been keeping an eye on them. Reviewing their test results, studying their biology, analyzing their minds. Finally, the leader leaned in. How are they? It asked simply. The head of behavioral studies opened up a holographic interface from his brain chip and began organizing notes as he responded. Admittedly, the human specimen A was a bit out of control when I arrived on scene. Oh. Yes. They're not adjusting well to the recent change in their environment. We didn't think they would, the second leader jumped in. The higher-up closed his interface and turned to look at the higher individuals before him gravely. I found Specimen verbally assaulting the new behaviorist with crude insults in its native language that implied an underlying desire for a physical altercation. Specimen B had to be taken back to its enclosure while A was dealt with. Upon arrival, I determined another conditioning session to be in order and assisted the behaviorist with incapacitating its aggression. Sounds like you handled it well, nodded the first leader. As always, I strive for top performance and efficiency in getting these kinds of problems taken care of, the higher-up told them. So the humans are not adjusting well, that's important to note, the third stated, jotting a word or two down in its notepad. These creatures are just too smart for their own good. Much too smart, added the fourth. Their intelligence tests really did a good job illustrating that for us, sighed the higher-up. Indeed, the fourth nodded. Those test results, yes, and the rest of their tests as well, the second commented. We've been keeping the details under wrap, as we must be careful about who has access to this information. Us leaders know, and your new subordinate knows. Other than that, we just need to worry about Choromatsu. A careful eye will be kept on him as we proceed. An Choromatsu? He was hesitant, but he still dared to ask. I haven't heard news of him. He has been dealt with, said the first leader curtly. How so? What is your concern? Frowned the same leader, unamused by the others pushing. Frankly, the higher-up paused in his thinking, considering his response carefully before fully replying. I just have reason to be suspicious of him, is all. I believe there's more going on with him than a case of obsessive-compulsive empathy. What more do you suspect is going on? Asked the third, raising a curious brow. I can't help but to think that, perhaps the humans are attempting to conspire. Conspire? A couple of the leaders let out little chirps and chuckles at the thought. The first looked seriously at the higher-up and spoke. You are attempting to convey that the animals could be conspiring with the previous behaviorist? The leader pressed. You must realize how absurd this sounds. Yes, it is true that someone of my status proposing such a preposterous theory may be perceived as quite odd, but I have reason to believe the humans and their previous behaviorist have perhaps spoken of treacherous things, explained the head of behavioral studies. Yes, the humans are nothing more than animals. But, recently, I've come to the dark realization that these creatures, they're quite capable, to say the least. Their language is complex in that it so dares to rival even our own. And I recognize that this is not good. You claim it rivals our own? Inquired the second, deeply intrigued. It would be dishonorable to dare suggest for you the task of lowering yourselves to see what I am talking about, so I'll bite my tongue. But that said, in all my time and experience working with the animals we study, I have never in my time observed such capabilities of communication. And, it makes our subject in question appear utmost suspicious. What exactly do you suspect of the removed behaviorist? The third leader questioned. What kinds of treacherous things do you believe this novice could have spoken about to the animals? Based solely on their interactions and behaviors alone, the higher-up leaned back in his chair, staring wistfully into space as he pondered. Perhaps, the humans opened Choromatsu's eyes to the nature behind recent catastrophic events that took place in their original facility. You aren't talking about. Elegant and calm in his demeanor, the higher-up nodded. Yes, he said. I am talking about the predatory attack that took place on the temporary housing facility for specimens of study. The leaders, sharing the same surprised expression, looked to one another before prying further. They wouldn't, the third leader challenged. Choromatsu would not dare discuss such things with an animal. These humans know more than we give them credit for, alluded the higher-up. In the investigation, it was determined that hundreds of lives were saved because of the humans' actions. These humans, they have a very powerful sense of morality. They aren't afraid to speak. They aren't afraid to speak. And, I feel they could very easily have corrupted the one already acting on empathy for them. They could have conveyed things that Choromatsu kept secret. And, therefore, he is treacherous. For a moment, the leaders were silent. Then, the first spoke up with a raised hand. And? It asked. What is your proposition? Surely you've raised this point with an intention to fix what has potentially been broken. I ask you, my leaders, for 4 days, the higher-up declared. During this time, I will investigate further what possible crimes our retired behaviorist may be guilty of. I will look into his notes, his history, and, with proper evidence, we'll proceed to interrogate everyone involved until we have our answer." With these words, the higher-up intertwined his fingers. "Do you grant permission?" For a moment, the leaders said nothing. They sent each other brief glances and dwelled in the silence until finally, the first nodded its head. As the great leader of Galactic Sector A117 residing on planet Claustra for supervision of his subordinates, "I grant you, the head of Animal Behavioral Studies overseeing study of all life forms in this galaxy, official permission to initiate a formal investigation into Choromatsu's interactions with the human specimens." Upon hearing this, the second leader nodded its head as well. "As the great leader of Galactic Sector B1998 residing on planet Claustra temporarily, I second this notion," it said. The remaining leaders chimed in as well. "I third," said one. "I fourth," said the other. The head behaviorist bowed its head before his leaders respectfully. "I will return to you in 4 days with my findings," he promised. "I do hope my investigation finds nothing out of the ordinary, but we will see." As far as the humans go, the third leader sent the others a troubled look and bounced its fingers upon the table. "If the following investigation proves to uncover something troublesome, what are we to do?" "They must remain under our care," said the second. "We cannot put them to sleep, nor return them to the wild." "We cannot put them to sleep, unless it turns out they know too much," muttered the third. "Nonsense," scoffed the fourth. "They're just animals. It doesn't matter what they know. As long as we have control over them, it will never matter what they know. It just matters how we go about handling them. Perhaps we should remove the current behaviorist for now? Just in case," suggested the third. "I don't think that's necessary," remarked the higher-up. "The current behaviorist assigned to the humans is diligent in his ways. He will not be swayed nor manipulated by the humans." "We don't know that," the first told him. "But, you're right, it would be rash of us to remove the current behaviorist before you've presented to us your findings. As far as the humans go, they will be taken care of accordingly when the time comes. Until then, things will be kept as they are." "All right. I suppose waiting would be best," hummed the second. The first turned to the head of behavioral studies and spoke once more. "Investigate. Find evidence. Proceed with an interrogation as needed. And finally, come back to us in 4 days. We will be eagerly awaiting your results," it said. "In the meantime, we'll discuss privately what steps will need to be taken." "Understood." "Understood," nodded the head behaviorist. "Good." The first leader leaned back in its chair and let out a long sigh. "These humans are truly troublesome," it muttered under its breath. "But we'll figure it all out. Anyway, depart from us now, and return to your work. Thank you for joining in and updating us on current events." The head of behavioral studies nodded and stood from his seat. "All right," he said. "Thank you. Intermission." "Here we are," announced the new behaviorist. The 3 individuals, the behaviorist, the doctor, and the human specimen, arrived before the enclosure lined up alongside others in the grand hall of exhibits. They rode the platform until it stopped at the enclosure's door, where inside, they could see Choromatsu sitting in his usual, rebellious seat against the glass and away from the habitat. As expected, he appeared almost catatonic in thought, melancholic in energy and demeanor. The man hardly looked up as they opened the door and entered. "Hello, Specimen B," the behaviorist greeted as he led Osomatsu inside, with Ichimatsu shutting the door behind. "How are you feeling?" Choromatsu winced as he was asked this. For a moment, he said nothing. Then, he gave a simple nod. "Good," he spoke, his voice hollow and void of emotion. "That's wonderful to hear," beamed the alien. "Come, sit beside the rock. Lunch will be here soon." As the new behaviorist deactivated the broken eldest's wristbands and muzzle and led him along toward the feeding rock, Ichimatsu approached Choromatsu. He knelt before him and gave him a solemn look, looking into his eyes. "Hey," he uttered softly. "I hope you're doing okay." Choromatsu didn't look back, instead opting to stare off at nothing. Without giving a verbal response, he slowly shook his head. Ichimatsu frowned at this. He knew there was no cheering him up at this time. With a small sigh, he reached out and gently helped the human stand. Choromatsu allowed him to do so, submissive to his friend's touch and compliant to his gestures. Ichimatsu then slowly walked the man through the long grass, following the behaviorist's lead and approaching the feeding rock. Once the humans were positioned, they were made to sit before the rock with the aliens by their side. Choromatsu, his expression empty and cheeks ashen, slowly turned to look to his older friend. Osomatsu, he sat against the behaviorist with his head down as he devoured each pet and scratched desperately. He lifted his face slightly and glared on ahead, tears still falling from his face with powerful self-hatred. His eye twitched. He hated being seen like this, especially by Choromatsu. For a moment, there was silence. The food had yet to arrive, so the new behaviorist took this opportunity to initiate amicable discussion with the humans. "You know," the behaviorist began. "I never got to hear your names. I only know you two as specimens A and B. I'm aware there are sounds associated with your identities though, and I request to know what they are." Osomatsu let a growl gurgle out from the pit of his throat. "My name is Fuck You," he spat. "Spelled Fuckyou, middle name, I hope you drop dead. The behaviorist frowned at this and paused in petting him. "You sure you don't want to tell me your names?" he inquired further with an ominous undertone. "Because I think it would be in your best interest to cooperate with me and communicate something so personal to you." "I just told you my name. What, are you fucking deaf now?" The man instigated in hostility. "Specimen A, calm yourself now," ordered the other curtly. "I will not tolerate any form of aggression from you. You know this." Osomatsu groaned as he felt speckles and sparks of unease trickling up his spine upon not being petted. So quickly did he feel the adverse effects of the drug that had been administered, and it made him grow weary. He was afraid of the symptoms, and this repulsive individual knew it. For a moment, the human said nothing. Then, he finally submitted. The alien took note in his subtle change of demeanor and tilted his head. "Are you going to be nice, Specimen A?" Osomatsu let out a frustrated huff. "Yes," he answered through gritted teeth. Pleased by his obedience, the behaviorist smiled and proceeded to continue petting the man. Then, he turned to Choromatsu and sent him a cordial look. "And what about Specimen B?" he asked. "Will you tell me your name?" Choromatsu paused without giving the courtesy of even a glance to the other. He stared on ahead for a moment, then finally spoke. "I know you're just doing your job, but you really don't deserve to know my name," he stated monotonously. "You sicken me as a person, and I'm not going to cooperate with you." "I see," the behaviorist said quietly, his smile disappearing once more. "I suspect it is probably still too early to hope for much of a relationship, so I'll let it pass for now." He tried to think for a few seconds, considering his next course of dialogue. "Well," he hummed. "What about food? What kinds of food do you humans like to eat? Do you prefer meat or vegetables? Perhaps fruits, since they're on the sweeter side?" "Ooh." Osomatsu let out a disgusted moan, making a face. "I miss Choromatsu." The behaviorist looked to Ichimatsu, then again at Osomatsu with a curious brow raised. He opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated at first. Then, he finally pushed through with his question. "What is it that drew you to such an individual in the first place?" he inquired warily. "He failed you too. He didn't do his job correctly, not to mention that, according to his notes, you never seemed to like him, anyway. Why do you miss him?" "Because, more times than not, he treated us with respect," Choromatsu replied with a huff, hardly looking to the other. "That's all we want, is to be treated like people. But that's just a silly notion, isn't it?" The behaviorist cocked his head. "You two aren't people, you're humans, you're animals. You should be treated as what you are. Anything else is counterproductive and harmful to your growth under our care. And that's why we don't like you," Osomatsu scoffed. "Because I'm telling you the truth. Because you're brainwashed into believing that anyone who's different from you doesn't have rights or emotions," he barked, holding his arms tight as the behaviorist ceased his petting of him. "You're brainwashed into believing that, because we're humans, we're nothing more than object. You believe we're obsolete as living things beyond being used for studying and testing. You think you're better than us. You think you're more competent than us. You think we need to be enslaved for experimentation, and you're wrong. In all actuality, we're no different from you. You've just been conditioned into suppressing any level of empathy towards individuals you find different or don't fully understand. And, it's disgusting. Choromatsu and I aren't hurting anyone, We're just trying to go back home so we can live our lives. You're the one going out of your way to harm us and justifying it using your sociopathic fallacies and emotional ineptitude. You're not a behaviorist because you love animals, you're a behaviorist because you love to control other living beings. Your actions speak louder than words and your intentions are clear. You want to control us, through intimidation, fear, and force. That's why we don't like you. So, with all that said, you can take your supposed truths and shove it up your ass. Burn in hell. The behaviorist's expression had long turned bewildered as Osomatsu ended his furious rant, finishing it off with a stubborn huff. For a moment, the alien said nothing and simply blinked. Then, finally, he spoke in ill confidence. You have quite the complex argument, don't you? He stated, ever curious. Though I have to say, I think you're wrong on many if not all points. Firstly, I do love animals. I love working with them, and I would never objectify you. That's bullshit, because you already do, Osomatsu snapped back, his anger fueled by the pain he was in. As far as you loving animals, well, you have a really funny definition of the term love, don't you? What would you define as love, then? If you love another person, then you show them respect instead of indulging in your own selfish and entitled desires, the man told him. Well, first off, you're not a person, you're an animal, he started off. Here we go again. And secondly, our will is not selfish, he went on. We're searching for the ultimate truth for the greater good. We're trying to understand life and death in a way far beyond your comprehension, and we're going to save many in doing so. Save many and damn the rest, Osomatsu sneered. Don't you see the hypocrisy in your reasoning? There is no hypocrisy. This time, the behaviorist was the one who let out a frustrated huff. And anyway, I'm shutting this down, we're done with this discussion. I apologize for asking about your previous behaviorist in the first place. You just need to accept things how they are without further arguing. Understood? No, but whatever, the eldest growled, pulling his knees to his chest and wrapping his arm around them while rubbing his temple. I don't really care to argue with you anymore anyway. Good. From here, there was a minute or so of silence. Ichimatsu looked at each individual quietly, waiting for something to break the awkward energy. He considered jumping in and changing the subject, but he had a feeling nothing he could say would cheer the humans up after getting riled up like that. No, they were just going to have to deal with the tension in the air as time progressed. Osomatsu let out an involuntary whimper, digging his nails into his own skin as he hugged himself tight. Since the behaviorist had stopped petting him, he could feel the drug in his body begin to cause aches and pains. He rocked forward, allowing his head to hang low as his body temperature began to alter along with the painful sensations. Every passing second made him angrier and angrier, more and more in pain as he waited alongside his prison mate for something to happen. Meanwhile, Choromatsu eyed him in worry. Soon enough, the rock they sat before opened up and ejected out 2 trays, of which contained each human specimen's meal. The food was bland as always, and neither human made any immediate indication or movement toward beginning their meal. The new behaviorist waited patiently, allowing the humans a few moments to start eating. Of course, neither so much as twitched. Finally, the behaviorist decided to verbally urge the 2 animals to consume their food. Go on, he pushed. You're allowed to eat your food, you know. Not hungry, Choromatsu muttered curtly. Neither am I, Osomatsu jumped in with a pained groan. If you want us to eat, you're going to have to make us. Is that so? The behaviorist glanced Ichimatsu's way for guidance. Ichimatsu simply looked back and shrugged. All right. The behaviorist let out a frustrated sigh. You 2 really aren't going to eat lunch? Nope, so suck it, scowled the eldest, twitching as a sharp chill shot up his spine from the drug in his system. Well, in that case. The alien hummed thoughtfully. We can allow you to skip this meal, but only this one. If you continue to refuse to eat, we are going to have to induce force feeding. Choromatsu winced upon hearing this, but kept his stoic expression strong. Meanwhile, Osomatsu sneered at this remark. Sounds good to me, he challenged, glaring the way of the new behaviorist. The behaviorist did a deep breath before standing to his feet. If neither of you are eating right now, then I guess there's no real point in the doctor and I sticking around, he told them. There will be no more tests today, so feel free to relax in your enclosure. I'll be back to monitor you 2 at dinner. There, I expect you 2 to be complacent. Understood. Just bugger off already, Osomatsu said in a groan. By now, the human was curled up, quivering from the increasing effects of the drug. He snarled before adding, "Hurry up and leave." "All right." The behaviorist turned to Ichimatsu expectantly. Ichimatsu hesitated, then stood. From there, the two walked toward the exit and, without another word, left the two humans sitting motionless beside their feeding rock. Finally, the two humans were once again alone. Choromatsu sat, staring down at the ground with a concerned look about him. He wondered what being force-fed by aliens really entailed. Was it really worth refusing to eat? Yeah, it was, he was sure of it. When Choromatsu glanced over at Osomatsu, he could see the man was clearly struggling to maintain composure. The poor human's body was trembling violently and his tears had returned. His breathing was erratic and his expression was pained. Osomatsu finally glanced up at his friend with a pleading look. Without any verbal instruction, Choromatsu already knew what he was going to have to do. With a big humph, Choromatsu got to his feet and gently reached down, helping Osomatsu up as well. Then, he walked the quivering man over to their usual spot away from the features of the godforsaken zoo exhibit they were trapped inside. There, they sat, and Choromatsu petted his friend to ease him from his symptoms. Osomatsu rested his head on the other's lap and soon fell asleep under his warm touch, leaving Choromatsu alone to ponder. The remaining hours until dinner stayed quiet and uneventful, somber and dull. And like this, it remained. Intermission. It was a few hours later that dinner time came around, and once again, the new behaviorist joined the humans during this meal, this time, without Ichimatsu. The feeding rock was positioned across their exhibit, clean and untouched. 2 trays sat ejected upon its surface, 2 trays housing lukewarm beverages alongside simplistic and utterly tasteless meals. It was as Osomatsu always described, it was purely dog food to them, and they were still unwilling to eat. So, is this really how it's going to be? The new behaviorist towered over the human specimens, looking down with arms folded impatiently. Osomatsu and Choromatsu sat below the abhorrent behaviorist, each with their own glare plastered upon their faces as they rested in their usual rebellious spot. Osomatsu was the first of the two to respond. "And you're referring to?" the eldest questioned. The new behaviorist huffed and gestured the feeding rock across the enclosure from them. "Your food, you're refusing to eat again?" he pressed. "Oh, that." Osomatsu blew a puff of air stoically. Yeah. Yeah, we're not eating." "This is very troublesome behavior coming from you too, you know," tutted the alien, pinching the bridge of his nose in irk. "It's one thing to misbehave, but another to purposefully rebel in the form of denying necessities." "Well, sorry to disappoint," the man pouted. "As I've previously warned, if you will not eat, then we'll have to induce force feeding," the behaviorist reminded. "The process itself isn't pretty, and I'm sure you'd find much discomfort in it." Choromatsu frowned and folded his arms, keeping his gaze elsewhere to avoid eye contact. A trace of anxiety was present in his eyes, but he wasn't going to let this alien see it. Meanwhile, Osomatsu kept up his tough front and stared boldly at the accursed replacement. "Try me," he spat. "Very well." The behaviorist let out a sigh and slipped his hands behind his back formally, standing straight as he spoke. "Specimen A and Specimen B, please stand so we can proceed to the LSR and begin the process of force feeding." "No." Osomatsu kept his reply short and sweet, turning his head away from the other. This caused the other to let out a disgruntled groan, clearly becoming more and more annoyed by their defiance. "Come," he again commanded. "Don't make me force you." With no response, the behaviorist waited a few more moments to see if the humans would budge. Alas, they did not. With that, the behaviorist gave another frustrated sigh and withdrew the small leash device, walking forward and connecting it magnetically to each specimen's neckbands. Then, he forced them to stand. With no more means of resistance, the humans were made to walk to the end of their enclosure, away from their trays and towards the door. They had just sealed their fate for the next several hours. Walking along through the facility, Choromatsu sent Osomatsu a secret glance. Osomatsu looked back, and in his eyes did he perceive a hint of worry. In response, Osomatsu gave him a simple smile and shook his head in doubt, communicating to the other that it probably won't be so bad. Whatever was in store for them, he didn't want Choromatsu going in anxious, and reassuring the man was the best way to proceed. In doing so, Choromatsu felt his anxiety ease slightly. The two humans followed the behaviorist like leashed huskies, stubborn but with forced compliance. The alien said not a word, at least, not until they arrived. It was a tedious walk, but soon enough, the three stopped before a tall door. The humans looked upon it with unease, knowing that the force feeding was going to take place within its confines. Here is the LSR, said the unnamed behaviorist. Inside this room is where we will initiate the process of getting you two fed. What exactly does LSR stand for, anyway? Choromatsu questioned sheepishly. Life support room, the other answered simply, opening the door and pulling them inside. Once the three stepped beyond the entrance, the door shut and sealed behind them. It cut off most luminance upon being closed, leaving them in a room dim in ambience. Upon being immersed in darkness, Osomatsu and Choromatsu's eyes naturally went wide as they attempted to adjust their sight. Meanwhile, the behaviorist continued leading them on. The room was ominous at best, being brightened only by dozens of large vats lined up on either side of the main walkway. Each one of these chambers glistened and glowed with alienistic goo filling them to the brim, housing gentle hues of blue and green. It was difficult for the humans to tell whether there were lights within the vats illuminating the liquid, or if the liquid itself was the emanator of light. Either way, there was an immediate suspicion that the humans themselves were going to end up inside one of these vats. After all, they were enormous, large enough to fit a couple horovagons inside. The suspicion was also evident in that some of these housing cells were already inhabited. Osomatsu and Choromatsu perceived, as they walked along through the grand hall, many incapacitated creatures and foreign organisms stashed away inside these vats. Not all, but many were occupied. Choromatsu pursed his lips in an expression of wariness and disgust as he eyed one of the alien animals they passed by. This creature, it was adorned in vibrant scales and feather-like structures growing from its paws. There were 3 horns emerging from its skull and 3 front-facing eyes indicative of a predator, along with dramatically oversized mitts with symmetrical claws grown from the ends. It sat at about twice the size of Choromatsu himself and, despite its rather intimidating appearance, emitted a tender aura that gave off the impression it was but a gentle giant. This alien animal was awake inside its vat, and it eyed Choromatsu with sleeper-looking, beady little eyes. Choromatsu couldn't help but to feel sorry for the poor thing. Although it appeared to him calm, he wondered if it felt claustrophobic or restless at all within the chamber. It must have been uncomfortable at least, he thought. The thing was laced in thin tubes pumping its body full of substances and chemicals, and its appendages were bound. The creature had a large mouth and lips, though neither could be seen beyond an inky black handprint sealing its pie-hole shut. With this, the creature could make no noise. It was caged in what appeared to be an inhumane trap of sorts, and it could barely even move beyond its restraints. What a horrible way to be imprisoned, he told himself. But of course, he suspected he and Osomatsu were about to share a similar fate. Are we going inside one of those? The second eldest finally grew the courage to ask. The behaviorist nodded as he continued leading them along, passing and leaving behind the gentle creature Choromatsu had been analyzing. Why yes, he stated. You humans refuse to eat willingly. Therefore, we must take extra measures to keep you two healthy. Thus, you will be contained here in the life support room, where you will be monitored and fed to our satisfaction. Osomatsu kept a stoic look, glaring forward whilst hiding away a nervous gulp as they were told this. Meanwhile, Choromatsu could feel his shoulders tense and stomach twist in anxiety. One of the worst things their captors did often, aside from inflicting direct pain upon them as punishment, was keep them still and contained, whether it be by means of restraints on a testing table or being imprisoned within the timeout area. Being physically handled and restrained in such manners was both scary and insulting. The lack of control, even just to move a limb, was alarming in the most innate and intuitive way, and being put in these situations by someone who believed himself higher than them was also dehumanizing. It made Choromatsu feel like nothing more than an animal to them, which by now was a long-established relationship. The behaviorist finally halted before 2 open vats, both empty and barren of tubes or liquid. Gesturing these chambers, the alien said to them, "Here we are. Please strip and step inside, or be manually handled and placed within the confines of the vat." Osomatsu and Choromatsu both turned their heads away, keeping stubborn looks plastered on their faces. The behaviorist looked to them expectantly for a moment before sighing and taking out a device. Using this device, he shot 2 gel bullets toward the humans, which, in sync, each evolved into large amalgamations of tentacles and appendages that wrapped around each body and lifted them into the air. Both Osomatsu and Choromatsu were held in place as the behaviorist, growing quite impatient, approached each one and began removing their clothing himself. First, it was Osomatsu. Osomatsu blew a frustrated puff of air as his boxers were removed and set aside. Then, the amalgamation positioned him inside the vat before shrinking back into a bullet and bouncing back toward the device. Upon leaving Osomatsu's body, Osomatsu was left to watch as 4 mechanisms clamped down over his hands and feet, holding him up in a starfish position a few inches from the ground. Here, he was stranded. Next was Choromatsu. Choromatsu winced as the behaviorist approached him, taking his underwear by the hem and beginning to tug them off without consent. As the man's face grew red in embarrassment and his glare remained elsewhere, the behaviorist muttered aloud to himself. "Such stubborn creatures," the alien huffed. "I can't wait for you two to be properly trained and obedient." Finally, once his underwear had been removed and set aside, the very naked Choromatsu was manually brought to his vat next to Osomatsu's and placed inside. Once inside, the same protocol was applied to him as it was to Osomatsu, in that the amalgamation of tentacles retreated back into its housing device and Choromatsu was left standing inside the vat. Only a moment went by before the same kind of mechanism clamped over his hands and feet, lifting him off the ground and keeping him suspended in air. Experiencing it for himself was quite the bizarre feel. Choromatsu glanced up to his left and his right, looking up at his bound hands now swallowed by these peculiar, oval-shaped clamps. He tried to wiggle his fingers, but there really wasn't much room for movement within. He figured the only purpose of these mechanisms was to keep him still, unable to wriggle or fight. He glanced down and saw that the clamps around his feet were the exact same. In this vulnerable position, he felt a twinge of anxiety well in his chest as he and Osomatsu awaited their fate. "First things first, we need to get your feeding tubes prepped," the behaviorist mumbled to himself quietly, hardly looking at the specimens as he worked. He began typing on 2 holographic interfaces that appeared before each vat, triggering 2 long, slimy tubes to slip down from above. Choromatsu glanced up as his feeding tube descended, wriggling down from a mass of closed entrances for all sorts of tubes and wires to come out from. Once it was low enough, the behaviorist stepped up into the vat and took hold of it, carefully examining it before adjusting one last setting. Then, he turned to Choromatsu and looked the man in the eyes. "Open your mouth," he ordered. Choromatsu grimaced and gave a small swallow, turning his head away ever so slightly. He really didn't feel comfortable having a glistening tube forcefully stuck down his esophagus. Who would? He recalled what it felt like to have a tube laced through his throat, and the mere thought made him sick. He didn't like the way his throat clamped down over its exterior, creating a subtle ache all around it. He also felt repulsed by the familiar feeling of having substances pumped directly inside of his stomach, as the experience was foreign and uncomfortable. If the process was done too fast, he knew he'd vomit. It wasn't fun in the slightest. The behaviorist detected his hesitation and gave an aggravated sigh, clearly growing impatient by their unwillingness to concede. Without wasting another second, he withdrew the Potentiman's device, that is, that odd-looking mind control gun, and pressed the end of it against Choromatsu's skull. With this, the behaviorist repeated, "Open your mouth." Then, there were 2 clicks. Upon hearing the second click, Choromatsu felt a strange sort of pressure get beamed into his head. He winced and clenched his teeth, fighting the unnatural sensations and struggling to beat the device. Of course, it was no use. He was well aware that no amount of willpower could overcome the force of this device. Quivering, Choromatsu's lips slowly pulled back as his jaw opened wide for the alien to access. Once his mouth was completely open, the other got to work. Withdrawing his 4 alien arms, the behaviorist slipped on a couple transparent, skin-tight gloves. Then, he reached over and took hold of the slimy tube dangling from above. He felt its exterior and tested the edible lubricant coating it, determining its efficiency by simply touching and feeling. When he decided that its level was satisfactory, he began closing in on Choromatsu. The poor man twitched as the icy-cold fingers began touching his lips and mouth. The many hands now working on him were invasive and robotic in nature, simply set on doing its task without care for the other's well-being. The behaviorist held the man's mouth open wide and began touching his tongue, pressing it over to the side of his mouth and out of the way so that he had access to the human's esophagus. Then, he zeroed in on the clear path to his throat and gently slid the tube down. Gaiak. Choromatsu was quick to begin gagging as the thin, wet structure was plunged into his throat. He tried to move his head away but was held sternly in place as the process was swiftly executed. He involuntarily hacked and coughed as the inanimate device slithered down, sending a shockwave of icy-cold temperatures all down his chest. Finally, the thing landed in his stomach and settled within. Once the tedious process of getting it in place was complete, the behaviorist finally let go of Choromatsu and retreated his hands. As Choromatsu heaved uncomfortably, the alien replaced his gloves and got to work on the holographic interface once more. From there, several more tubes were triggered to ascend from above within the vat. Each tube was a little different. In fact, some of them appeared more mechanical, like translucent wires. It appeared each of the dozen of long, thin structures had its own purpose, and Choromatsu was about to find out each one. The behaviorist before him proceeded to step back within the vat and begin connecting each tube or wire to Choromatsu. A few were sensors, or so they appeared to be. They were stuck all around his forehead and temple. Other sensors, looking slightly different in structure, shape, and thickness, were placed around his torso and chest. Some of the thin tubes were also placed around his body, connected only by a butterfly needle. The first went right into his left arm, penetrating his skin and embedding itself within a vein in the skeleton. The second was placed in the back of his neck and stung upon clicking into place. The third was placed in his right wrist like an 4. Finally, a larger sensor was placed right against the pit of his stomach. Being adorned in so many tubes and wires made Choromatsu feel like a test subject, or perhaps a marionette. He was feeling more and more trapped with every sensor or tube put in place, until finally, everything was all set up. The behaviorist looked everything over once, then twice before nodding to himself in satisfaction. Now, the only thing left to do was leave this human without a voice. To do so was easy, simply apply that inky goop to his face in the shape of a handprint, and no more would he be able to converse with his partner. Choromatsu frowned as he watched the alien pull out the small container and stick one of his alien hands inside, coating his palm in the goop. Then, the behaviorist approached him and clasped his hand around the poor man's face, fitting over his mouth a perfect, damning handprint. With that, his voice was bound. That meant that, for however long he was going to be stuck here, he wouldn't get the chance to talk to Osomatsu. How unfortunate. With the process now complete, the alien behaviorist stepped out from the confines of the vat and used the computer to trigger a transparent wall to come down and close, trapping the specimen inside. Then, he pressed one more button before moving on to Osomatsu to repeat the exact same process. The final button the alien pushed before moving on to Osomatsu seemed to trigger the final step in encapsulating the human within the life support chamber. And this was the liquid. The substance, the goo that began suddenly sloshing inside Choromatsu's vat and filling it up. Choromatsu let out a surprised gasp as he looked down at the rising water, or whatever it was. It was quick to fill, starting from the bottom and already reaching his ankles. Choromatsu's brow furrowed anxiously as he started to struggle, letting out a soft mph. In distress. He looked over at the alien, who was working on Osomatsu. He didn't even spare the poor man a glance as the water level continued to rise. Choromatsu gave another anxious struggle as the water filled up to his chest. Soon, it made it to his chin, then his nose. He gave one last big breath before being completely submerged in the watery substance. Now, he was no different from the specimen he had seen on his way over. As Choromatsu held his breath, his wristbands sent a wave of light across his skin, detecting the change in atmosphere. Then, it created 2 small bubbles of air around the man's nostrils, allowing him to breathe underwater. As soon as Choromatsu felt this, he gasped through his nose in relief. Although he knew the aliens had no intention of drowning him, it was still dreadfully ominous to be immersed in an environment he couldn't breathe in. With that, Choromatsu took a moment to breathe. Here he was, stranded above the floor with his hands and feet bound like a starfish. He had multiple needles embedded in his veins and was covered in alien sensors keeping track of every function in his body. He had a tube down his throat that was settled in his stomach, and a handprint over his mouth keeping his lips sealed shut. And, to make matters worse, he was naked. How lovely, he thought with a glare. By this point in time, the behaviorist had finished connecting all the tubes and wires to Osomatsu, as well. The eldest had a tube down his throat and a handprint over his mouth, and in minutes, his vat was also filled to the brim with the mysterious, glowing liquid. Now, they were both in the same boat. The behaviorist stood back from the humans with hands behind his back, looking them both over in satisfaction. Wonderful, he said aloud. You two are now hooked up to life support. You will remain here for the next few hours as your stomachs are filled and vitals are monitored. After saying this, the behaviorist formed a sick smile and added, any questions? Osomatsu and Choromatsu, with lips sealed, glared back at him with gazes filled with hatred. With no verbal response, the alien pulled his hands from behind his back and clasped them together. Great. I do hope this serves as a lesson for you two to start behaving a little more. Since you'll be here for quite some time, I suggest you sit and think about what actions and choices of yours have led you to this point. You humans are smart enough to do that. As Osomatsu let out an aggravated sigh, the behaviorist reached up and tapped the side of his temple. Out came a holographic interface, and through the translucent display, Osomatsu and Choromatsu could see that, very clearly on the screen, was a video of them. As if a camera had been placed directly before their chambers, the screen projecting from the alien's brain chip previewed a live video feed of their current state. In other words, they were going to be watched. The entire time. I will be monitoring you two as time goes on, the alien informed them, looking over the live feed. Along with visuals, I will also have access to every aspect of your physical vitals and health. So, relish in the fact that here, you two are completely safe and healthy. Nothing bad can happen to you here. You are safe. The alien closed the holographic interface and turned formally to the two humans, looking them over one last time before sending a painfully artificial smile. I will be leaving you two now. Enjoy your time spent feeding. Finally, the alien began walking off. Osomatsu and Choromatsu, eyes low in irk, glared on as the behaviorist walked further and further down the hall of vats within the LSR. Finally, the door at the very end opened, letting in an abundance of light only briefly before being cut off by the closing of the door. Now, the humans were alone. And they were imprisoned once again. Choromatsu gave a long, pained exhale as he stared forward at nothing. All around him, he could only see and hear the sound of water blurring his senses. He was stuck in a position that was far too mentally uncomfortable, and he already just wanted out. The nice thing though, he thought, was that he and Osomatsu had already started being fed. He could see sustenance running through the feeding tube into his mouth, but he couldn't feel it in his stomach. That meant they were taking it slow, thank God. He supposed, if they performed the feeding too quickly, the specimens would just throw it all up anyway. So this was best for both the specimens and the aliens. Although the feeding was going slow, Choromatsu still didn't feel good. He felt utterly ill being in this state, and it wasn't enjoyable in the slightest. As he thought this, his eyes wandered over to Osomatsu, curious to see how he was handling this. Osomatsu glanced back, looking rather sick, himself. It was clear he wasn't too comfortable, either. The whole situation was demeaning and humiliating enough as it was, so perhaps it was best neither could sit and further talk about it. Then again, without their voices, Choromatsu knew this was going to be a long, boring session. Being here, being forcefully restrained and fed against their will, it made Choromatsu miss Choromatsu dearly. He wondered, if Choromatsu were here, if the guy would at least sit and spend this time with them. Keep them company. Keep them entertained. Reassure them that everything was going to be okay, and that he was there with them. But no, they were stuck with the abhorrent replacement. The god-awful pawn in a system incredibly fucked. The system. Choromatsu couldn't help but wonder yet again what became of Choromatsu, and what this system had done to them. Could he really have faith in such a demented system, or was it more likely such a system would have the poor novice lobotomized? What if, right now, Choromatsu wasn't even the same person anymore? If it wasn't a complete personality shift, Choromatsu thought it could be a total memory wipe. Something really terrible was going to happen to him, he had no doubt. And there was nothing he nor Osomatsu could do about it. Then again, those were all just worst-case scenarios. Perhaps it was more likely that Choromatsu would simply be reprimanded instead of his people going all out with drastic measures. After all, it wasn't like the behaviorist had done anything horrible, he just stood up for them once. Though, he could almost hear Osomatsu telling him now, "You underestimate how messed up this alien society is. These people, they're all about control. And the higher-ups are good at what they do. Hell, they don't even have any criminals in their society, because things and people are taken care of before anything has the chance to escalate." Right. That's how it was. If that was the case, then, he supposed Choromatsu really could have undergone a procedure. Choromatsu wondered to himself, not for the first time and not for the last, if they were ever going to see Choromatsu again. If they kept misbehaving until they brought him back then, well, maybe they could. But their situation was just so fucked. He wished he could get input from Osomatsu on this, and perhaps a little reassurance. Sitting in silence was torture. Assuming they misbehaved until Choromatsu came back, it could take more than just a few days. It could take weeks, months even. How long were they going to have to endure extreme punishments and conditioning methods before they got to see their friend again? Thinking about all those punishments, Choromatsu really didn't know which one was the worst. There were definitely a few punishments and procedures he'd rather not have to relive, and that made acting out even scarier. Thinking about all the things he had been through, no. He didn't want to think about it. This was going to be a long feeding session. Intermission. The air was low and cool, with an aura of blue in the slow-coming night. Ichimatsu sat silently on a bench, staring out into the stars as he traveled alone from the seminar that had taken place on planet Claustra. Cosmos, moons, asteroids, belts and planets passed by, reflecting in his eyes as his gaze remained still and quiet. Inert like a statue, he contemplated silent nothings that played in his head like static. His thoughts, he couldn't hear, they were too distant. His personality was detached from his consciousness and his eyes remained still in watch as the scene before him played out, actors and props non-existent in his perception. The only actor present was himself, but even he had no control over. It was like being immersed in a movie, watching a life go by that was hardly even his own. A sentiment or a recollection, it didn't matter, all connections to him were obscured by distance. He was but an awareness stranded in eternity, light years above the ground. There was nothing left of him at this time. The apartment complex he had recently been relocated to grew near as the grey individual sat patiently, dissociated from reality as it was. The transportation ship he waited in was mostly empty save one or two Horovagan entities wandering, going about their own business. He was detached from them as well, simply observing them as moving blurs without faces. He paid them no mind whatsoever as he awaited the ship's halting. A few more minutes passed by along a foggy line of time, its motion slow and detached. Ichimatsu rode this wave without any ability to deviate from its existential grasp, keeping him locked in the moment of the present. Despite his depersonalization, pieces of his awareness were still forced to linger, as was always the case when a spirit dabbled with life itself. Because of this, because he was alive, a part of him would always remain present, no matter how detached he became. The public transportation vehicle he rode within zoned in on the apartment complex just outside the outer atmosphere of Claustra before soon coming to a stop. Once it stopped, a small bustling emerged from moving passengers ready to exit the ship. Ichimatsu was not one of them, at least, not for a few long moments. These moments lasted years in his eyes. Being so far from the physical realm, it took him time to stimulate his muscles back into an awakened state. Soon, it did happen however and, without any feeling to his body, he lifted his legs to a standing position. Slumping in fatigue, he began to shuffle along toward the nearest exit so he could finally arrive at his apartment. Upon stepping from the exit of the ship onto the grounds of the apartment complex, a notification beeped from within. A small holographic pop-up appeared, projecting from his brain chip near his temple. It was a scheduling notification, telling him silently that his schedule for the next day had been organized and that his next step at this time was to enter his dwellings. Here, he would go to sleep for the night before continuing his work tomorrow morning. Seeing scheduling notifications such as these had long become routine, as they had been present since early childhood. He had always been told where to go, when to go, and never told why. But, as with everyone else, he always followed the orders. He had to, he had no choice. Ichimatsu sluggishly sauntered through the halls of the complex, passing by not a soul. It appeared most had already gone to bed for the night, or perhaps had left for overnight work. Either way, it was a rare hour to see many others wandering in. He was one of few, as his work required him to stay quite late. It didn't help that he had attended that seminar after the day's work. Those seminars, the more he attended, the clearer they became, that it was all about brainwashing the attendees. He had grown ever more attached to the conviction that humans were more than just animals, or that perhaps, his own people weren't more than animals, themselves. That all life was equal, and all sentience was precious and strong. Choromatsu had helped him see that. The slightest of sorrow began itching in Ichimatsu's chest as he dragged his feet through the complex. This was the first emotion he had felt in hours, as he had previously been so detached from himself that he felt nothing. It was difficult for him to allow himself to feel any more pain, and proved much easier to simply grow numb to it all. But at the mere thought of his best friend, it sent him into a dangerous spiral that blossomed hues of different emotions back into his colorless being. He didn't want to experience it. Finally arriving before his apartment door, which was lined up along an infinite row of others, Ichimatsu came to a stop and stared for a moment. Then, with a low breath out, he opened the door and stood in the doorway. Inside, he could see his shadow plastered in an elongated manner across the floor before him as light seeped in from behind. The apartment was dark, it was quiet and it was lonely. A melancholic atmosphere fitting for the end of another arduous day. It triggered a sort of sensation in the alien's chest that he could almost equate to unease or devastation. Gloom was the flavor of this night, and this time, he was all by himself. Truly alone. Ichimatsu stepped inside the room and allowed the lights to brighten automatically. The door shut behind him as he set his stuff down on a counter nearby. The apartment itself, it was clearly a lower-class dwelling. It was a small, shady, one-bed one-bath fit for a lone worker of the system. The furniture, as it appeared, was fixated to the room. It was a part of the apartment itself, and it was likely Ichimatsu actually had very few belongings to call his own. With his job requiring frequent relocations, it made sense that this temporary home was set up more like a hotel rather than one's own personal dwellings. Sure, there was a chance he could spend a considerable amount of time living in this location, but there was still something about it that made it seem far from his own. Every apartment in this class looked the exact same, and every working horovegan of his level possessed very few personal items. There was no need for excess stuff anyway, it was all meaningless in the grand scheme of things. Ichimatsu let out another sigh before digging through his things, pulling out a small lunchbox he had brought with him. It was still warm with food inside, and he was ready to eat. It wasn't so much that he was hungry, however, it was more like it was just part of the routine. The act was more robotic than anything, and he felt very little joy in tasting the horovegan delicacy that had been sent home with him. The lonely alien consumed his meal at a table in his living room. Although there was a large screen present, perhaps an alien television, he did not turn it on and instead opted to wallow in the silence. He didn't feel like consuming visual media at this time, no matter the genre. He just wanted to eat, bathe, and sleep. And that was exactly what he intended to do. Once the horovegan was finished eating his dinner, he cleaned up before entering the bathroom. Inside, there was a standard toilet that didn't look too far off from what humans had invented for themselves. There was also a long tube that one could only assume was a shower of sorts. Ichimatsu, following his usual routine, stepped inside this tube and allowed it to shut. Inside, a strange force lifted him into the air before the mechanism began bombarding him with water. He shut his eyes and allowed the shower to clean him. It rinsed, then washed, then rinsed again before drying. Finally, the strange force set him back down and the tube was opened up. In a matter of a mere minute or so, he was clean. There was no relaxation in this act, no sitting and enjoying the warm water trickle down one's body, nor was there the simple pleasure of washing one's own hair and scrubbing one's skin. It was all automatic, and it went by so quickly that one hardly had the time to enjoy it. Ichimatsu finished up his business in the restroom before exiting and approaching his bedroom. There, he sat on an open pod, waiting to swallow him with heat and comfort as he succumbed to the desperate desire for sleep. Before curling himself inside, he stared down at the ground for a long, long time. Tomorrow was another day, he told himself. The alien doctor inhaled, then exhaled, again attempting to relax himself as he sat stoically upon the pod. It had been a long day, but it was finally time for him to sleep. Could he even sleep, though? He was exhausted, both mentally and physically, but he wasn't sure if he'd even get a wink of sleep. He was much too anxious about the future and what events could unfold. So there, he sat today. He waited. He thought. He existed. He survived. He breathed. And there was nothing more for him to do. Beep. A small, internal beep rang out from within his brain chip. The alien blinked. It was certainly an odd hour to be getting a message, he thought. Ichimatsu tapped the side of his temple, seeing that he was receiving an incoming call. It wasn't a video call though, just a voice call, and from a private caller, at that. A mysterious person was calling him in the late hours of the night. He wondered, could this be? Ichimatsu gave a dry swallow as he answered the incoming call. Hello. He called quietly. Who is this? Hey. Ichimatsu's eyes widened as he heard the familiar voice on the other end respond to his greeting. Choro, the anxious alien sat up a bit straighter, letting out a shaky breath as he recognized his dear friend's voice. Choromatsu. Hi, Ichimatsu. Ichimatsu hopped off the pod that was his bed and immediately began pacing the room, nervous and alert, alarmed and instantly frazzled. Choromatsu. He cried out a little louder, biting down on the tip of his thumb as he trembled. Are you okay? Where are you? What happened? I've been shitting myself wondering where the hell you've gone. Aha. I'm sorry, Choromatsu tried to laugh, his voice faint and exhausted. I'm sorry for worrying you. I'm fine. I'm okay and I'm safe, so don't panic. Grabbing tufts of his wispy hair with one hand, Ichimatsu continued biting down on his thumb as he feverishly replied, Please, tell me what happened. Did anyone hurt you? Are you coming back? There were a few moments of silence on the other end before Choromatsu finally answered with a, No, I'm not coming back. You aren't coming back, the younger of the two reiterated these words in disappointment. But, quickly, he snapped himself out of it. Okay. No, that's okay. I'm just so fucking glad you're okay. I thought I'd never hear your voice again. It's a relief, isn't it? The behaviorist gave another half-hearted chuckle. I was kind of scared, myself. I mean, I really messed up, you know? I honestly should have been punished quite severely for the treacherous behavior I displayed. I was out of line. I was acting deranged. I was acting like an animal. I'm just so grateful our leaders decided to have mercy on me. They truly do care about us, you know. Yeah. Ichimatsu's energy sank as he heard his friend speak these words. It sounded so, perhaps, scripted, in a way. Can I ask, what happened to you? Was it anything bad? What are our leaders going to do with you? Again, there was hesitation. They are sending me back. To Atra. Huh? Ichimatsu pursed his lips, slightly confused. Atra. Yes. Choromatsu's voice grew a notch or two quieter as he spoke, sounding almost disappointed whilst trying to keep a level-headed demeanor. I have been assigned work there. So, you really have been stripped of your title as animal behaviorist, the other breathed. I guess I assumed as much, but it still stings hearing it from you. Yes, I have proven to be quite a disappointment in my recent work as an animal behavioral specialist, he went on. I acted out and disrespected the head of behavioral studies, and for that, along with my increasingly worrisome behavior, I have been appropriately reprimanded and reassigned work. So, what kind of work are they going to have you doing on Atra? It will be custodial work. Choromatsu attempted to say this in the most formal, neutral tone he could muster, but Ichimatsu could still hear the pain in his voice. The full details of my position have already been disclosed to me, and I have gratefully accepted this new job, corrected and humbled. I will no longer be venturing to Claustra, nor will I be allowed near any biological research facility for the remainder of my natural life. This is my new calling, and I am thankful. I see. Ichimatsu whispered. Will I still be permitted to keep in contact with you? As far as I know, keeping in contact with you will be fine as long as I don't make any more mistakes. That's a relief to hear. It really was a relief. For all Ichimatsu had known prior to this call, he could never have heard from his dear friend again. The situation, it was all less than ideal. But his friend, Choromatsu, was okay. He was okay and he was safe, and no one had hurt him. Perhaps their lives could go back to somewhat normal. Perhaps things were going to be okay. Perhaps he could finally stop worrying about Choromatsu's fate and instead relish in the fact that he was still permitted to be alive. It was honestly a miracle. Then again, I need to ask, Choromatsu began in a hushed tone. Ichimatsu, how are they? His voice quivered slightly as he questioned the other, as if he were afraid, not of what Ichimatsu might say, but of something else. Specimen A and B? Are they? How are they doing? For a moment, Ichimatsu did not answer. Then, he squinted, glaring ahead at nothing. Darkly, he said, Choromatsu. I need something from you first. What is it? I need you to tell me, this call, it is being monitored right now? Are you being watched? Choromatsu said nothing. Is our call being listened in on? Again, there was no answer. Finally, Ichimatsu sighed. Okay, he uttered simply. Then, he went on to answer the other's inquiry. Specimen A and B weren't too happy to see that you were replaced. They're currently acting defiant to any and all coercion, and are being forcefully handled every step of the way. All social-emotional progress we've made with them has completely reset. They are an increasing risk to the safety of our workers and must remain bound and restrained at all times. They resist food, water, sleep, and any attempts of physical handling unless it's with me. They are not cooperating in the slightest and will only communicate their desire to see you or return home. We are currently making no progress with them whatsoever, and the new behaviorist is struggling to form any sort of relationship with them. They will not submit. They will not obey. They will not concede, and they will continue to be punished and corrected until they do. Last I heard, they were in the LSR being force-fed their meal, and I have a feeling it's only going to get worse for them from here on out. I see, Choromatsu whispered. Thank you for the update. Yeah, no problem. Anyway, I have to let you go now. It's time for me to make the commute to Atra, and I intend to get some shut-eye during the ride so I'm fully prepared for my first shift tomorrow. I understand. Ichimatsu hesitated, then asked, when am I going to hear from you again? Horovagan communications services and messaging will be restored to my brain chip shortly, so you'll have access to my profile again soon, informed the other. If I don't call you sometime tomorrow, feel free to reach out to me. All right, he nodded. Thank you for calling and letting me know you're okay. Of course. Although we might not see each other in person for a while, maybe we can time our lunch breaks together and chat then. Does that sound good? Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, well, I hope you sleep well, Ichimatsu. Talk to you tomorrow. CYA. With that, the transmission was cut. Intermission. End chapter 33. Chapter 34, Deeply Woven. Choromatsu stared deeply into the mirror, analyzing his reflection with ever so hushed doubt polluting his energy. What stared back into his eyes was an exhausted-looking Horovagan being, disheartened and unappeased. In that sullen face of his, he could see the residue of a tormented soul swirling inside. A broken spirit harboring the physical form of an Atra native, that was him. Dark, fluttering skin, bright, white eyes, 6 arms, and an ever-ticking clock heart in his midsection, that was his appearance, and it was a familiar one. The alien reached down into the sink before him, wetting his primary hands with water. He massaged the cold liquid upon his face, rubbing his cheeks and forehead deeply before looking back up into the mirror. This time, what stared back was the face of something different, something otherly. Piercing, front-facing eyes with colorful irises, soft, dark hair growing from the top of his head, a silly button nose, an angular frown, and 2 symmetrical ears popping out from each side of his head like some alienistic primate, it was a form that he, at the start, found largely humorous. Cute, even. But now, looking at this face, it only brought lamentation. Longing, sorrow, defeat. He missed those humans dearly. Directly cutting between him and the mirror, a holographic pop-up appeared, emanating from his brain chip. It was a notification informing him that his day was about to begin. He let out a small sigh. It had been a long time since he had notifications appear so blatant and unwarranted before him. As an adult, he was usually free to check these mandated instructions at his own time, without so much interruption. However, now that he was beginning a new job after being reprimanded and fired from his previous one, it looked like he was back to being informed of his next task by means of these annoying pop-ups. How shameful, it made him feel like a child again. Choromatsu finished up using his new apartment's facilities before exiting into the cold, lifeless bedroom. This setup, it was much shabbier than his apartment as an animal behavior specialist. It was a significant downgrade in that it was largely one room, complete with a single corner dedicated to the kitchen. It was quite small, and being alone here only made it seem even more depressing. He huffed before walking on towards the kitchen, grabbing a small bite to eat before approaching his closet. There, he pulled out a backpack full of gear he was going to need for his first day of work as a custodian on Atra. And with that, he went off. The commute to Choromatsu's initial orientation was comparably short, as his complex was just within the outer atmosphere of the planet itself. He sat silently, solemnly as he, alongside 100 others, took a transportation ship toward his destination. He said not a word to anyone, keeping his gaze distant and avoidant as he rode passively. The orientation was short and boring. Sitting in a room with about a dozen other workers, he was instructed on what to do and how to do his tasks. It was all just a formality, as his brain chip would provide detailed instructions of each of his tasks throughout the day. He was informed of when his lunch period would be, when his breaks were, and where to go for seminars and meetings as needed. The announcer's words ran through Choromatsu's ears like trickling water, meaningless and empty. He remained distanced from other individuals throughout the orientation, both physically and emotionally. He never initiated a greeting, but did nod a time or two when others did so to him first. Soon, the orientation was complete. It had lasted about an hour, and during this our Choromatsu retained practically nothing. The alien quietly packed up his stuff before exiting the meeting room, sluggishly being filtered behind as others paired up as friends or colleagues. These people, most of them were young, much younger than he himself, even. Many were there as tasked by their teachers, being in the late stages of their childhood and soon ready to graduate from ATRA entirely. Others were there temporarily as their futures were being prepared for them, and a few had even been training for advanced custodial leading on ATRA their entire lives. Regardless, all seemed eager to be there, and Choromatsu was alone in his melancholy. After all, it was quite uncommon that one would misbehave and be fired after having already begun their professional work. Choromatsu's case was quite unique. Before slipping out the door, Choromatsu took one last glance at the refreshments table. He hesitated before snatching up what was the alien equivalent to a cup of coffee. He took a big, long swig, then threw the empty cup away in the trash. Then, upon stepping out the door, Choromatsu received his very first instruction of the job. Clean up the meeting room. Choromatsu froze mid-step, then let out a long sigh. He turned around to look at what kind of a mess had been left behind. Of course, it wasn't too bad, but still troublesome to say the least. He didn't even get to leave the room before starting his work, it seemed. So, this was his life now. Choromatsu gave a tired look as he opened up the detailed instructions, reading down a checklist of items to complete. Each task had the option to expand, describing how to complete said item in detail. It told him what to grab, where to go, how to do it, everything, so in depth that a mere child could follow along without trouble. There was an exact way to do things with very little room for creativity, which was a little different from what Choromatsu was used to. But, he supposed, that was to be expected with the nature of this kind of work. The meeting room was now empty, leaving Choromatsu to work alone to get it cleaned up. He began with the tables and counters, working his way from the top of the checklist. The ex-behaviorist opened his backpack with one of his extra arms and pulled out all that he needed: trash bags, disinfectants, sanitizers, rags, window cleaners, everything that would help him in his current task of cleaning the meeting room. Then, he got to work. With the air quiet and lonely, the alien cleaned the tables. He threw away empty cups, half-eaten snacks, forgotten papers, and other garbage. He cleaned the surfaces with chemicals, spilling crumbs to the floor below as he did so. He wiped windows, cleaned machines, put away leftover refreshments as he was instructed to do, disinfected the walls, the chairs, the doors and counters and any contact surface needing to be cleaned, and Choromatsu even organized folders and books that had been left out by the announcer during orientation. It took quite some time, but Choromatsu was eventually free to move onto the floor. He put away the chemicals and rags, and withdrew an anti-gravity gun. He shot the laser at the collection of tables and chairs, lifting them from the ground and casually tossing them to the ceiling. With the floor now cleared, he took out another device used to scan the floor for dust, crumbs, and debris. The device did so and, in one big bubble, collected all the dirt that had been on the ground. The bubble was emptied into a trash bag before popping out of existence. Then, Choromatsu opened up a secret hatch in the wall and began spraying the floor with mass amounts of cleaning chemicals. He adjusted a setting on his brain chip, allowing his body to lift into the air alongside the chairs and tables as he continued spraying. Once the entire floor was doused in chemicals, he pressed a button beside the hatch that opened up drains in the floor. Here, the floor was cleared and dried quickly. Finally, Choromatsu set the tables and chairs back down and looked over his work. The room looked and smelled lovely, ready to be utilized for the next group. Choromatsu had to admit, cleaning had always been satisfying work, and he wasn't too displeased by it. Still, an emptiness lingered in his chest, and all he really cared about at this time was getting his job done. Choromatsu's first task of his workday was now complete, and it had only taken him a lonesome 45 minutes. Now, it was time to move on. He opened up his holographic interface and reported the task as complete. His brain chip, which had been modified and upgraded for custodial use, sent out a quick scan of his environment to determine his level of efficiency. Once it found it sufficient, his next task was displayed. This next task required Choromatsu to exit the faculty building entirely and make his way to the campus grounds of School Area 1117, or what the locals called it, Flows. That was the institute's name, and as with all other campuses worldwide, its range of caretaking was from infancy to graduation. This school's grounds stretched far and wide, housing not just students of all ages, but faculty as well. That is, faculty worthy of being housed directly on ATRA, which Choromatsu was not. Worthy faculty included higher-ups, principals, professors, and counselors, most of whom were older veterans of their fields rather than young ex-behaviorists. With Choromatsu's feet planted on ATRA, he set off to the closest means of transportation. As the alien left the meeting room and wandered through the halls of the building, he wondered if there was a teleporter nearby that could take him to a station. He stopped a local passing by in the lobby and inquired about it. The local redirected him, and away Choromatsu went. Upon being teleported to a station in range, Choromatsu sat at a bench and awaited the next public train. He waited for 5, then 10 minutes before the next one soon arrived. He stepped onto the vehicle and found a seat, getting comfortable as the train began to move. With its pull, he swayed ever so slightly, hinting at the mechanism's age. For most vehicles had their G-force stabilized, which removed the push and pull of motion entirely. As Choromatsu patiently sat on the seat of the train, he stared on ahead at nothing with an emptiness in his eyes. Then, he opened up his brain chip and started listening to music that played internally. Being soothed now with tunes, he allowed his eyes to shut as he rested between tasks. About half an hour went by before Choromatsu arrived at Flo's. He turned his music off and exited the train, stepping into the outside for the first time that day. As the train left behind him and others who had exited scattered about, Choromatsu looked up at the sky and breathed in. He took in his surroundings, allowing the melancholic feeling to settle in his chest as he accepted the present moment for what it was. The area itself was gorgeous. The station stood on a hill that overlooked the entire campus, just on the outskirts of its grounds. The appearance of Flo's, as with any other academy on ATRA, was the equivalent of a small city or village, a cluster of buildings organized methodically and constructed with its own alienistic touch. The architecture of the structures made for thousands was colorful and unique, curvy and smooth with the occasional jagged corner or spontaneous ridge that gave each building an artistic look. It was akin to a metropolis of sorts, a utopia for the young and gifted. Of course, all that were permitted to live were gifted in some way. That was the truth that Choromatsu had never before considered so dark. The nature surrounding the buildings were delightful, constructed and organized creatively to encourage a child's play instincts. Cobblestone steps leading up and around. Swirling patches of grass one could hop to and from, curly trees bred for only the best climbing experiences, bushes of flowers that were colorful and quick to grow in case of disturbance, ponds, fountains, slides, everything that really, truly brought Choromatsu back to his beloved childhood. Choromatsu extended the palm of his hand softly, allowing a few drops of rain to settle on his wisped skin. The cumulonimbus clouds of the sky each harbored its own color. The breaks between clouds showcased an indigo atmosphere above, and the sun was peeking in through these breaks from off over the horizon. It was still early in the morning, after all, and the sun's graceful light did wonders illuminating each individual droplet that made up its cloud. There were clouds of jaded pink, dimmed purple, hushed green, unsaturated blue, and muddled orange, each sending its raindrops off with a kiss before falling to ATRA below. The rain, along with the breeze, was warm, tropical. Overall, it was a gorgeous morning, and Choromatsu had long missed waking up to such an environment. Looking back out over the campus, Choromatsu scanned the buildings in attempt to name them off in his head. He could recognize the infancy area in the far back based on what he presumed was the preschool next to the large, dome-shaped incubator, where Horovagan infants curled up together and slept. Choromatsu longed for that. Snuggling in a pile of fellow fawns whilst staring up into the morning sky through the dome's translucent roof, it felt so safe. Comfortable. Peaceful. Long before life itself became dark through the teachings fed into the little ones' minds. The alien hated growing up, he really did. Off to the right of the infancy area, Choromatsu could make out the playgrounds. They were leveled, contained in transparent boxes one on top of another. The playground at the bottom of the stack was designed for the youngest of Horovagans, while the very top was meant for the oldest. Choromatsu remembered leveling up to each playground as he aged, taking vertical platforms not too dissimilar to escalators up further and further until arriving to the top. What a magical feeling that was. Throughout the campus, Choromatsu found he could name most of the buildings, despite not having attended Flo's himself. He could see the faculty buildings collected right beside the infancy area. He could make out different habitats and nature sections made for exploration and play. He could single out the biology headquarters, the Center for Physical Education, and the History Museum. He could pinpoint the cafeteria, the student housing quarters, and the planetarium. He could even tell which building was the center of technology and mathematics. Each campus on Atra was basically the same, a gorgeous, interactive city, compact enough to keep everything in relative walking distance but big enough to include all that was needed to school a Horovegan throughout their adolescent years. At least, school them with what was deemed important and necessary by the higher-ups. The concept in Choromatsu's eyes sounded like a dream on paper, but of course, it was all twisted through years of power corruption and manipulation. Standing just beyond the campus grounds, a certain rule from his memories hit Choromatsu suddenly. He'd almost forgotten, for most of his childhood, he was not permitted to step foot outside these grounds. It was something that he'd shrugged off for a long time, but thinking about it, it was rather odd that there were measures in place to keep him and others within the campus at all times. That, paired with being tracked, monitored, and followed consistently, these things, they always seemed so normal, so standard. But, after meeting the humans and hearing their opinions on such things, it really did open Choromatsu's eyes. Choromatsu was the last Horovegan left in the station by the time he was awoken from his trance. A pop-up notification appeared, informing him of where he needed to go next and how to get there. The ex-behaviorist let out a huff, frustrated by the demeaning way he was being bossed around by technology. It really was as if he were back in school. Perhaps it wasn't so great to be a child, after all. Choromatsu opened up the notification and analyzed the map he'd been given of flows. He quickly memorized where he needed to go before closing it and starting forward, 2 hands clinging to his backpack as he marched on. He took the brief path down the hill before officially entering the campus grounds. Walking upon the dampened cobblestone street, he wandered on in the rain toward his destination. The deeper within the city he got, the more populated the area became. He passed by professors, workers, and even a couple of the older students. He didn't see any younger ones, as they were likely still in slumber in their quarters. It was still the crack of dawn, after all. The ex-behaviorist's second task of the day, it seemed, was to do the morning trashes. He was in charge of taking out all the trashes scattered about outside, which included the trashes near each building entrance, at the playground, and any other trash cans not considered inside. He had a long list of them in his brain chip, along with the possible routes to take that were most efficient. This task was likely going to take a large chunk of his day, and he was mentally prepared for it. To start, he was going to need the large trash bin to empty all the trash bags into. That could be found in the custodian's shed on the north side of campus. Choromatsu made his way to the shed, where his brain chip was scanned before the door opened, allowing him access. He walked inside and retrieved one of the many mobile bins used for trashes. It was quite large, blue and with a handlebar that could be used to push it along. It had no wheels, but instead hovered above the ground, making for smoother and easier movements. He exited the shed, pushing the floating bin forward and starting on his long trek across and through the campus. Choromatsu lugged the bin along, eyes low and demeanor wilted. He dragged his heavy feet with every arduous step, feeling his body rock back and forth naturally as he walked. The energy he emitted was soft and slow, blue in color and heavy like the damp air of the rainy morning. As the rain began to pick up from a gentle drizzle to a more intense pour, Choromatsu brought a hand to his temple and adjusted a setting on his brain chip. This activated his atmospheric processor and widened the range of the affected area, creating for him a body-shaped, transparent bubble of which the rain splattered against and dripped off from. This way, he wouldn't end up soaked and could stay warm despite being out in this weather. With a shield from the rain now active, Choromatsu shook himself dry within the flexible encasing and continued on, passive under the circumstances that cursed his new life. He approached the first trash in sight and parked the bin beside it, retrieving from a hatch a new trash bag. He removed the trash can's lid and took out the old trash, which was about halfway full. He tied its end shut and tossed it in the bin before shaking open the new bag. Then, he placed the bag in the bin and put the lid back on. His first trash, complete. 1 out of, perhaps, 100. He didn't even want to count. A second trash can came up on his left. Choromatsu pushed the bin toward it and parked nigh, repeating the process. Upon lifting the bag out of the can, he noticed there was a small tear near the bottom. His eyes widened as he realized it was slowly growing and, before he could stop it, garbage began to pour out onto the ground. The poor alien stopped and stared at the mess that had now been made. Then, he let out a sigh. He knelt and began picking up the now wet garbage, using his back arms to shake open a new bag to dump the garbage in. Once it was all cleaned up, he tied the bag up and threw it into the trash bin. Finally, he placed a new bag inside the can and set the lid back on. Second trash, complete. As Choromatsu continued on, he could see the theology building coming up on his right. This building, it was a type of seminary that primarily taught societal, moral, and behavioral expectations by means of the sociomoral tenet for the rudimentary novitiate. It was a required class taught all throughout one's adolescence, practically from birth on. Students were encouraged to take inspiration from this building, to study it and to study within it. It was the drive of their careers, their worthiness as Horovegan people. It drove all their relationships, their behaviors, their choices, and their very way of thinking. To say it was a significant and sacred place was an understatement. It was the center of indoctrination for Choromatsu's people, and to Choromatsu, it could never be anything more. Never again. The theology building got closer until soon, Choromatsu passed by the windows to its first class. He slowed his pace as he spared the sneakiest of glances, taking a peek into what was an intimately familiar classroom. At least, its setup was familiar. The color of the walls, the decor, the type of architectural beauty used as a base design for the building itself, even the smell as he passed by an open window, it was all the same. It was all familiar. Choromatsu's pace fell further as he peered more intently into the building from outside. He could make out the first seminar of the day, where about 100 middle school students sat at the edge of their seats, listening keenly to their professor lecture on about their place in the universe and whatnot. There was a pang of nostalgia burning in his chest as he looked upon the scene, feeling both a sense of comfort but also of wariness. In this environment, he had to admit that things felt safe. At least, much less scary than how things really were in his society. As the professor went on with grand hand motions, passionately spewing indoctrination to the children, Choromatsu could almost hear what they were saying. He could almost hear it. It was almost as if he were in that classroom, sitting, watching, listening, consuming. He could see it all now. You are of more value than many flocks, for even the very cells that make up your physical being are numbered, the professor proclaimed grandly. The worth of a Horovegan soul is its capacity to become as our leaders, determined, dedicated, always striving for perfection. And this, you will prove through perseverance and obedience. You will be counseled, guided, and praised as you work your chosen purpose in life, bringing us ever closer to the great truth. These words echoes in Choromatsu's mind as his perception rippled and broke, the scene faltering into a memory of which he was naively drawn to. In that moment, he was in the past, watching himself learn with great lust for what was introduced to him as sacred truth. He analyzed every detail and color of the memory, listening well to the speaker. Dedication to our leaders takes us beyond mere acceptance of their identity and existence. It includes having complete confidence in their redemptive and protective power. They have been created, birthed, and built up to be leaders for a reason. They are strong, intelligent, reliable, responsible, and ever-loving to those they lead. Always turn to their words and teachings for guidance and praise. It is your directive. Choromatsu could almost see his younger self gravitating his body forward in awe, leaning close with ears perked in intense concentration. He devoured every syllable, consuming the other's words with unbreakable belief and knowledge. Nothing could shake this child from the lies he had been fed all throughout his life. For, this younger self had dedicated his entire existence, and nothing could pull him into deviance. By means of disobedience does one damn himself with stunted knowledge and tunneled vision, blinded by ignorance and confusion. He who questions that which has been studied for eons by the greatest biological force there is but a fool. We as a people have studied the origin of life for longer than we can comprehend in these mortal vessels. We have built a perfect society constructed to be most productive in discovering all that science and existence has to offer. We as Horovegan people are great, and our greatness will continue to grow until we become gods among creatures, omnipotent among carbon-based life. We are a society without war, without deviance, and without misinformation. Yes, this is a blessed time period, and we are special to exist in it. Do not question our leaders, for they are the beacons of knowledge and understanding. They oversee all that our studies produce, and are most keen on understanding the inner workings of existence in and of itself. They oversee the existential philosophers, the theoretical physicists, the biologists of all fields, the applied mathematicians, the animal psychologists, all that which discovers new knowledge for our taking. Yes, it is all these things that our leaders know, and in our best interest as a people do they lead. Do not question the books, of which were written by scientists appointed by the highest authority. The books are factual and truthful, and they guide us as we grow and work towards our destiny. Do not question the part you play in helping us find the truth behind life and existence. 4. We work together as a hive mind, as one entity searching beyond this dimension and this plane. Do not become useless or idle in our mission. Do not become confused, for confusion causes a ripple in our collective knowledge. We are as one, and we work together as great beings gifted with the utmost of intelligence. It is a perfection animals can't even dream to achieve, and yet we have achieved it. So, do not stray from your destiny. Those final words echoed into non-existence as Choromatsu's memory came to an end. This, he thought, was what corruption in agnosticism looked like. It seemed his people were professionals at this, having manipulated generation after generation for so long now. He supposed, it didn't matter the theology nor philosophy of one's perception. It didn't matter if there was truth or good in his people's teachings, because at the end of the day, it wasn't about the teachings themselves, it was about making of the masses conditioned puppets whilst keeping those few most corrupt in power. That was where the teachings became twisted to further fit a beneficial narrative. Choromatsu let out a long, deep sigh before turning away from the classroom and continuing on through the rain. The falling droplets from the clouds above speckled and splattered upon Choromatsu's bubble exterior, trickling down like roots into the dirt of Atra. He heaved along the large bin of trash as the rain patted down upon him, warm as a tropical storm in the summer. With every step, his toes splashed into shallow puddles, his skin protected from his head to even the soles of his feet. It was a convenience he often took for granted. He presumed humans had nothing like what his brain chip was capable of. If he were a mere human, he'd be soaked to the bone. Speaking of his brain chip, Choromatsu's gaze rose to the sky above. He could see the morning stars between intermittent clouds of rainbow, along with a blinking light that mimicked the glow of starshine. That blinking light, he acknowledged, was a satellite. These satellites, they were often visible at dawn and dusk just outside of Atra's atmosphere. They weren't just limited to Atra, either. These satellites were present all around the universe, and then some. They were beacons of connectivity, and were responsible for providing channels and ties between computer systems and brain chips of every Horovegan individual. Choromatsu was reminded of this as he thought to himself. He wondered what it would be like to live in a society as simplistic as that of a human's. He couldn't imagine getting around without his brain chip. His brain chip was not just a means of communication between him and others, but it was his connection to the internet, his database of notes, his security, and a significant part of his day-to-day life. Choromatsu's brain chip, it was due for an update pretty soon. Updating one's brain chip was a process in and of itself, and it only happened once every generation. That is, universal updates only happened once every generation. Universal updates affected each and every Horovegan, and it was such a significant event that all schooling and work was suspended for a day while it occurred. Over the course of a week, everyone would have one day where their brain chip would spend hours updating. Because of this, it rendered many individuals unable to study, work, or even communicate with others long distance. Because of his society's dependency on brain chips, it practically left the average person useless. Choromatsu hadn't received a universal update since he was a child. He enjoyed the updates though. Aside from having a day off to rest, which was a rare occasion in his society, he was always eager to see what things had changed. Although reactivating his brain chip upon receiving one could prove confusing to maneuver at first, the updates often came with special features and new uses he could have only dreamed of. The interface was often upgraded, his ease of access was upgraded, and all sorts of other features were added to make using his brain chip easier and more advanced than ever. The universal updates were consistently tweaked and worked on over the course of a decade before being approved by his people's leaders and ultimately sent to every brain chip in existence. It was quite a big deal, and Choromatsu knew the next big update was coming this year. Hell, sooner than this year, it was coming next week. At least he had that to look forward to. With a big thunk, Choromatsu came to a sudden halt. He snapped his attention back to the path before him before realizing he'd driven the trash bin right into his next target trash can. He fervently glanced around, meek to the thought that someone had seen him, before backing up and working on this next trash can. As with the previous, he removed the lid, took out the bag, tied it in a knot, threw it into the bin, set a new bag inside, and then replaced the lid before continuing on his way. As Choromatsu wandered along his chosen route, he saw off to his left the corrections building. The corrections building. Immediately, he was left with a bad taste in his mouth. Choromatsu. Choromatsu breathed slowly as his eyes fell shut. He could almost hear the first conversation he'd had inside one of these buildings, and it wasn't a memory that sat well. Please, open your eyes. You're not in trouble. A bright, young, soon-to-be behaviorist slowly allowed his eyes to open as he looked up anxiously at the individual speaking out to him. Standing before Choromatsu was a tall faculty member, a higher-up and head of the corrections agency. They were in the lobby of the corrections building where officers and counselors populated the area, each one working on their own individual task. The room was quiet save for the bustling noise of movements and papers being filed. Young Choromatsu looked up sheepishly at the head of the corrections agency, his body language mild in nature. He couldn't have been older than the equivalent of an 8-year-old. I'm not. He squeaked, shoulders tense whilst fiddling with his fingers. The higher-up shook his head, looking gently to the other. He then motioned over a chair and, with seemingly nothing but the force, brought the hovering seat over to him. He sat and got comfortable, sitting before the small child quivering on the bench. You've never been here before, have you? The higher-up inquired. The corrections building? No, I haven't, he admitted quietly. Did I do something bad? Not at all, the higher-up shook his head, expressing to the other a show of empathy for his anxiety. I called you here because I wanted to talk to you about one of your classmates, actually. Oh, Choromatsu seemed to relax just a little, but, feeling a bit perplexed, scrunched his face as he glanced back up. One of my classmates? Yes. The older figure withdrew the cylindrical base of a notepad, opening it up to its full size and triggering a holographic display to sprout from its form. This display showcased all of the higher-ups' notes, along with a profile of a very specific individual. Briefly looking over these notes, the higher-up went on to say, "You are a very strong-willed student, you know. Your integrity shines above many others, as you're always striving to do the right thing according to our moral code as Horovagans." Thank you, the other nodded shyly. I try. I like doing the best I can. And we see you for that. Zooming in on the profile in his notes, the higher-up continued. You've got a bright future ahead of you, as long as you remain unswayed by outside sources. It's because of your determination that we've chosen you for a very special task. Choromatsu cocked his head. A task? Yes, cooed the higher-up. See, some of the professors and caretakers have reported some troubling observations from a close friend of yours. Which friend? Young Ichimatsu, he informed. We've noticed he's been a little down lately. Apathetic, even. His social skills are faltering, his academic performance is dwindling, and his ever-moving drive to maintain a strong-willed exterior seems to be slowing. He just doesn't seem interested in his studies recently. And, it's worrisome. The higher-up closed his notes and looked carefully at Choromatsu. Has he said or done anything that you find troubling as of late? Troubling? Choromatsu brought a finger and a thumb to his chin as he hummed thoughtfully. Maybe. He doesn't like playing in big groups anymore. Instead, he always wants to just be with me. I'm okay with that, but maybe that's a bad thing. What about his behavior during class? Pried the elder. Especially theology. Does he behave poorly in seminary? Kind of, Choromatsu conceded with a frown. He's been doing weird things lately in that class. Like what? This, the higher-up seemed intrigued in. Well, I saw him scribbling in his copy of the sociomoral tenet for the rudimentary novitiate, the child freely admitted. He was scribbling out some words he didn't like. The other leaned in, peering into the other's eyes as Choromatsu went on. He was also drawing in it, he went on. He drew some animals, I think. Did he show any remorse for this? The elder inquired. I don't think so, answered Choromatsu. I see. And, has he spent any of his free time or study sessions in the theology building, as encouraged? I mean, the younger pursed his lips. Not really. Whenever I go, he usually goes somewhere else. It's like he's trying to avoid it sometimes. Has Ichimatsu been indulging in any physical vices that you're aware of? Choromatsu formed a confused look upon being asked this, and the higher-up quickly clarified. You know, attempting to overeat, attempting to oversleep, attempting to find ways to get high, perhaps even inflicting harmful behaviors upon his person, any of that? I don't know, Choromatsu answered genuinely. Sometimes it is hard to get him to wake up, and he does nap a lot instead of studying. But I'm not sure about anything else. All right. And, what about biology class? The higher-up raised a brow and leaned back as he asked this. When you work with alien specimens and live animals, what is his behavior like? Oh, Choromatsu grew perky upon hearing this question. He loves working with the animals. Would you say it makes him happy? Yes. Although, Choromatsu shrank slightly. He does get a little emotional over them sometimes. In what way? Like, the child tightened his lips hesitantly. He just talks about how much he cares about them. How he wants them to be healthy and happy. Which makes sense because he's going to be a doctor. But it does feel a little weird sometimes. Would you describe what he experiences as, perhaps, unrequited empathy for the animals? A dangerous level of lowering oneself to its state. Choromatsu's eyes widened. Oh, no. Not at all. He claimed. Then, he took a mental step back and uttered, well, I don't know. I wouldn't know what that looks like. That's all right. About that weird feeling you have, can you describe it a little more for me? Choromatsu frowned, thinking hard. I don't know. It just doesn't sit right. Like, in my opinion, he's too worried about the animal's well-being instead of just making sure the object of study is healthy. Which is kind of weird to me. All right, the higher-up gave a long breath before sitting up straight and looking to the other seriously. Now, Choromatsu, about this task I mentioned. Do you know how to play detective? Oh. Choromatsu grinned at this, eager at the thought. Yes, I love playing detective. Good. The higher-up reached into his pocket and withdrew a cylindrical base of a notepad. He opened it up and handed it to the young child. Choromatsu took it and looked it over, finding that it was empty and like new. Choromatsu, I am assigning to you a very special, secret task, he told him. See, this weird feeling you get when Ichimatsu does certain things, it means that what he's doing is incorrect. I want you to keep this notepad, and write every time you have this feeling. I want you to write what it is that he's doing that makes you feel uneasy. Can you do that? Oh. Choromatsu looked at the notepad in his hands in awe as he listened. So, it's like I'm gathering evidence. Precisely, winked the higher-up. Do you think you could do that for me? Detective Choromatsu is on the case. Beamed the impressionable young. Wonderful, the other nodded approvingly. And, remember, keep this a secret, okay? If Ichimatsu finds out about this, then you're not a very good detective, you know? Will do. Choromatsu hopped from his seat and started off in a hurry, zooming off excitedly. I'll report back to you once I find evidence. He called. Thank you, the higher-up called back, satisfied with his work. And, just like that, Choromatsu blinked and it was all gone. Now, standing still and alone, rain poured down on the somber individual as he kept one limp hand on the trash bin's handlebar. He stood quietly for a moment as this memory brought back all sorts of conflicting emotions. It was just as he remembered, the head of the correctional agency had sent him to spy on his best friend for any potential defects in his behavior. In that time period, Ichimatsu's depression was just starting to show and he was beginning to question the things they taught in theology. Of course, this had been swiftly fixed. Through Choromatsu's own spying, the fear tactics heavily utilized, and even a few light corrective actions that had been taken, Ichimatsu was back on track to becoming a highly appreciated animal doctor in Horovegan society. Though, this didn't necessarily fix Ichimatsu's episodes of dark thoughts and emotions. It happened more than one time, the questionable behavior Choromatsu was coerced into. He also was made to spy and report back to his higher-ups during Ichimatsu's later adolescent years, as well. As their graduation grew closer, Ichimatsu was under more pressure than ever to act, by all accounts, sane and desirable in the eyes of those above him. He had pulled it off pretty well, Choromatsu thought. And, the fear-mongering certainly had worked. Up until recent events, Ichimatsu was far from returning to his ways of empathy and love for creatures that weren't of his kind. And, up until recently, Choromatsu thought that had been a good thing. It only painted the picture as all the more fucked. Choromatsu really hoped he was doing okay. He missed him. Choromatsu let out a deep sigh before turning away from the abhorrent building and continuing on with his work. As he walked through the rain, he could see that the campus was becoming more populated as the morning sun rose higher behind the intermittent clouds above. It was tiresome, he thought, to have to readjust his sleep schedule accordingly. He wasn't used to being up this early nor going to bed at the time he did last night. Almost every Horovegan out in space had a unique sleeping routine that orbited around their time of work. For most on Atra, however, it was most convenient to follow the circadian rhythm that went with the rising and setting of the sun. The ex-behaviorist let out a sleepy groan and he rubbed his face, already feeling the need to refuel with more of that coffee equivalent. The next trash wasn't far from one of the nature areas nearby. Choromatsu stopped at the top of a hill and began switching out the trash present as he stared off at what was beyond the elevated ground. He could see a large field of baby blue grass stretching far and wide, complete with alienistic trees and some boulders as the area transitioned to a more foresty terrain. These parks were quite large, taking up a great portion of the campus grounds as his people found much significance in communing with nature. Of course, his people's vision of a pristine habitat excluded any wild animals or insects that would otherwise be present. Yes, these parks were barren, void of even the smallest ant that would taint his leader's perfect vision. Despite the park's lack of mobile organisms, there were some rather lively plants still permitted in areas such as this. Many plants were seen as harmless and even necessary to keep the portrait of nature preserved, including that of carnivorous plants that had to be manually fed by groundskeeping. Oftentimes children were seen playing with carnivorous plants by dissecting them or experimenting on them, and it was typically never an issue as the plants were easily replaced. Again, groundskeeping did wonders, keeping the parks in a state of immaculateness. Choromatsu shook the new trash bag open, peering out into the park as he did so curiously. As he did so, he could almost see himself playing amongst the plants, running about through the fields without a care in the world. He could almost see Ichimatsu following behind, both younger fawns skipping and twirling along past branches and over ponds. He could almost see his younger self stop at the base of a tree, observing a small, carnivorous plant with jaws open, waiting to be fed for the day. Ichimatsu. His younger self called in a small voice. Ichimatsu, come look. I found one. Oh. The quieter Matsu sprinted forward, kneeling beside his friend and squinting down at the organism. Is this the plant you were talking about? Ah. Choromatsu reached down gently, sliding his finger down the plant's stem and causing it to quiver with life. He pet its soft leaves with a big smile as he continued. Us Horovagans are so much more significant than plants, he hummed contently. We're really something special, you know? Yeah, young Ichimatsu nodded in agreement. I mean, look at us. Choromatsu raised all 6 of his arms, stretching high towards the sky and relishing in the tree's shade. We can walk, we can talk, we can invent, we're far from savage. Whether it be this plant or a fluffy leporidae, or even an alien organism we find in another galaxy, we're always going to be superior. Always, conceded the other. The young behaviorist grinned at his friend knowingly and said, you know, there's one thing this plant is special for. And what's that? Ichimatsu cocked his head. Science, answered the elder. How so? Ichimatsu, Choromatsu smirked, holding the carnivorous plant's head up with 2 fingers. Do you know what color blood this organism has? What color blood? He shook his head no. I don't. Some plants on Atra have white blood, and others have green blood, he explained. It just depends on what kind of molecules are present alongside the hemoglobin. Depending on what color its blood is, we can determine through what process the blood oxidates cells throughout its body. And Ichimatsu shuffled a little closer. How do we find out what color blood this plant has? It's easy. All you have to do, Choromatsu smiled grimly, is this. The young alien brought another hand to the small, plant-based creature. At first his hold was gentle, but as his grip tightened, the plant began to twitch and squirm. Then, it began to shriek as its head was stretched and easily torn by the much larger creature. Upon breaking the poor thing open, the half still attached to the stem wailed and wilted as Choromatsu squeezed blood from the head. He held up the broken piece of plant flesh for Ichimatsu to see, observing as the liquid that seeped out was green. It's green, Ichimatsu uttered, mouth slightly agape. Yes, Choromatsu nodded, no regret nor empathy in his expression. As you can see, the entirety of its life was only worth a single question. Now, that question is answered, and with its body, its significance too passes away. Ichimatsu slowly looked down at the damaged plant, hearing its sobs shrink into non-existence as its leaves continued to twitch and flail. Soon, it stopped moving altogether. And with that, the scene faded back to the present. Choromatsu had completely forgotten that this had happened. When he was a child, he was so eager to prove to others his apathy toward the life of other organisms. It was alarming, to say the least. And he had never thought it as such until now. The alien shook his head, slapping his face softly to wake himself up from this nostalgic trip through memory lane. He didn't want to see it. He was ashamed. He had been so brainwashed, so quick to pass judgment down upon that which he saw as beneath him. And every passing memory further proved this to him. He just needed to get his work done already. With one big huff, Choromatsu went on to continue taking out the trashes. He began walking again, one foot before the other into puddle after dirty puddle. The alien was growing tired, weary of the day's proceedings, and it had only just begun. Being back on Atra, it filled him with so many mixed emotions that were unpleasant to the taste. As he passed by others going about their own business, he could only wonder how none of them had the perspective he now held. After meeting the humans and seeing their philosophies and way of life, he couldn't fathom turning back to his old ways. He couldn't fathom regarding other life as inferior. Well, he couldn't say for certain as to whether or not plants were on the same level necessarily, but their existence was just as special, no? What made Horovagans so grand and mighty, anyway? Was it just that they happened to have larger brains? Wasn't that the only thing differentiating his own people from other species? Perhaps plants were just little lives. And talking specimens such as himself were just bigger lives. Bigger collections of energy. But, at the end of the day, little lives and big lives were still lives, and Choromatsu thought all needed to be respected regardless. It was the altruistic thing to do. No lives had to be wasted meaninglessly like that. Choromatsu couldn't help but to let out a small sigh as he pushed along the large bin of trash. He remembered going into the animal psychology field because he loved animals. But, the truth was, he had never known how to love animals. He had never been taught. What he had been taught was the exact opposite of love. It was an utter lack of respect for biological organisms and the lives which they held. It was a lack of respect for their nature, their energy, and their culture. He didn't love animals, he loved controlling them. Using them. Utilizing their bodies and minds without consent for scientific purposes. It was a love for being in power, for holding responsibilities, for feeling needed, wanted, important, and for feeling as though he had a purpose in life. A purpose in life, Not like that was something Choromatsu had now. Choromatsu lowered his face and took one of his hands from the bin's handlebar. He analyzed his palm, seeing that it was darkened and dirty. Being demoted from such a significant line of work and made to do something like this instead, it felt dirty. It felt dirty because he knew the reason he was being made to do it. It felt dirty because, instead of being out and exploring the vast universe and beyond and all that space had to offer, his feet were planted on Atra where his erratic behavior could more easily be controlled. It felt dirty because it made him feel small, just as he felt before his leaders and higher-ups. It wasn't the work itself that felt dirty, but the circumstances that brought him here which loomed endlessly overhead. Choromatsu still couldn't believe how things had played out. He was still trying to process it all. After all, decades of work had gone into becoming a lead in animal behavioral studies. Seeing all that he had worked for his entire life taken away in the blink of an eye, it felt devastating. He had never experienced such a blow, nor had he ever fallen to such a low. A part of him felt broken, as if before he'd been a robot built to be the perfect young prodigy. Now, he was useless. He tried to tell himself that custodial work was still a necessary job, but the effects of years of indoctrination were still wired in his heart. He had always been motivated by the imaginary concept of learning the great truth, and custodial work had nothing to do with that. So, in a way, he felt worthless now. Despite having already broken from his society's indoctrination, he still felt dismal on a subconscious level. The alien would have been lying if he said he wasn't still in shock as well. Was this really, truly going to be his life now until the end of time? He almost couldn't believe that he wasn't going to wake up a behaviorist again tomorrow. As if everything up until this point had been a dream, he yearned for sleep so he could awaken from this nightmare. Useless. Insignificant. Devastated. Hopeless. It was a carousel of letters writing out words of sorrow and blame. He hated himself for creating this situation. He hated himself for standing up for the humans, but he also hated himself for not doing so sooner. He hated himself for ruining his livelihood, career, and reputation, but he also hated himself for still conforming to his society's view of hierarchical significance after everything that he'd been through. He just wanted to be a behaviorist again. He hadn't let go of hope, he was still in a state of denial. Perhaps if he proved himself here, he could beg for his job back. Perhaps if he spent all of his free time in the theology building studying, he could be accepted back into the arms of his leaders as a well-adjusted member of society. Then again, no matter how hard he worked, he had a feeling he was never going to see Osomatsu or Choromatsu ever again. And that thought hurt him more than his leaders ever could. Choromatsu tapped the side of his brain chip and glanced at the time. It was getting close to his first break. He wondered if Ichimatsu would be available to talk. Then again, his calls were being heavily monitored. There was no way he could really open up about the different ways he was struggling right now. Still, hearing his best friend's voice was sure to cheer him up, even if just a little. Even if just for a few minutes. So, with a newfound motivation in mind, Choromatsu hurried on through the rain and continued taking out the trashes around campus. He walked to and fro, finding it harder and harder to maneuver past crowds as people of all ages awoke and emerged from their nests. He had to be extra careful not to run into anyone as the younger children came out and about, finding their way towards the cafeteria or perhaps their first class. Choromatsu managed to finish replacing several more trash bags before, finally, his brain chip alerted him of his incoming break period. With a big sigh of relief, Choromatsu parked the trash bin outside the faculty building and made his way inside. Inside the building made specifically for teachers, for counselors, for higher-ups and visiting leaders and all other persons of importance, not a soul greeted the lonely alien as he wandered about the lobby, hoping to find a drink station. He didn't see one right away, and so then went on to take a teleporter to the break room on the 6th floor. Now residing in the break room, Choromatsu dragged his feet to the drink station present and graciously got himself yet another cup of coffee. He was relying heavily on the caffeine to keep him awake from having to transition to a whole new time zone. The jet lag was real, not to mention he just wasn't doing so well mentally. Once Choromatsu got his hot drink, he peered around the room for a cozy-looking spot to sit. Not a soul sat alone, all were chatting away, whether it be through a video call or with colleagues amicably hanging out. It made Choromatsu feel all the more lonesome. He let out a small sigh and lugged himself over to a spot by a window, where he plopped down into the comfortable seat and allowed his eyes to rest for a minute. After taking a few moments to relax, Choromatsu tapped the side of his temple and opened up his brain chip's holographic interface. He found Ichimatsu's profile through his mutuals list and sent a call request. Then, he waited. "Come on," Choromatsu huffed quietly to himself. "Ichimatsu, answer please." After a few moments, his request was declined. Damn it, the ex-behaviorist shut off the interface and folded his arms on the table, sinking low. He must be working. I just need someone to talk to. Without anything else to do, Choromatsu's gaze swung over to the window on his left. He looked out at the campus grounds as he took a sip of his drink, somberly taking in the sight of his likely permanent working location. His eyes wandered from building to building, looking down on the students who, from this height, appeared no different from insects. Choromatsu again allowed his eyes to shut. And just like that, he was ready to nap for his remaining time on break. "Hi. Can I sit with you?" Choromatsu jumped slightly as a voice rang out before him. It was the first voice he had heard since orientation, the first real voice, anyway, and it caught him off guard. He perked up and looked to see a tall entity slip into the seat across from him, harboring a cordial expression with a palm facing out in greeting. It was another Horovagan, an individual seemingly just a bit older than Choromatsu himself. Choromatsu looked the other up and down in confusion before giving a simple nod. Sure, he said quietly. "Go ahead." "Thank you," the other beamed with a calm demeanor about them. "I saw you sitting over here and just had to come say hi." "Oh." Leaning in attentively, the other remarked, "I hear you're the new daytime custodian around here. Choromatsu, right?" Choromatsu sent the stranger an uneasy look at first, but his expression was quickly replaced with the alien equivalent to a polite smile. "Why yeah," he mumbled. "How'd you know?" "I watched you park that trash bin outside," the fellow answered. "I have to say though." The alien sent Choromatsu a knowing look, cupping one of their hands over the side of their mouth as if about to spill a secret. "You don't really look like someone who'd be doing custodial work on Atra." Startled by this assertion, the ex-behaviorist sat up straight and stuttered. What makes you say that?" "Well, for one, you don't seem too happy to be here," they pointed out. "I can see the mopiness in your eyes. Most people's first say is one of the best days of their life. There's a glow about them. But you stand out." Returning to his somber demeanor with the slightest of smiles, Choromatsu mumbled, "Is that so?" The stranger gave an amused hum before reaching out in a welcoming manner, holding his hand out for the other to take. "My name is Tholeaf," the individual finally introduced. "I'm a nurse here on campus." "Tholeaf, huh?" Choromatsu stared at them for a moment, then lowered his gaze down to the hand they were offering. Were they expecting him to press his palm into theirs? As in, bioluminescence. Already? That was certainly unorthodox, considering this wasn't someone Choromatsu had met before. It was highly unusual for one to offer up their hand on their first meeting. How bizarre, this individual. Why were they acting so friendly toward him, anyway? It was strange. Choromatsu hesitated for a long time. Then, he politely nodded, dismissing the other's request entirely. "Nice to meet you," he said simply. "I'm Choromatsu. But, you already know that, it would seem." "Yeah," the other chuckled, accepting the rejection with grace and putting their hand down. Groundskeeping was pretty happy to finally have someone to take out the outdoor trashes. "I see. So tell me, what is it that brings you to this campus?" "That's kind of a private matter," Choromatsu mumbled quietly. "Fair enough." Tholeaf opened up their holographic interface casually to check their messages as they went on to say, "Can I at least ask what you majored in? I get the feeling it wasn't related to janitorial service." The ex-behaviorist awkwardly took a sip of his coffee, eyeing the other cautiously as this question was asked. He was finding this whole conversation rather bizarre, in a sense. Why was this stranger taking such an interest in him? Were they just socially awkward? Ignorant to social boundaries? Something about this encounter was making him feel a bit uncomfortable, and he was hesitant to open up. "Oh, he exhaled dismissively, his breath warm from the drink. "Just work related to biological studies. Nothing important. I'm just taking a short leave, is all. For medical reasons." The other's gaze was piercing and all-knowing, seeing right through Choromatsu's obvious lie. Choromatsu gave a small shiver as he realized just how easily his fib was caught, and anxiously took another sip of his drink. Yeah, he uttered, clearing his throat. "What about you? You're a people doctor? Or, a nurse?" "A people doctor?" The other laughed aloud at this remark. Yeah, sorry," Choromatsu chuckled shyly. "My best friend is an animal doctor, so I felt the need to clarify." "Gotcha, Tholeaf nodded in understanding. "And no, you were right the second time, I'm a nurse. I take care of students that come in feeling unwell or otherwise have diagnosed conditions." "Oh, that's cool," the younger praised casually. "Is being a nurse any different from being a doctor?" "Nurses and doctors are just two halves of the same head," the elder explained. "Although the doctor and I work side by side, we have different responsibilities and tasks in our day-to-day work." "Interesting," Choromatsu politely nodded. "How long have you been working professionally?" "Oh, it's been a while now," waved the other. "Are you and the doctor good friends?" "You could say as much," shrugged Tholeaf. "Do you usually go on break with them?" Choromatsu glanced around the break room with a raised brow, a little suspicious. "Or, are you always by yourself?" "Depends on the day," the nurse said. "What about you? Do you always take lunch alone?" "Not usually," the other frowned, growing uncomfortable once more as the focus was brought back on him. "I usually have a friend I go with. But, since I'm here on leave and I don't really know anyone here, well, I'm just by myself." "Well, don't you worry," Tholeaf reassured. "You're never truly alone, you know? After all." The stranger sent the other a big, friendly smile. "Eyes are always watching. Sometimes you have friends in places you'd never expect." Choromatsu blinked. Then, he blinked again. What did you just say?" he whispered warily. "It's a small world," Tholeaf again shrugged. "You never know who might know you." I see." Choromatsu cleared his throat for a second time before shuffling to a stand, lifting his coffee but nearly spilling it as he did so. Luckily, he managed to snap his cup upright before a drop was spilt and shook himself to his senses, appearing wholly disheveled and anxious. Then, fumbling over his words, he went on to say, "Well, thank you for sitting with me. It was nice to meet you, and I hope you have a great day." "Leaving so soon?" the stranger cooed curiously. Yeah, well, my break is about over, he claimed. I have to get back to doing the trashes. So, yeah. CYA. As Choromatsu hastily turned and walked away, the other waved calmly, watching him go. Finally, Choromatsu was out of sight. Tholeaf gave a peaceful smile, thinking for a moment before opening up his holographic interface once more. Here, he made an encrypted phone call. Hello. The voice on the other end answered. Hey, Tholeaf greeted. You'll never guess who I found. Intermission. Choromatsu took one big swig of his coffee before chunking it into the closest trash bin, hurrying on outside of the faculty building and entering the rainy environment outside. He activated his see-through barrier to protect himself from getting wet and clasped his fingers over the cold handlebar of the trash bin, still sitting right where he'd left it. Then, he went on the move. Choromatsu's pace was quickened, his senses and energy heightened by the anxiety he felt from the moment that stranger had uttered those words. Eyes are watching. That individual, could they really be from the group that had been sending him those ominous letters? Was he a target even now, even after having been demoted and relocated entirely? How was that possible? He was doing everything right now. He didn't want to be anyone's person of interest, it didn't matter their intentions, he wanted nothing to do with them. If they were an organization looking to make him disappear, he wanted to distance himself as much as possible. And, on the flip side, if they were an organization looking to recruit him for whatever reason, he still wanted to distance himself. He couldn't risk getting into any more trouble, he just couldn't. Who the hell did this Tholeaf think they were, anyway? Just approaching him in public like some creep, being ominous as fuck. Of course Choromatsu ran away, he was freaked out. The timid alien paused in his tracks, glaring down at the dampened cobblestones he stood upon with one hand on the trash bin. Thinking about it a little further, he thought, sure, the exchange that had taken place just now was a little odd. But, what if these people didn't have any ill intentions towards him? What if they really did intend on recruiting him for something? That was the only reason he could really think of. If that was the case, then, what did he have to lose? He'd already lost everything. He had nothing left. He might as well see what they had to offer, or at the very least, listen to why they were watching him. Choromatsu sighed. He had run out from the encounter quite frantically, anxious to get away before becoming entangled in the other's nefarious intentions. The least he could have done was try and get a little more information. Instead, he panicked. He wondered briefly if the individual was still there. Perhaps he could ask just one question, just to calm his nerves. Just one question, just to see what kind of a force he was up against and if they intended on harming him in any way. Perhaps. Choromatsu hesitated for a long time. 1 minute turned to 2 before finally, he let go of the trash bin. He turned and looked back at the faculty building in the distance, thinking just a little longer before finally, he began marching on toward it. To the alien's misfortune, Tholeaf was gone by the time he made it back. His question would not get answered that day. It seemed he was going to have to be patient and wait until the next encounter, which he was sure would come eventually. And with that, Choromatsu had no choice but to get back to work. Intermission. End chapter 34. Chapter 35, One's Own Dimension. Wait, don't tell me. You actually found. A mid-morning sun rose high above the cloudy horizon, peeking nearer and nearer to its noon position as a perky Todomatsu walked along toward the faculty building for his lunch break. It had been a busy day for the neurosurgeon, as he had spent the majority of it training a novice underneath him. Not too dull, but quite exhausting. Regardless, it was quite the change of pace to be getting an encrypted voice call from another member at this time of day, and Todomatsu couldn't say he felt comfortable speaking openly about this subject matter. Hold on, he requested. Let me get to a place where I can sit down and talk. Take your time. Todomatsu looked to and fro, taking note of the individuals around him as he hurried on into the building. He was planning on meeting up with Choromatsu at this time, but his friend could wait. This was a pressing topic that needed to be discussed immediately. With that, the pink-hearted Horovagan hastily entered one of the building's many restroom facilities. The bathrooms, although they were alienistic in nature, they still harbored the same elements of one you might find on Earth. Inside was quiet and clean-smelling, appearing empty and desolate, which worked in Todomatsu's favor. He double-checked to make sure each room was vacant before continuing on his call. All right, he announced to the other. So, tell me, did you really find him? You actually found Choromatsu? The bright individual on the other end gave a grin that could almost be heard. That's right, they beamed. I caught him lugging around a trash bin out in the rain at Flo's Academy. Flo's Academy, huh? Choromatsu opened up his BrainChips interface and did a quick search through his maps. Using his index finger, he scanned the area until he found Flo's. That's pretty far from where I'm at. There are 1 or 2 of us on almost every campus, so it was only a matter of time he'd be found, they reasoned. I chatted with him briefly, and I'm positive it's him. What did he say? Not much before running off, shrugged the speaker. He lied about his reason for taking a leave from work, then confirmed his close relationship with the animal doctor seen working alongside him. Ichimatsu, I believe was his name, right? Yeah, that's him, Choromatsu confirmed. He said that Ichimatsu was his best friend. Did we previously have an interest in Ichimatsu, as well? We've been keeping an eye on him from afar. I see. Well, considering that guy hasn't been banished himself yet, he's probably still conforming to the leaders. Still devoted, whether it be for loyalty's sake or for fear. As of right now, we have no intention on reaching out to Ichimatsu just yet, claimed the neurosurgeon. It's too early, and he may not even be useful. We really don't know yet. Wish we could just get the opinions of the humans themselves, eh? Ha. Right, Choromatsu sneered half-heartedly. Anyway, Tholeaf, you called to tell me Choromatsu has finally been located. He's been demoted and is working in custodial service on Atra, specifically within the campus of Flo's, right? That's really great to hear. Such a relief. Have you told the other administrators about this? Are you even considered an administrator yourself, yet? The nurse jeered. Hey, I may be young, but that doesn't mean I'm not worthy of my title, huffed the alien. Never said that. You're just a newbie still. Thought you might still be, well, in training maybe. I'm not, and I'm not a newbie to the organization, either, he argued, unamused. I've been part of this group since I was a kid. And you have the elders to thank for that. Yeah, I do, the younger side. Yeah, most of you guys are welcomed in pretty young, Tholeaf pointed out. After all, you have to be caught before the indoctrination really sets in. But not many become administrators upon graduating from Atra. I guess. I just really stuck out to our elders, Choromatsu hummed. That, or I got lucky. But that's irrelevant. I know our group is still fresh to you and you're still learning how this organization runs, but it wouldn't hurt to show a little respect, yeah? By all means, no disrespect, Tholeaf waved nonchalantly with a dismissive undertone. But my initial point was, yes, I've informed the other administrators. You're just the last. But you're also the first I've spoken to since I chatted away with Choromatsu. So, feel special. Choromatsu let out a small sigh and rested his elbow on the sink counter, plopping his head in his hand with eyes half-lidded. Why does it feel like no one thinks very highly of me here? Hey, come on, I didn't mean it like that. Whatever. Choromatsu glanced in the mirror apathetically as he continued on. It's good to know Choromatsu is okay. As okay as someone who just lost their entire career and future can be, anyway. He'll perk up, he assured. We just need to give it some time and keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on him from a distance. Yeah. I need to have a conversation with the other admins, but I know right now wouldn't be a good time to intervene in his life, explained Choromatsu. It could prove a little dangerous for us. We need to tread carefully, so as to not alert any evil eyes. Why is that? Tholeaf questioned. Because it's likely the higher-ups are still keeping a close eye on him, he said. We don't know if this occupational shift is permanent or not, and we don't know how carefully he's being watched by the leaders. Who knows, maybe they have more interest in him than they're letting on. Either way, it's better to be safe than sorry. I see. The nurse gave a big breath in before continuing. So, I should probably keep my distance, then? The neurosurgeon hesitated, then answered. That's what we need to do as an organization. As for you, I don't think a bit of amicable chatter between you two will look too suspicious. Tholeaf perked up. Yeah. Tholeaf, Choromatsu nodded, allowing himself permission to say what he was about to say. I want you to talk to Choromatsu. Befriend him. Scope out his mental state, see where he's at. But, tread carefully. Do not talk about the organization. Deny any association. Just befriend him. That's all you need to do for now. Understood. Can do, they grinned. And, keep us posted, of course, the other added. We want to know where he's at mentally before introducing him to myself or any of the other admins. We want to make sure he won't chicken out when the time comes. Of course. All right. Thorleif let out a faint chuckle, glancing at the time before changing the subject. Anyway, I need to get back to work, he stated. Though, before I do, I wanted to ask you something. What's up? How are things? Choromatsu blinked. Heh. He hummed curiously. What do you mean? I mean, how are things, dummy? I know you've been worrying about circumstances recently. Circumstances? The neurosurgeon frowned at this. You're not referring to the loose specimens of study, clarified the other. A little while ago, 2 specimens, including a human, were released from their containment fields in between classes when no one was present. They suspected a child was responsible for both incidents. Have you heard any updates since? Heh. I'll take that as a no. Actually, yes, Choromatsu said quietly. As of this morning, they've declared a perpetrator. And, speaking in a robotic tone, he went on to say, it was a child, just as suspected. They have apprehended a young student and are planning on punishing them for their 2 crimes. I see. Thorleif relaxed a little upon hearing this. And, you haven't been questioned at all? I have not, confirmed the younger. And the child, did they confess? I heard they denied it at first but have since gone quiet, leading the correctional officers to presume they are responsible. In other words, I guess the child is acting fairly guilty. There's also evidence against this child, I believe. As far as I know, they're pretty convinced this child released the human as well, so it's not likely they'll scan their brain chip and sift through their memories. That's great to hear, Thorleif sighed contently. I mean, is it really? Heh. Why do you say that? Choromatsu gave a slow breath before standing up straight and glancing around the restroom once more, double-checking just to be sure no one else was present. Then, he went on to say, a child is being blamed and punished for my wrongdoings. How am I supposed to feel relieved when they're about to be reprimanded? Hey, it's not like they're totally innocent, shrugged the nurse. The kid still set a specimen loose. But whatever punishment they face, it's going to be even twice as bad considering the correctional officers are convinced they're responsible for 2 crimes instead of 1. And, if their punishment affects them in the long term, then that's on me. Choromatsu, Thorleif let out a small sigh. What else are you supposed to do but let it happen? Maybe the kid'll get a timeout or an extra hour in seminary every day, but I'm sure it won't be anything more. It'll be fine. You, on the other hand, well, if you were being punished, then you'd probably get death. This is a blessing for you, so stop asking for trouble. I guess, Choromatsu's gaze sank to the floor. I just feel like it isn't right. It'll be okay. Just, wait it out and we'll see what happens, right? Alright. Cool. On Thorleif's end, they stood from their seat in the break room and began maneuvering their way toward the exit. Anyway, I really do need to head back to work. Just try to relax, okay? It'll all work out in the end. Okay. And, thanks again for the update on Choromatsu, Choromatsu nodded. Keep me posted. Will do. CYA. With that, the transmission was cut. Choromatsu opened up his holographic interface and exited the call on his end. Then, he took a moment to stare into his reflection in the bathroom mirror. Whatever happened, it was going to be okay. He just needed to not intervene and let roulette of fate take the wheel. Intermission. The faux sun rose beyond the horizon of the animalistic enclosure in which the humans were present, creating an early morning shine that illuminated the habitat beautifully. Dew sat speckled upon every blade of grass, making for a damp walk through the exhibit for the barefoot creatures inhabiting it. Out upon the feeding rock sat 2 trays of food, pristine in organization and ready to be consumed. Neither human was within range of its dull aroma however, and as always, Osomatsu and Choromatsu instead opted to sit curled against the glass wall keeping them imprisoned within. Choromatsu stared on ahead in somber silence, undertone grey with an unexciting aura to him. It had been a long night for the humans, as they had been caged within the chambers of the life support room for hours on end. Without the use of their voices, neither could communicate. They were tied down, incapacitated, restless and bored. Their bodies had been fed and kept alive against their will, and it had been incredibly dehumanizing to experience. Choromatsu didn't want to experience it again. The man rolled his head to the side, his eyes falling upon the trays of food over at the feeding rock. He stared expressionless, not a verbal thought running through his mind. His gaze was empty and broken as he longed to partake. A small grumble could be heard briefly emanating from his stomach, indicating hunger and longing. He was tired. What? Choromatsu could almost hear Osomatsu's glare, the elder's voice being harsh and accusatory. The younger simply sighed. I don't want to be force-fed again, Osomatsu. The poor man let out a soft whimper. I think being in that chamber might drive me insane. Yeah, well, you know what I think. Huffed the other. I think the new behaviorist can take this cheap dog food and shove it up where the light don't shine. We aren't going to submit until they bring Choromatsu back. I don't like it, Choromatsu slowly shook his head. Trapped in that tube like that for hours. I don't want to go back. I don't. With a big hump. Osomatsu pushed himself off the ground and to his feet. His feet and behind were covered in slivers of grass and dirt, dampened from the dew, and he appeared wholly exhausted. Despite this, with prowess and confidence, he marched on over to the feeding rock and lifted his tray. Choromatsu observed curiously as the man then turned, powerfully approaching the pond and stopping near the edge. His toes curled over the muddy rim of it while he held out the tray over the water. In this state he paused, taking a moment to send his prison mate a meaningful glance. Then, without so much as a blink, he allowed the tray to slip from his grasp. As it left his fingers, gravity sucked the tray of food down into the water. It splashed into the clear, aquatic matter, each morsel and cutlery bouncing and bobbing independently until coming to a slow halt. Without taking his eyes off Choromatsu, Osomatsu, simple and unapologetic, uttered, "Oops." Just like that, his food had been rendered inedible. Once Osomatsu had made his point by demonstration, he again approached the feeding rock, this time picking up Choromatsu's tray. He then walked back to his friend and knelt, handing it to him. Choromatsu quietly took the tray from his hands and stared. For Choromatsu, Osomatsu declared. Choromatsu looked at the food carefully, analyzing it as his mouth began to water. As tasteless as their food was, it was still savory compared to a tube down his throat. He could feel his stomach rumble once more, pleading the brain for food. There was no doubt he was tempted to simply eat, but he got the feeling Osomatsu wouldn't forgive him for it. Besides, Osomatsu was right after all. He needed to be strong. Choromatsu let out a sigh and stood, walking towards the pond with Osomatsu following behind. Here, just as he had witnessed Osomatsu do, he dropped his own tray into the water. For Choromatsu. The two humans stood over the pond quietly for a minute, watching as the chunks of food soaked up the water and floated uselessly. Then, Osomatsu said, "You know, sometimes sacrifices have to be made. We're choosing our friend over our own comfort. We'll get him back, we just need to keep showing them that we don't approve of this new behaviorist. We just have to keep being stubborn." "I'm just tired of this," whispered Choromatsu. "Yeah man, I know. Me too. My, what's going on here?" Snatching up the attention of the humans, the new behaviorist took his first few steps into the enclosure. He peered into the pond with distaste, grimacing at the actions of his clients. Meanwhile, Ichimatsu entered the habitat as well, looking tired as always. In that moment, Osomatsu and Choromatsu's wristbands snapped behind their backs as their muzzles clasped around their faces. "This isn't how you eat," tutted the behaviorist, displeased. "What a waste." Choromatsu looked upon the two passively, skimming past the new behaviorist and catching eye contact with his alien friend. With the slightest of nods, he quietly said, "Hi, Ichimatsu." "Morning," Ichimatsu nodded back. Osomatsu glanced at the two with a judgmental glare before turning his head away in a pout, uttering a small humph. "This just won't do," the behaviorist shook his head. "You two need to start eating meals on your own accord. We can't keep having this issue." "Well, looks like it's too late for that this time around," Osomatsu sneered. "Just take us to the damn LSR or whatever and then leave us alone." "Actually," Ichimatsu piped in, his voice low. "We only force feed every other meal. Cause, otherwise, you two would just be in life support all day. So, this meal is fine to skip without any consequences." "Well, I wouldn't say no consequences at all," the behaviorist muttered, shooting a glare Ichimatsu's way. "But, yes. If you refuse the next meal, we'll take you to the life support room this evening. For now, however." The detestable alien worker clasped his hands together and formed a terribly superficial smile toward the humans as he went on to make his announcement. "We have a very good session scheduled with you two today." He beamed. "No session here is a good session," the eldest mumbled. "Agreed," Choromatsu frowned, furrowing his brow. "Whatever you have in store for us, you're going to have to utilize force, as we refuse to go willingly." "Not until we see Choromatsu." "Not until we see Choromatsu," Osomatsu repeated in emphasis. The behaviorist's smile faltered as these words were spoken. "Not this again," he frowned. "You two know there's nothing to gain from this defiant attitude of yours." "Choromatsu and I aren't doing shit until you're gone and Choromatsu is back," the man hissed. Shaking his head, the behaviorist responded with, "You already know this is futile. We are not to discuss this previous behaviorist of yours, nor are either of you to see him again. Period. That's just how it is." "Well then, neither of us are going to cooperate." Osomatsu let out a huff. "Period. That's just how it is." For a long moment, the alien stared at the humans. Then, he let out a sigh. "Very well," he said. "If you would, please follow the doctor and I to the requis room for your session today." "Nope, you're going to have to make us," the eldest spat. "Good luck." "All right then," nodded the behaviorist. "Ichimatsu?" Ichimatsu accepted the gesture and withdrew what was, by now, well known as the magnetic alien leash. The doctor approached Choromatsu first, touching the device to his neckband and securing the invisible connection. Then, he turned to Osomatsu. Upon turning to the stubborn eldest, Ichimatsu watched as the man took a playful step back. The doctor frowned and took an equal step forward, only for Osomatsu to again step further away. Ichimatsu sighed. "Osomatsu, come," he ordered. "Make me," said the other, sticking out his tongue. "Please don't make me have to use force." "I dare you to," Osomatsu challenged before turning and walking away. "I'll be in the cave." With a sigh, Ichimatsu declared, "No, you won't be." Then, with nothing more than a simple nod, the alien triggered a low jolt of electricity to encapsulate the man's body, stemming from his neckband. Osomatsu let out a yelp and collapsed to his knees, turning and shooting Ichimatsu a glare. Ichimatsu then sprinted forward, kneeling beside him and swiftly attaching the leash device to his neckband. Then, he stood. "All right, they're leashed," he told his companion. "Wonderful." The behaviorist tried once more to smile, though of course, it appeared forced. "This will be a good session for you too, I promise. You won't experience any pain nor discomfort, and hopefully by the end, you'll be relaxed and refreshed." Ichimatsu began to follow the behaviorist out of the room, lugging along two uncooperative humans. With their neckbands being pulled by some mysterious force, they had no choice but to walk like untamed tigers, feisty and aggressive. Soon, they exited the human enclosure and stopped upon the platform, which began to move through the large hall of exhibits. The humans stood in aggravation, leashed, muzzled, and bound with little hope in their eyes for a productive session, whatever that entailed. "So," Choromatsu couldn't keep himself from inquiring, rather timid at the thought of going into another test blind. "You said this is going to be a good test." "Not a test," the behaviorist corrected. "A session." "And what does that mean?" "You'll see," the other grinned eagerly. Choromatsu sent Osomatsu an uneasy glance, though he supposed they had no reason not to trust him. After all, the behaviorists here were, for the most part, honest or at least obvious about the nature of coming tests. If this behaviorist was assuring them that their next block of study would be painless and actually quite relaxing, then it was likely true. By now, the humans were becoming familiarized with their new facility on planet Claustra. They recognized paths and locations as they passed through the endless halls, and it was only a matter of time before they arrived at their new destination. This room was one they hadn't been inside of yet, and it was rather odd in nature. Less of a room really, and more of a whole new exhibit. "Here we are," the behaviorist announced as the humans were led inside. Osomatsu and Choromatsu looked around, taking in the sights for what they were and analyzing their surroundings. The room, it was cut in half with an enclosure on the other side of a wall of glass. On their side, there were quite a few devices they didn't recognize the purpose of. There were a couple half-cylinders splayed out and filled with steaming water, looking almost akin to lovely, alien bathtubs. Beside these tubs was a clear cabinet filled to the brim with all kinds of foreign treats and snacks. Across the room were some mats nearly a meter in height, that appeared to be just how much fluff was present within. They looked heavenly, comfortable, and enticing for the sleepy dreamer. There were some other areas in the room that Osomatsu and Choromatsu couldn't decipher the uses behind, but overall, the room seemed to be some kind of lovely little spa for the average alien pet. On the other side of the glass wall, there was an alien exhibit featuring a couple large, furry, roundish creatures 3 times the size of the humans. They appeared peaceful in nature, suckling on plants in their habitat and sipping from a pond as they loitered about idly. Their bodies were pinkish and they had short, stubby appendages for walking. Their eyes were partially hidden by their fur so soft, and upon their heads were pairs of antennae. Osomatsu and Choromatsu could only wonder what their use would be during this mysterious session. "All right," grinned the behaviorist. "Specimen A and Specimen B, the doctor is going to lead you to the entrance of the exhibit before you. You two are to walk inside and behave passively before the creatures present." "What is that supposed to mean?" Osomatsu scoffed, wrinkling his nose. "What are you expecting the animals to do? Are they going to eat us? It may seem like such at first, but I promise you that you'll be fine." "It may seem like such." Osomatsu glanced quizzically at Choromatsu, who simply shrugged in shared confusion. From there, Ichimatsu pulled their invisible leashes along and brought them to the door leading into the enclosure. At this door, Ichimatsu went to work unlocking it as Osomatsu piped up anxiously. "So, it's going to seem like they're going to eat us," he reiterated. "What does that mean? Is this safe at all?" "Just trust the process," Ichimatsu told him as the door was opened. Inside, Ichimatsu brought the 2 humans into the habitat. Their bare feet stepped onto the purple grass present, and once they were both in, Ichimatsu deactivated the leash. Then, with a nod, their restraints and muzzles were deactivated as well. With that, the doctor turned and exited the enclosure, shutting and locking the door behind. Now, the 2 humans were alone amidst creatures so tall and peaceful. Ichimatsu stepped back and stood beside the behaviorist, hand slipping formally behind his back as he and the other observed the scene. Inside, Osomatsu and Choromatsu looked at them, then to one another in bewilderment. The aliens watched as the eldest took a cautious step forward, trying to get a closer look at the creature they had just been locked in a cage with. "So, how exactly does this whole thing work again?" Ichimatsu questioned in their native tongue, eyeing the large, squishy creatures carefully. "I've never witnessed it myself before." "Oh, it's easy," replied his colleague in the same manner. "These gentle creatures, the crinipax, they have been bred over the course of thousands of years by our people to be of most use. And they act on the instinct we've bred them to have, which is to capture living creatures, swish them around a bit, then spit them back out." "Well, I know that much," claimed the doctor in slight irk. "Then, perhaps you're questioning me about the process of salivation?" inquired the behaviorist. "Because, as you probably know, it is in these creatures' saliva that lies the secret to this ancient relaxation technique." I know, Ichimatsu huffed, watching as Osomatsu on the other side of the glass got just a bit closer to one of the gentle organisms. "There's a chemical secreted during salivation referred to as tetrahydronoban, which acts as a relaxant that increases endorphins and feelings of ease. It's known to temporarily decimate any and all feelings of stress, sorrow, or anxiety in horovagan people. It's also known to have this same effect in most carbon-based species, which is why we occasionally use it as a means of treating chronic misbehavior in specimens. Sometimes a bit of positive reinforcement alongside a punishment and reward system just isn't enough," remarked the other. "Right," the doctor nodded. "But I'm not asking about that. I'm asking, specifically, what is the step-by-step order of progression in this session? Do we allow them to soak in the tubs after this?" "Precisely," smiled the behaviorist. "The humans are going to be slurped up by these crinipax, spat back out, and, upon feeling the effects of the chemicals in the creature's saliva, they'll get to rinse and rest in some warm water." As the behaviorist said this, there was an unheard scream on the other side of the soundproof glass. The aliens watched calmly as Osomatsu flew into a panic, getting swiftly picked up by the closest creature's large, slimy tongue. The creature's mouth was wide open, and it seemed ready for nothing more than its next meal. Choromatsu yelped and raced forward frantically, trying to pull Osomatsu out of the tongue's grasp. Meanwhile, the aliens continued to converse without any concern. "And then what do we do?" Ichimatsu asked, completely unfazed by what was going on over on the other side of the glass. "As they rest in the tubs, we'll give them plenty of treats and snacks to consume," beamed the behaviorist pleasantly. "They'll enjoy a nice wash, some yummy treats, and as the effects of the chemicals in the saliva really kick in, we'll allow them to dry off and have a little petting session with them over on those beds. And, you sure they'll, well, cooperate?" "I have no doubt," assured the other. The humans will be, at least, for now, free from any and all stress. They'll feel so much peace that they'll have no qualms against acting submissive. What an exciting session for them. I guess having even just a little positivity between all the fucked up tests we do will be beneficial to them. As Ichimatsu said this, the behaviorist turned and raised a brow. What do you mean? He asked seriously. Ichimatsu blinked, realizing what he had just said about his own people's procedures, and quickly backtracked. I mean, the doctor cleared his throat. That's, according to them. That's how they describe what we do to them. I'm just quoting them with a hint of sarcasm. Ah. I see. The behaviorist looked back into the habitat and observed as Choromatsu's grasp on Osomatsu's hand slipped, causing Osomatsu to be flung into the creature's mouth. As the lips around him closed, Choromatsu stepped back, flabbergasted. Then, another creature came in from behind and began attempting to swallow him as well. Without anyone to help, Choromatsu quickly found himself coiled around the large, slimy tongue. Moments later, he too was pulled into a creature's mouth. So, you really think this might change their perspective on you? Ichimatsu asked casually. That's what I'm hoping, sighed the behaviorist. I'm aware they're not very fond of me, and I'm not really used to my clients disliking me. Though, I suppose, it was to be expected when I was offered this case. I knew beforehand the issues present and still accepted. So in a way, it was unavoidable. Yeah, they're pretty attached to Choromatsu, said the doctor quietly. I don't understand it one bit, he shook his head. Their relationship was quite toxic and irregular. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know, Ichimatsu uttered wistfully, quietly. It was at this time when the two large, animalistic organisms opened their saliva-filled jaws and spat out the two humans, allowing them to slip and slide onto the grass. Then, the creatures walked away, returning to their idle munching on nearby plants and leaving the humans be. Ichimatsu looked into the enclosure and nodded. Seems like they're finished, he told his partner as they observed Osomatsu and Choromatsu sitting up, flicking their hands and rubbing the liquid from their eyes with disgusted looks on their faces. Seems like it. The behaviorist grinned and approached the door, pressing a button and disabling the soundproofing system so he could now speak to the humans. Specimen A and Specimen B, welcome back, he called with satisfaction in his voice. Don't worry, the worst part is over, Ichimatsu added. That goop you're covered in? It's a relaxant. You two should start feeling much more at ease from here on out. As the two humans smacked their lips and squinted, attempting to wipe the saliva from their faces, the behaviorist turned to Ichimatsu with a genuine smile. They're going to be a bliss working with for the remainder of the day, he told him. They'll be so submissive, so obedient and happy. Good little humans. Yeah. It's too bad we can't do this every day, Ichimatsu lightly chuckled. A real shame. We just need to have them in their natural state of mind for the majority of our tests, he sighed. But perhaps I can request this be done more often in the coming future. Perhaps. The new behaviorist peered out into the enclosure, noticing that the humans had yet to say anything upon being ejected from the mouths of the beasts. He eyed them for a moment before speaking up. How do you two feel? He asked. Are you beginning to feel relaxed? Neither human responded, instead opting to stare off in confusion as their skin absorbed the chemicals in the saliva. The alien raised a brow, perplexed by the absence of responsive behavior from the two humans. Both Osomatsu and Choromatsu sat still in their own puddle of animal saliva, staring off into space with seemingly little awareness in their eyes. Neither said a word, nor did they even appear to comprehend the remarks spoken by the aliens. Both remained as statues, quiet and submissive to time as it passed on through its unique dimension. Specimen A, the behaviorist called out, his voice commanding. Respond. Ichimatsu stared hard at the humans. Osomatsu? Why? Osomatsu's gaze lazily fell upon his alien friend, though his lids remained wide. Why do I feel so weird? Intermission. Osomatsu sat still, his eyes wide as he perceived the world around him through newfound lenses that were invisible to the eyes of those around him. Reality in his view had shifted, and he was very quick to take note of this mental alteration. Why? Despite this, consciousness and awareness remained static and unmoving. Why do I feel so weird? The man turned to his friend in a subdued panic, his movements slow and hesitant. Choromatsu. I feel it too, the second eldest uttered quietly, his response sluggish. Non-existence. 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 Osomatsu blinked. Ichimatsu, what the hell is in this goop? Read the words pouring from Osomatsu's lips. As he spoke without conscious consent, he found it difficult to lift his hand to analyze the moist substance coating his skin. It wasn't that his hand was heavy, nor was there any fatigue. It was more like he had lost the ability to move altogether, or rather, it required a bit of effort he wasn't accustomed to. There was effort needed in the smallest of movements, and it was quite noticeable. Ichimatsu, rapidly becoming alarmed, furrowed his brow and marched forward. He was detecting an immediate shift in the mental state of his friends and decided to act fast. As the behaviorist observed the other, quite taken aback, himself, Ichimatsu threw open the door to the chamber and hurried inside. He knelt in the grass before Osomatsu, looking him gravely in the eyes and deeply studying his face. Osomatsu, he called with the slightest hint of worry. You're just supposed to be feeling relaxed, that's all. What's going on in your head right now? Communicate. Osomatsu stared back, his gaze empty and still as his consciousness appeared to wholly vanish altogether upon being asked this. There was nothing going on in his mind, it was desolate. Empty. Lifeless. His stare was never-ending, reaching beyond 1,000 light-years, beyond infinity and existence itself. He was a passive player to life, a submissive passenger of time. In his dull eyes, Ichimatsu could see galaxies and cosmos aligning. He could see everything, and he could see nothing. Then, like the flick of a switch and without so much as a blink, Osomatsu was back. Something isn't right, he stated, anxious and confused as if he hadn't just now turned briefly into the equivalent of a living corpse. Upon observing this man's slow response, Ichimatsu's expression turned dire. The doctor turned to his behaviorist companion and shouted out to him. "Oh, we're getting an abnormal reaction here," he called, his tone almost accusatory. "I can see that," the behaviorist mumbled, joining Ichimatsu inside the chamber and kneeling before Choromatsu. Choromatsu simply stared back at him with an unreadable gaze. "Specimen B, are you feeling okay? Does anything hurt? What's the matter?" For a moment, the man said nothing. And in that moment, there were centuries. Time, endless time. Something was hitting him hard, and he nearly got whiplash from its effects. The scenery around him, although he himself was moving at a decent speed, existence seemed to slow down. Things began to echo in his head, echo, echo, echo. His hearing echoed. His vision echoed. His movements echoed. Blood rushed through his frontal cortex like none other, escalating his thoughts to rapid flickers and flashes that he didn't have time to consume. It was strange. "Whoa," he breathed, letting go of eye contact with the behaviorist and allowing his gaze to fall to his hands below. "The world around me has changed. What? Holy shit." Choromatsu looked to Osomatsu in sheer elation. "Osomatsu, I can fucking see existence. Dude." Osomatsu didn't return his gaze, instead opting to stare off into nothing. "Bro, I know exactly what you mean. Holy fuck. What are you two on about?" Ichimatsu pressed, forcefully bringing Osomatsu's face back to center so he could look upon him more carefully. "What is this about seeing existence? Where are you two at mentally right now?" "Mentally?" Choromatsu couldn't help but to let loose an unhinged giggle. "I don't even know what that word means." It was quite humorous, Choromatsu had to say. The sense of the world around him was melting away into arbitrary garbage that his mind couldn't properly process without malfunctioning. And to him, that was hilarious. How cute of himself, he thought. His very essence was trapped inside a malfunctioning brain, a brain malfunctioning due to its simplicity in nature. It was utterly silly. His entire perspective had shifted to the likeness of a toddler's, as things seemed fresh and wholly new. A mistake. A flaw. An unintended side effect that was oh so unexpected. Silly. How adorable. The man's thoughts had rapidly declined into a disorganized mess as his function of memory too began to malfunction. Choromatsu. Ichimatsu squinted at the human seriously. "Describe what's going on. I need to know so that I can be sure you two are okay." "What's going on?" Choromatsu repeated. "What I'm experiencing." He looked to Ichimatsu with an unknown expression. "For one, I can barely finish a sentence right now," the blue-hearted human uttered almost robotically. "Not without doing that. Without being able to, wait, no, I mean, I can barely finish a sentence without my mind trailing off and forgetting my words. Non-existence, non-existence, non-existence. Yeah, Osomatsu piped in agreeance, bringing a hand to his head. Holy shit. It's like, my mind is resetting every few seconds, every half sentence. It's like, I can't remember the start of this sentence. This is a really bizarre feeling. Holy shit. Ichimatsu let go of Isamatsu's face and tapped the man's neckband, pulling up a holographic interface whilst summoning his 4 extra alien arms. He used 2 free hands to pull out a scanning device from his pocket. Using this, he scanned Isamatsu's body as he looked over the information provided to him through the neckband. I'm seeing a lot of altering to their brain activity, Ichimatsu announced to his companion. They're in some weird state of mind right now. I think we should contact the head of animal physical health. Your supervisor? The behaviorist frowned. Are you sure? This could be serious, the doctor claimed. We need to know what's going on. Without wasting another second, Ichimatsu stood to his feet and began to transform. His body shifted into its natural alienistic appearance as he hurried out of the chamber. The behaviorist gave the 2 humans one last look before standing and racing to follow. Meanwhile, the humans lost their focus and fell deeper into their psychosis within. The noises around me are like zaps, Choromatsu stated, looking to his fingers and wriggling them as if he could see their motion trailing behind. Sound is like electricity right now. Every noise is like a static shock, shocking me. I feel like I can barely move, Osomatsu whispered, slowly allowing his body to fall back into a laying position on the ground. He stared up at the faux sky of the exhibit as he added, I'm hungry. Me too, replied the other, also allowing his body to softly fall back. I think we're moving in slow motion, Osomatsu. I think we're falling, Choromatsu. I think we already fell, Osomatsu. Damn. It was odd, being aware enough to consciously observe as his body succumbed to complete debilitation. Choromatsu was aware enough to see that he was disabled mentally at that moment. He was fully conscious, yet impaired. Cursed with an inability to create or retrieve memories, that's what was happening. He could detect at moments having access to his long-term memory function, then suddenly shifting to have access to only his short-term memory function. Short-term, then long-term. Long-term, then short-term. His body was in slow motion while his thoughts were running 1,000,000 miles per hour. Yet, despite seeing and reading every thought, he couldn't remember a single one. He was having so many ideas in that moment, so many deep discoveries about his environment, yet none could he remember a second later. These thoughts, they were being forgotten as if they were the deepest, most enigmatic details only to be perceived in his dreams. Childhood memories and secrets were being unlocked and were unfolding before his very eyes. They were so vague. He wanted some bread. Choromatsu allowed his eyes to shut, and in the darkness he could see colors. Designs, swirls, symbols, he could see them all. His aura, his spirit, his very essence, he could make it out. It was a light, a small white glow painted in colors of personality and wonder. His color, it was blue. He saw lots of blue in the shape of bread. Was he just hungry? He wished he could sit and document this experience through paper and pen, but 'twas an impossibility. After all, words in writing simply looked like shapes and colors. He couldn't visually imagine half his language, only their shapes and colors. It was all meaningless to him. Certainly, Choromatsu had been drugged. He could feel it. He could sense it. He could decipher its entailings. And, unlike when he got shit-faced from alcohol, he wasn't fully unconscious in this state of mind. On the contrary, it was rather the opposite, actually. He was fully present and aware, but time around him was simply altered and he was suffering from incredibly short-termed memory. His focus had shifted out of his control, as he could only focus inward, then outward, then inward again. Tangible, then imaginary. All-seeing then sightless. Physical then dead. He was greening out. Choromatsu was feeling a tad bit paranoid at this point, but he'd forgotten the word paranoid so he couldn't finish that sentence in his mind. He couldn't remember the meaning of any words anymore, yet he could still speak. Even language he didn't know the meaning of. Choromatsu was a goddess. An atheist entity of omnipotence. He was as old as time, but he just never remembered it before. I'm feeling reality for what it is. Choromatsu spoke these words to his friend, but Osomatsu did not reply, for he too was incapacitated by his mental impairment. Reality, reality, this was reality. Choromatsu was seeing the present moment's physical reality at its core. He was seeing it for the first time in existence, over and over again. He wondered briefly if he had died, and if this experience he was having was what it was like to be dead. Just watching. Seeing time and reality work under physics in hyperrealism. This was uncanny. It was an uncanny reality. Really, really uncanny. Choromatsu opened his eyes and stared up at the lights above him. The surrounding colors were bleeding into one another like a poorly drawn painting with overlapping outlines. The physical sensations were overreacting, significant, strong. He was living in the future. His body was separate from him. He was separate from Osomatsu, they were separate from each other. The impaired man allowed his eyes to fall shut once more, feeling as his body twitched and gently writhed. He was quite twitchy, though it wasn't alarming. Nothing was alarming anymore, as Choromatsu had become one with life and death. It was all a familiarity, and it was all okay. A noise. Choromatsu perked up, taking a few full seconds before doing so. He slowly sat up and looked drowsily at the two entities who had entered the chamber he and Osomatsu were laying in. For a moment, Choromatsu did not recognize either one. Then, he concluded, these were two people he knew. They were the new behaviorist, and they were Ichimatsu. They were friends, lovely individuals of whom he respected and acknowledged. After all, they were alive, just like he was. They were living, and they were experiencing, and they were breathing, just like him. Choromatsu observed as Ichimatsu, looking to be in a slight panic, knelt before him while holding up a towel. The alien began drying Choromatsu off while gently looking into his eyes. When he spoke softly, as if he were talking to a baby. "Hey Choromatsu," he whispered kindly. Choromatsu smiled genuinely back. "Hi, Ichimatsu. How are you feeling?" "I feel very relaxed right now," he told him. "Though I know I'm a little drugged up. So I'm probably not thinking very straight or speaking very straight. Or, what I mean by that is, I'm probably a little strange right now." "Yeah, just a little," Ichimatsu cooed, still bearing an undertone of worry. "Listen, my higher-up said that, very rarely, specimens can experience a psychoactive reaction to the chemicals in the saliva of the creature we utilize today. And, this seems to be the case right now." Choromatsu shook his head slowly with a smile. "I have no idea what you just said," he chuckled. "Yeah, I know," said the other. "I just think, well, I just don't want you to worry. You're not in any danger right now. What you're experiencing is temporary and completely harmless, you're not going to die." "I feel like I already have," Choromatsu told him in a strangely calm voice. "Right. Look, the behaviorist and I are going to help you and Osomatsu up, okay? Can you try to stand up?" "Yeah." Ichimatsu nodded and reached out, taking Choromatsu by the hands and helping him to his feet. Choromatsu's movements were sluggish and uneasy, but he stood as commanded and held tight to Ichimatsu. Meanwhile, the behaviorist did the same with Osomatsu. From there, the two aliens began to gently lead the humans out of the chamber. The humans followed along with ease, submissive and unable to resist. For, they were far too incapable. Exiting the room entirely, the humans were led together through the facility and toward their enclosure. This time spent walking seemed to last hours in Osomatsu and Choromatsu's mind, and neither spoke a word as they were tugged along. For them, time was significantly slowed, and the present was all too real. Eventually, the four did make it back to the human habitat. Ichimatsu and the behaviorist gently set the humans down in the grass, allowing them to rest under the sun shining warmly above. They spared a few words, but the men were too far gone to comprehend. Then, they left. Choromatsu, he couldn't pay attention. Time around him was slowing as his thoughts raced with significant speed. His mouth was dry, and he was so spirited from his physical vessel that he found it difficult to move. His thoughts, his memory of the present moment, they were animated on an onion skin filter. He was forgetting thoughts more and more until they completely disappeared from his mind forever. The only way he could remember his inner monologue was through repetition. Every few seconds, Choromatsu was experiencing life for the very first time. The very first time. No memories, no biases, no culture, no familiarity. Human voices weren't just chittering, they were music. Choromatsu, he could feel love for the first time. The capacity to do so was beautiful. In his day-to-day life, there was hesitance, but now, he could feel everything, because his mind could not remember. His poor self. He had been traumatized so young in this physical life. This trauma was going to follow him into the next life. Was it going to stop him from reincarnating by choice? No, for the power of love was too strong in his heart. He wanted to live, and that was okay. This was what it was like to be dead. This was what it was like to have dementia. Choromatsu felt as though he was on another dimension. He was both conscious and unconscious at the same time. This was what it was like to be hopped up on drugs. This was non-existence, and he wasn't going to remember this. His body, it had become completely unresponsive to the outside world. Meanwhile, his mind was nothing but a garbled mess of echoes and new ideas. He thought to himself, he was still thinking like normal. Alike to normal. Alike to normal. That was the sound of his thoughts deteriorating. Oh, what a terrifying state for his brain to be in. Its processing was malfunctioning, and it was humorous. The man wasn't a goddess anymore. No, now he was a machine. No spirit, no soul. This fragile, insignificant little body he possessed was his entire existence. No, these weren't realities Choromatsu was seeing while high on alien goop. They were insecurities. Dreams, desires, deep, deep inside. Hidden. Twisted and malformed to look like realities. He was delusional, absolutely delusional. His high was not correct though, and he needed to be conscious and aware of that as he was experiencing this state of mind. Was this what being delusional was like? He supposed so, because he certainly believed he was a goddess. A timeless entity, simply birthed by mistake into this reality, this dimension. He was a division. This was a truly disturbing state of mind to be in, Choromatsu thought to himself. He was fully conscious and aware, but he was also dumb. He couldn't remember what Osomatsu's face looked like, his dear friend laying in the grass a mere few feet away. Everything seemed so funny, yet so profound at the same time. He was thinking on a higher level, and that meant whatever he came up with had to be true, not just a garbled mess. Alike to normal. Switching bodies would be such a surreal experience, he figured. Existing in a physical vessel that didn't belong to you, how peculiar. Watching his brain become impaired while still fully conscious, it only proved to Choromatsu that his consciousness existed outside of the brain. He wasn't sure how to describe it to himself, but it didn't exist. His consciousness was separate from his feelings, from his thought processes, from everything his brain created. His brain was responsible for producing a part of him to an extent, but it wasn't actually him. His essence and awareness, was the core him. It existed as a tiny speck of white light in a dark void which was space and all planes of existence. Beyond physical life. Beyond time and space. It was a black void, the color black created from all the colors of existence and all the planes and time periods. It was the center of all that was. Different dimensions overlapping, different times overlapping, different physics overlapping. Bread sounded amazing, but, even if Choromatsu had access to bread, he didn't think he was capable of standing and walking to get it. Would he even be capable of eating without choking in this state? It wasn't psychosis. Choromatsu wasn't psychotic right now, he was just forgetting things over and over again. It was because he had a complete absence of memories that it felt like he'd just been born. His brain was empty. No memories, no opinions, no biases, just the pure essence of Choromatsu. That was how he could feel love. That was how he could see his own flaws without any prior biases. This was why it felt like he was dying, everything was bliss and he was losing touch with his physical self. It was like he could feel his brain deteriorating, and he was okay with it because existence in the afterlife was bliss. Death was not to be feared. He could almost see plenty of pinks and purples in non-existence. He could see flowers. He could see darkness, and it was serene. Wow! This must have been what it was like for the Horovegan people when they felt the effects of the Kalalana. Maybe. He didn't know actually, but he wondered if this were the case. Every other second, Choromatsu could recall either everything from birth, or nothing at all. Birth was the start of Choromatsu's memories. He could remember everything from birth, he just couldn't remember anything to remember. There was no concept such as growing up, he was just becoming less vulnerable over time. Death was sacred. Death was blissful. Cells do not care if they are alive or dead. In Choromatsu's past life, he could see himself as a jeweler. He could see himself as Catholic priest. He could see himself as lawyer. And, he was pretty good looking, too. He could fuck himself silly, and that wasn't an immoral thing to say because morality did not exist. No, he was wrong again. Simply delusional. He supposed, even in death, he didn't understand the answer to life. Electricity had a sound, and Choromatsu could hear it. He could hear mechanical energy around him, versus spiritual energy. He could hear Osomatsu's spiritual energy nigh, and he could hear mechanical energy from the ventilators of the enclosure. Everyone Choromatsu knew had experienced this state of mind, simply because everyone he knew had experienced either death, birth, or non-existence before. Everyone. 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 Swimming was like flying, and dreams were a conversation between one and his subconscious. As Choromatsu's world was spinning, he slowly allowed his head to roll to one side. There, he perceived Osomatsu lying beside him, eyes closed but still conscious. This man, this entity, this soul, he was experiencing the same profound, existential ascension he himself was. How intimate. Together they were apart but close. Time, the meaning of time. Life was a perplexity, a multidimensional experience all were far too blind and grounded to see. It wasn't anyone's fault, though. It was the price to pay for having a physical vessel to possess. The perspective, that is. He and others, they were trapped in a perspective, trapped in a brain too simple to comprehend the great magnificence of life. So limited and limited. Confined to this planet, to this plane, to this dimension, to this tangible reality. Yes, it truly was a case of Plato's cave. Just a little beyond what Plato had in mind. The ability to move was rather interesting, he thought. Muscle movement triggered by nothing more than one's own will was a kind of telekinesis humans often took for granted. He certainly appreciated it now that he was in a state where movement required much more conscious effort. The ability to see was quite unique, as well. But Choromatsu couldn't remember what he had been monologuing about long enough to describe how. He could barely make out anything. It was in this state that Choromatsu spent hours, perhaps a lifetime trapped within. He and Osomatsu, they were on their own separate journeys through memories and ideas of the unknown and untold. The spiritual impact such mental travails had on each individual was profound, as they truly felt they saw the eye of God. No words were spoken for at least 3 hours. Morning came and went, and eventually, Choromatsu could hear Osomatsu getting up from his position in the grass. He heard the shuffling as the man rolled to his side, then pushed himself to his feet. With an audible groan, Osomatsu then waddled around Choromatsu and made his way to the bathroom corner, where he relieved himself. As Osomatsu did this, Choromatsu allowed his eyes to open as he pushed himself to a sitting position. His mind was quite foggy still, but he had never fully slipped into unconsciousness, so there was that. The eldest finished his business before sauntering back to his spot near the glass, plopping himself onto his behind and lying back down. Then, with a big sigh, he spoke. Damn. That was a trip, he said to the other. I'm still quite out of it, Choromatsu admitted sheepishly. My God, I was on a whole other dimension. Yeah. Jesus, those alien bastards really, Osomatsu wrinkled his nose, still struggling to form coherent sentences. They really fucked us. That was, man. That was insane. Yeah. The second eldest could barely even utter this, as his thoughts were still too scattered. At least we're not doing anything too strenuous next, said the red-hearted man. I mean, we're being, fed, we're being force-fed. So, it won't be so bad. Just, sleeping, probably. Yeah. Again, he could barely respond, and this single word was followed by a period of silence between the two. It was soon after this interaction that the behaviorist and Ichimatsu arrived on the scene, checking up on the humans with soft tones and gentle gestures. Across the exhibit, the lunchtime trays of food were ejected from the feeding rock, and these the aliens offered. Of course, neither human was willing to eat despite their still altered state of mind, and it was made clear that the aliens were going to have to force-feed them once more. With that, the humans were taken to the life support room for a second time, holding the ability to walk for themselves this time around. They were placed into the large vats where they were restrained, silenced, and soon fed for hours on end. It was a restless endeavor and neither enjoyed it one bit. Afterwards, the humans were allowed to rest in their enclosure for the rest of the day. And that was their time spent intoxicated under the effects of alien drugs. Intermission. The orientation room had been cleaned. All outdoor trashes had been replaced. The bathrooms in a select few building had been cleaned so well one could practically see their reflection in the floor. Choromatsu's day of work was about halfway over, and he was ready to go on his lunch. He had originally planned on speaking with Ichimatsu during this time over video call, but a spark of intrigue drew him towards the hospital instead. There, Choromatsu stood outside the tall building that was the hospital. He looked up at its magnificent height, admiring the way it loomed over him as if it could fall over at any minute. Buildings as tall as these, they always felt powerful in some way. They made him feel so small. Right now, he didn't feel very small, however. Choromatsu had been thinking. He had been thinking and considering and processing, silent on the outside while his thoughts raced with exciting new ideas and proposals. And, all of that originated back to this Tholeaf and the organization Choromatsu presumed they were a part of. Yes, some time ago, Choromatsu received 2 notes at his doorstep, both of which alluded to him being watched very carefully by a hidden force. He wasn't certain its intentions, nor was he even confident in his own safety, but he was deeply intrigued. He had nothing to lose in investigating this secret group further and decided that he was intent on doing so. During the long hours spent cleaning toilets, he had even daydreamed about possible outcomes to his curious endeavors. He daydreamed one arc where the organization was made up of humans working together with Horovagan kind, and they were reaching out to take him away from Atra and to a new planet where things were safe and he was loved. He daydreamed another story route where all this secret organization cared about was reuniting him with Osomatsu and Choromatsu. He even dreamed one where the strange people were actually from the corrections agency, and Tholeaf was an assassin spy sent out to kill him. In this scenario, he dreamed himself as a big and strong Horovagan who was able to fight back and narrowly avoid being assassinated. It was a fun little adventure for him, even if these were all quite unrealistic. Back in reality, Choromatsu had mentally prepared himself to face whoever Tholeaf might be and what intentions were behind that friendly face of theirs. He was fully ready to endure the consequences of such actions, as well. He wanted to learn, and he wanted to know. He was ready, and Tholeaf and this secret organization wasn't going to elude him any further. Choromatsu nodded to himself before stepping inside the hospital. He was lucky Tholeaf was a nurse. His brain chip wouldn't call him out for being in the incorrect location due to this being a hospital. If there were ever an emergency, Horovagans were always free to enter this building, regardless of the directives downloaded onto their brain chips. Inside the lobby of the hospital, there were few patients in the waiting room. Choromatsu looked past them and walked straight up to the receptionist, which appeared to be a borderline sentient android made to look Horovagan. He didn't waste a second before greeting it and activating its attention. "Hi," he said. "I'm here to see Nurse Tholeaf." The android nodded in understanding. "I understand you want to see Nurse Tholeaf," it acknowledged in a rather natural-sounding voice despite the robotic undertone of the statement. "Nurse Tholeaf is currently on their lunch." "Oh." Choromatsu beamed at this. "They're probably in the break room then, right?" "Yes, that is where they should be," the android confirmed. "Wonderful, thank you." Choromatsu sent the robot an alien equivalent of a smile before turning and walking toward the exit. Well, it looked like he'd wasted a few minutes walking all the way to the hospital, but that didn't matter. After all, his people were given time for transitioning to and from break, so it wasn't like he'd actually missed out on any of the break itself. With this, Choromatsu hurried on toward the faculty building, finally entering and making his way to the break room. Upon stepping inside the break room, Choromatsu squinted and scanned the room, looking around carefully. His gaze was instinctively drawn to where he had last seen Tholeaf, which was a couple of chairs by the window. But of course, these seats were now occupied by others. Choromatsu continued looking on until he finally spotted Tholeaf off in the corner, looking out the window as if searching for something. Seeing this, Choromatsu grinned. Before setting off toward them, he took a deep breath in, then out. Then, he began to walk. As the alien stepped toward the other, his heart clock ticked just a bit faster. He wasn't exactly sure what he intended on saying, nor did he know the best approach in asking the individual about anything. He wondered if Tholeaf would bring up the organization themselves, or if Choromatsu was going to have to pry. Either way, he was ready for it. "Excuse me." Choromatsu stopped before the individual and lifted a friendly hand, meekly calling out to them. Upon hearing his utterance, Tholeaf perked up and turned around, eyes wide. Ah, Choromatsu. Funny seeing you here. I was just wondering where." Tholeaf bit their tongue suddenly, clearing their throat before continuing. "I was wondering where the school janitor was. The break room is looking a bit messy, don't you think?" Ha. Ha ha. Choromatsu let out an unamused laugh, clearly sarcastic in nature. Yeah, no. I'm not a janitor, I'm a custodian. And, I'm here on break, not to clean. Is that so? Grinned the other knowingly. Did you want to sit together again? Yeah, if that's not too much to ask, the green-hearted alien nodded. Yeah, sure. Come, let's go sit somewhere. So, the two Horovagans found a seat by a window and sat, each looking to one another with a completely different demeanor. While Choromatsu sat meek and timid, sitting straight with his bottom lip crushed under his front teeth anxiously, Tholief sat in an almost seductive pose, leaning in close with interest in their gaze as they looked the alien up and down. I have to say, I didn't expect you to seek me out, Tholief cooed, amused. You ran off in such a hurry earlier. Thought I scared you away. No, not at all, Choromatsu swallowed. I think I'm just a little overwhelmed. You know, with this leave I'm taking, and the relocation and everything. No, you didn't scare me away. I'm fine. I see. The other leaned in, cocking their head. So, let's make conversation, then. What did you want to talk about? Oh, you know, the younger hummed, trilling his fingers upon the tabletop. Anything, really. I mean, hey, let's get to know each other. We're still kind of strangers, aren't we? Yes, I suppose you're right, said the nurse. And, I don't really have any friends here yet, so I'd love to make some, the ex-behaviorist went on. You're the first person who's been kind to me or, really, even spoken to me since my relocation. You looked lonely, Tholief claimed. I did think you could use a friend. I appreciate that, Choromatsu nodded. So, I did want to ask. What were you before you were a janitor, again? Choromatsu frowned as he was interrupted. Well, as I said, I was in the psychology department, he answered. I thought you were in the biology department, the elder pointed out. Oh. Well, it's kind of both, I guess, the alien reasoned. After all, Tholief leaned in, intrigued. Choromatsu's shoulders rose as he shrank slightly, fiddling with his thumbs. I was in the, animal behavioral department. Ria Lly tilde? The nurse leaned back, fully engaged in the interaction at hand. And, what about the relocation? I want to hear the truth, I'm curious about it. No harm in spilling, right? I promise I won't judge. Choromatsu did a big breath in, holding it for a moment before exhaling. This was it, he was finally having a real conversation with someone who, he could only presume, had a special interest in him, with intentions unknown. He was already feeling on edge. This person, they really had a way of asserting social dominance, didn't they? They were quite forward with their questioning, opting to waste no time calling him out. He was being put on the spot, and a familiar knot of anxiety formed in his chest. Of course, he wasn't going to open up so easily. I already told you that it was a medical leave, he claimed. I call bullshit, heckled the other light-heartedly. Why don't you believe me? Choromatsu asked with a brow raised. Because I'm a nurse, dummy, Tholief told him. I would have heard about it if a new custodian came to Flows with a serious medical condition. In fact, you probably would have had to check in with the doctor and I before even getting this position. So, I already know that's not true. I see, Choromatsu looked up seriously at the other, gazing into their eyes. Then, why do you think I was relocated? You already know I was a lead in animal behavioral studies. Why would someone in my position be working as a custodian on Atra? Do you have any idea? Millimeter, the nurse looked deeply into the ex-behaviorist's eyes, as if scanning his soul. Then, they replied, I have a few ideas. Without allowing Choromatsu to respond, Tholief gently slapped their hand onto the table's surface before standing to their feet. Be right back, they said before turning and walking off. Oh, okay. Choromatsu watched as Tholief left the table and maneuvered their way through bystanders chatting away idly. The individual made their way toward the drink station. Choromatsu uttered in understanding. He observed as Tholief picked up a cup and got themselves a nice, warm serving of alien coffee. Then, the entity turned and walked all the way back to Choromatsu. They sat down and took a humble sip of their drink. That hits the spot, the alien hummed dreamily. Had to get your fill of caffeine, huh? Choromatsu chuckled lightly at this. You know it, the other laughed back. Then, with another sip, they said, so tell me about your assigned specimens. You animal behaviorists are typically assigned alien organisms to work with, no? Yeah, well, the alien's gaze fell as he was asked this. My ex-clients were, human. That is, members of the species Homo sapiens. They came from planet Earth, in the Milky Way galaxy. Their people are sort of mammalian in nature. Primates, actually. Nothing too impressive, just little, hairless monkeys about half our size. You know, a typical alien. They sound fascinating, Tholief cooed. They were quite intelligent little things, I have to say, Choromatsu ogled lightly, letting out a small sigh. So smart, so opinionated, so emotional and morally driven. I miss them. Tholief's assertive demeanor wavered into a more sympathetic one as they listened to the melancholic tone in the other's voice. They set down their drink and leaned in, looking up at the other with the alien equivalent of a comforting smile. I'm sure you do, they told him softly. After all, I bet those animals you work with become more than just clients over time, they're practically pets that you dedicate your entire work life to. More than that, Choromatsu uttered wistfully. What do you mean? The other pried. Choromatsu simply shook his head. Nothing. Nothing at all, he assured. I just don't know how I'm going to move on, from, my previous job, that is. The ex-behaviorist sent the other a faux smile. I mean, the humans. Sure, I'll miss those little guys. But I'm really going to miss doing what I love. Conducting tests and experiments, making hypotheses, calling for order and submission, you know, all that fun stuff. Tholief stared for a long, long time. Without movement nor noise, they simply blinked. In their mind, they thought to themselves, yeah, Todomatsu, this guy is completely broken. I can see it. It's not going to be hard to undo the conditioning done in his upbringing. It won't be hard, at all. Choromatsu stared back, his smile dropping as the other appeared to zone out. He cocked his head and asked, what is it? Hair. Nothing. Nothing at all, Tholief told him, repeating the words that had just been used on them. So these humans were really something special, huh? And not really, Choromatsu opted to lie. As I said, they weren't anything too spectacular. Just your average alien specimen. What do you miss most about them? What do I miss most? He supposed he couldn't be completely truthful about that, not to a stranger, anyhow. But, what did he miss most about them? Perhaps, Choromatsu missed their philosophies. Humans had such a bright and fresh perspective on life and existence, and it was quite refreshing to see. His own people, they weren't quite as diverse in that sense. Horovagans only believed in one cause, one philosophy, one purpose. They were future-oriented creatures, which, by itself, wasn't so much of a bad thing. However, humans were not only intelligent, but they still harbored this heightened awareness of the present moment that Horovagans seemed to be lacking. Along with being somewhat future-oriented, humans were also drawn to what brought them immediate happiness, and this intrigued Choromatsu. He was so used to fighting for what the future held that, in a way, he'd forgotten he was already living. He was living, breathing, and alive, experiencing his one and only life, which was so special. Osomatsu did well to remind him of this philosophy. And Choromatsu, what could he say? Choromatsu thought Choromatsu was just the most genuinely empathetic creature he'd ever met. Choromatsu taught him that kindness went a long way, even if it didn't seem like it on the surface. Despite being an individual quite in tune with his emotions, he still harbored significant emotional intelligence, and it inspired Choromatsu. He felt his bond with the man was almost instant upon meeting, and there was deepness to their kinship. With Choromatsu felt safe, and he felt understood. He could feel how driven this creature was by love. And, it wasn't superficial love, either, it was sincere, unlike how Choromatsu could detect his leaders felt towards him. It was kind of beautiful. Pure, innocent even. Just, wholesome at its core. And it was lovely. Aside from the human's perspective on what it meant to live and be fulfilled, Choromatsu found he genuinely had fun spending time with them. Not only was it just plain interesting to have full-on conversations with alien lifeforms that were capable of such, but they were cute. Funny. Hilarious, even. Humans were so humorous in everything that they did, and it filled the alien with so much glee. Even during arguments, Osomatsu's sarcasm was quite amusing. It showed that humans had quite the sophisticated sense of humor, and Choromatsu loved it. Their comebacks and retorts were often witty as well, and showcased quite a bit of creativity alongside them. Ah, and the creativity. Humans, it seemed, never stopped thinking. Their minds were always racing with new and playful ideas that really worked to make life a little less grey. Life was their canvas, and their thoughts and emotions were the paint used to colour into existence pleasure. It was truly remarkable. The limit to these humans was the sky, and they acted so free, so true to themselves. Choromatsu admired it, and he wished he himself could live such a life. But none of this could be said directly to Tholeaf. None of it. Choromatsu had to be careful about what he said to anyone, especially considering his current circumstances. So, instead of delving deep into the genuine friendships he had formed with these human creatures, Choromatsu again opted to fib. "I miss how much they look up to me," he chuckled to the other, scratching the back of his neck as a way to fidget. "I became a sort of motherly figure to the humans, and it was really sweet, the way they behaved. Although they were stubborn and feisty little things, they still really liked me. Hell, I've even heard they've been behaving terribly since I left." "Oh, they have they?" Tholeaf seemed intrigued by this notion. "Are they, perhaps, rebelling against this permanent change?" "I can only imagine," Choromatsu shrugged. "I think the thought of never seeing me again, it must be scary. I know all too well." The alien let slip a small gasp as he was caught in his lie through the other's charming words and slick tongue. He had already established prior that this leave was temporary, but just now he'd made it very clear he was on Atra to stay. He straightened his posture and stared at the other with a guilty expression. Meanwhile, Tholeaf looked on with an amused grin. "So you really aren't here for any medical leave," declared the elder of the two. "I don't mean to scare you off by prying, but I think it's pretty clear why you left your previous position." Choromatsu pursed his lips, glaring to the other defensively as they paused before announcing their presumption. "You were fired, weren't you?" The ex-behaviorist swallowed hard. In that instant, his mind began to backtrack to all the possible ideas he'd daydreamed about during his work time. He thought about if Tholeaf was an assassin sent from the corrections agency, or if he himself was going to end up disappearing entirely from the public eye for spilling too much. For a moment, he felt in danger. But then, Choromatsu took a deep breath to calm himself. He stuck to his guns and looked to the other confidently, keeping his jaw clenched behind closed lips. He wasn't going to break apart so easily. "Why would I so easily be fired from a job I've worked my entire life training for?" he inquired directly. "I mean, look at me. I didn't even graduate that long ago. What would cause me to be so harshly punished that I'd be, as you're putting it, fired and demoted to a position such as this? What could have happened to cause such unorthodox circumstances?" Tholeaf cocked their head, looking to the other with playful curiosity as they stared softly for a moment. Then, they said, "Perhaps, you were punished for getting just a little too friendly with the humans." "What's that supposed to mean?" Choromatsu frowned, feeling his cover slipping further and further. "I wonder if you were displaying, dare I say, empathy?" Tilting their head the other way now, Tholeaf went on with, "Perhaps even, trust? Could that be a possibility?" "That's absurd," he proclaimed. "Any behaviorist could display a little too much empathy and be punished for it. But, to lose my whole career because of that? That wouldn't happen. Not unless you were actually right," they suggested. "Not unless you concluded that the humans were smart enough to challenge your own people, and our leaders agreed. What say you to that?" Choromatsu's eyes went wide in apprehension as these words were spoken. Preposterous, he claimed. "Is it?" "Tholeaf, you really have no idea what you're talking about," Choromatsu pushed. "I'm right, aren't I?" Choromatsu gave a deep, increasingly aggravated breath. He stared long and hard at the other, only confirming to Tholeaf that they had figured him out. Then, he replied. "And?" he asked. "What if that were to be the case?" "Chem. Let's talk hypotheticals, here," Choromatsu offered, leaning in with fingers intertwined. "Let's say that everything you're saying is true. What would that mean for me? For us? What interest would you have in me if this were the case?" "What interest?" "Yes," he nodded. "And, what kind of intentions would you have in befriending me for the sake of your organization?" My. Tholeaf blinked, taken aback. They were genuinely astonished to hear the other come forward with such audacity after displaying such passive and meek traits as before. Though, they supposed they couldn't be too surprised. After all, Choromatsu was simply mirroring the prying energy they themselves were giving off. Regardless, it was quite odd to feel the tables turn on them. In being done, Tholeaf became fidgety and twiddled with their fingers in response. Choromatsu, they began quietly. I can't say I know what it is you're referring to. Choromatsu stared hard, but seemed to back off a little in demeanor as Tholeaf went on. Organization? What are you talking about? Tholeaf looked the other in the eyes and claimed, I am not affiliated with any group or organization, and I kindly ask that you do not accuse me of such treachery. But, you just accused me of. Choromatsu fumbled slightly as his words came pouring out in a barrage of emotion-fueled confusion. I mean, you were the one prying, and I thought that. Tholeaf simply shook their head. I apologize for any confusion, but I must deny any and all claims. Choromatsu's gaze didn't break, studying the other's body language and expression proficiently. He stared for a long time before relaxing in his seat a little. So, this was the game they were going to play, he thought. It seemed Tholeaf wasn't ready to confess to anything just yet. Perhaps, it was still a bit too soon. Perhaps Choromatsu was still being watched a little too carefully. For, the behaviorist knew the style of those words, as he'd used its language many a times. Those were words of legal conformity. In other words, if anyone dangerous had been listening in on this conversation, or perhaps if a leader happened to gain access to this moment being recorded through their brain chips, there would be no evidence of wrongdoing. Without verbal affirmation, no action could be taken against either him or Tholeaf. It was for their protection. So, it seemed, this organization really was unaffiliated with the Horovagan government. Choromatsu believed that if they were in cahoots with a leader or the corrections agency, Tholeaf wouldn't be behaving this way or making it so obvious. This ambiguous group was simply dipping their toes into the situation and getting a feel for things. Getting a feel for Choromatsu. And, Choromatsu could accept that. It drew him ever closer to its presence and allowed him to trust Tholeaf just a little more in knowing this. The chances that this enigmatic syndicate had any intention of harming him was growing ever slimmer, it seemed, and the alien had a feeling this group was his only chance at living a better life. At least, the only thing worse than living in this way would have been death. He had nothing to lose. Choromatsu let out a deep exhalation, sitting back in his seat and looking seriously at the other. My apologies, he finally told Tholeaf. I didn't mean to accuse you of anything. I must admit, I've been quite paranoid since taking this leave of absence from my work, and I had some suspicion that you might have been sent from the corrections agency. The corrections agency? Tholeaf wrinkled their nose. I'm a nurse. I know, Choromatsu nodded. Which further goes to show where I've been at mentally. To actually think that the corrections agency would send someone to befriend me. You must think I'm insane. Maybe just a little, the other leaned back, taking a sip of their drink. I behaved quite poorly on the job at the research facility, and have since been haunted by nightmares of being further corrected. The last thing I want is to disappoint my superiors any further. I believe this notion has escalated in my head as well, causing me to become paranoid as stated. I see, Tholeaf tilted their head thoughtfully. Do you think you'd benefit from some counseling? Counseling? Choromatsu shook his head slowly. I thought the counselors here were only available for the students. They typically are, they conversed lightly. But, if you come in and tell the doctor what you're experiencing, then she might be able to send a referral to get you mentally checked out. It's a whole rabbit hole of ordeals, but it all starts with an appointment with the doctor. If you'd like, I can get you in sometime soon. I appreciate the offer, but I'll have to decline for now, said the ex-behaviorist. All right, Tholeaf replied. Then, the alien stood from their seat and said, anyway, I do believe it's time for me to return back to work. It's been a lovely chat, and I do hope to spend more time with you in the future. Did you maybe want to meet up again on your next break? Choromatsu suggested. Tholeaf shook their head. I've got some important affairs to tend to, so I probably won't see you again today, they told him. Maybe tomorrow. I'll find you if I'm not too busy. All right. Choromatsu stood from his seat as well, stretching as he watched the other begin to leave. He was making progress, it seemed. Progress in finding out the truth behind Tholeaf's intentions. However elusive it might seem, Choromatsu felt comfortable acknowledging that they were quite unlikely a threat. He got the impression Tholeaf wanted him to know of their syndicate, vaguely at least. Still, as confirmed by their behavior, it was much too early and much too dangerous. Dangerous, huh? Choromatsu wondered to himself what could be so dangerous about his situation. It wasn't like he was being further investigated for anything significant. He had already been removed from his livelihood. What more could his leaders take away from him? He couldn't imagine anything else would come up, as he had been swiftly taken care of and replaced. Though, he supposed the corrections agency, despite Tholeaf not being a part of it, was still likely keeping an eye on him from afar. His movements and actions were being tracked, and he wouldn't even be surprised if he were being followed during the day. He'd put nothing past the agency. Choromatsu let out a long sigh as he began making his own way out of the break room. It was time for him to get back to work, as well. He was sure he could keep himself occupied with some daydreaming. Maybe he could continue that storyline where Tholeaf was in cahoots with human leaders and just wanted to help him escape this situation somehow. That was a fun one. Although he no longer thought it was likely, he could still have fun toying with the idea that Tholeaf was an assassin out to get him. In fact, its fictional nature and unlikelihood made it even more enjoyable, as he didn't have to worry about any of it being true. What if the humans managed to escape Claustra? That could be a fun plot, he thought to himself. The humans could somehow make their way to Atra and hide out there. Perhaps they'd even get disguises so as to not get caught. They could pretend to be Horovegan children and attend school in attempt to fit in. It was laughable to think no one would suspect but that made it even more amusing. And then, Choromatsu would be the only one who knew their secret identity. How would they get past the language barrier? He wondered. Perhaps they could pretend to be deaf, and for whatever reason, their condition hadn't already been fixed by Horovegan doctors. That certainly couldn't work in reality, but Choromatsu's daydreams didn't have to have logic or reason, they simply had to be fun, and to him, they were. As Choromatsu exited the faculty building and stepped out into the pouring rain, he activated his skin-tight barrier to keep himself dry and went on back to work. The excitement of the present moment alongside the alien's daydreams would keep him company this time around. For now, he didn't have to worry about anything else. And with that, he was content. Intermission. End chapter 35.